Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku joined I.M.P and had Harem? Part 2 MHA x Helluva Boss. This story is Helluva Deku by Marcellocaselli. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Now everyone was sitting down to eat. Izuku could feel the tension in the room along with his danger sense quirk going crazy everywhere. The UA student looked at Chaz's sister aka Chazit, who was swallowing a piece of meat. She notices that the human is staring at her and smiles with a lewd wink, making him blush. But unbeknownst to her, May notices what the shark demon is doing and growls in annoyance. "So sir, why did you call us here? Who do you want to eliminate?" Moxie asks her father. The crime boss snorts and says, "Do you really think I brought you here for this, Moxie? I called because I wanted you to come. You know, Chaz is part of the family now." Millie, Moxie, and Chazit's eyes widen and they ask in unison, "What? How the fuck did you do that?" The latter asks, "Since when can everyone join the family?" Asks the little imp in shock. "Come on Mox, you had responsibilities here. I took care of it when you left us and now Chaz is lightening my load," explains Crimson while sipping some wine. "But you hate him," says the I.M.P employee to his father, who says, "Well now, hate is a big word. You called me, him, and my brother friendless sissies, and you especially called me a hopeless little whore," Chazit says with a raised eyebrow. What kind of father would call his son that? Oh right, he's a mafia boss, Izuku thinks to himself. "Well, I was wrong about him. He's not that bad after all," says the mafia imp. "Yeah, and plus I've recently come into possession of a lot of money and I have a longer dick, if you know what I mean," adds the shark demon while lewdly raising his eyebrows up and down. "Sorry bro, how exactly did you get that money? Between you and me, you're not very good at robberies, and dad left me a good portion of his inheritance," Chazit says, raising an eyebrow. I won the lottery. You know I've always tried, sister." Chaz justifies himself with a hint of nervousness. Even the hero in training raises an eyebrow, not trusting the claims of his friend's ex. "Excuse me, Mr. Crimson, but what does this have to do with us and Moxie?" asks the green-haired human. "Tomorrow there will be a ceremony. My son will only have to sell his shares to Chaz, then you can all go back to whatever you were doing before, but for now get a good night's sleep," explains the mafia boss. "Cleo doll, escort our guests to our rooms," Crimson says as he slaps the shark demon next to him on the butt as she sighs in resignation. The green-haired boy squints at the imp's action. One of the things he hates most is sexual harassment. So the I.M.P leaves the dining room except Moxie, who had been called back inside by his father. "Are you okay, Millie?" the UA student asks the demon girl, who says, "More or less. I'm not sure about this place, even less with that asshole Chaz here, and I'm a little scared for Moxie. This place already doesn't inspire anything good in me. I know we're in hell and nothing inspires anything good, but this villa gives me a few more thrills," comments Keeney. "Oh, relax, Mill. Nothing bad's going to happen. We're just in a mafia house. Nothing too worrying," Blitz says nonchalantly. "Anyway May, just to know what kind of changes you made to this house. Honestly I don't see anything special." "Oh," Izuku asks, but is suddenly interrupted by something no one would have ever expected. Suddenly, metal rods protruded from the walls, with fake dicks attached to them. One popped out right in front of Toga, who immediately stabbed it with one of her knives, breaking it. "Oh my god, the house is full of dicks. Epic," Blitz enthuses, while the hero in training looks at the pink-haired inventor, who was visibly embarrassed. "May, what the hell?" asks the green-haired boy. "Okay, in my defense, when I installed them they were firearms," the inventor defends herself, raising her hands. "The boss wanted to make the house more suited to his son's particular tastes." "Crazy," Cleo says in a low voice before escorting the group to their rooms. At one point Moxie also returns, but he seemed extremely disturbed by something. "The boss wants each of you to sleep in separate rooms," the fish demon states coldly. "What? For your information, he and I are engaged," the former villain says dryly, crossing her arms. "Sorry, the boss's orders can't be discussed," Cleo says with a snort. "Hey, it's okay, Himiko, it's just for one night, it's not a big deal, don't worry," the green-haired boy says to his girlfriend, who says, okay. Noticing the interaction between the two humans, Kini sighs in annoyance. Shortly after, everyone was in their rooms. Izuku still couldn't shake off the dangerous situation he felt ever since he set foot in that mafia house. Before he could lie down in bed, he heard someone knocking on the bedroom door. The UA student opens the door and sees Chaz standing in the doorway looking at him with a lewd expression. "Hey buddy, wanna have some fun with an expert?" asks the shark demon. "I appreciate the offer, but I have to decline for 2 reasons. First, I'm not gay, although I have no problem with gay people. And above all, I would never go out with someone who has given my friends terrible times without even regretting it," the human replies coldly. "Oh come on buddy, I promise we're going to have so much fun." The demon continues trying to enter but stops when he sees that Izuku is looking at him with a look full of anger and sternness. "Okay, good night," says Chaz as he walks away and closes the door, leaving the human to himself. The hero in training sighs and is about to go to bed, but then he hears the sound of someone knocking on his door again. He growls and opens the door ready to push Chaz away again, but stops and blushes when he sees Chaz looking at her with a lecherous smirk. "Hey buddy, nice room you have, definitely better than mine, can I come in?" asks the girl. "Well here okay, go ahead," replies the green-haired boy as he starts to stammer. So the fish demon enters the room and looks around saying, "I apologize for my brother, he's an idiot, he always has been, and joining the mafia of the greed circle certainly didn't help." Oh no need to apologize, you and your brother don't seem very close anyway," Izuku comments. "We've been going our separate ways for a long time now, though I can't deny that I still have 1 or 2 things in common with him," Chazet says. "Really? For example?" asks the UA student, tilting his head. The demoness looks at him impassively and then smiles lasciviously. "Well, we both love to have fun with people we think are cute. He does it with both men and women, while I'm more into guys, and to be honest, I've never tasted a human," says the girl as she walks towards the human and pushes him onto the bed. "Hey wait just a sec, we just met," says the UA student, but is interrupted by the demoness, who puts a hand on his lips saying, "Shh, relax, I'm not that kind of demon. If you don't want to, I can't force you, but here's my number if you change your mind." So Chazet removes his finger from the human's lips and places a note in his hand before leaving the room. Izuku sighs and thinks to himself, that was something. Let's hope that at least I can get at least a little sleep, then lie down on the bed and finally go to sleep. Izuku was awakened from his sleep in the Crimson Mansion by the sound of footsteps approaching him. The boy opened his eyes and saw 2 shark-looking demons in mafia outfits holding knives. The human quickly jumps out of bed, avoiding a stab from one of the sharks, and the other attempts to attack back, but he grabs the hand holding the knife and throws it at his colleague, knocking them both to the ground. The 2 henchmen try to get up, but Izuku promptly grabs the bed with black whip and throws it at them, knocking them out once and for all. "Damn," says the UA student as he leaves his room. Once he leaves, the door next to his, the one where Toga was, opens wide and a shark demon comes out with many cuts on his neck, and on his back was clinging the aforementioned blonde, who had a knife in her hand stuck in the enemy's back. "I always sleep with a knife under my pillow, are you okay, darling?" asks the former villain as she pulls the knife out of her now dead henchman. Yes, I'm fine, but we have to get out of here," says the hero in training. At that precise moment 2 other doors swing open. Mei comes out of one of them holding a strange kind of bomb. As soon as she steps out of the door, she throws the device into the room and then asks for the door. After a few seconds, you can hear the sound of a small explosion and groans of pain. While from the other door comes out a terrified Kini, who is being chased by a shark mobster with imp horns and a nose ring, who says, "Come here you pretty little lamb." However, Izuku promptly runs towards the demon and tackles him, causing him to slam his back against the wall, but he promptly uses his legs to free himself from the hero's grip. Toga throws the knife she was holding at her enemy, who catches it in midair, but before he can do anything, Streed's room door opens, hitting him square in the face and knocking him out. Shark Girl looks at the mess in the hallway and comments, "Same old fucking Crimson. I knew this place was dangerous. We have to leave immediately," shouted the former cherub, who seemed to be having a clear panic attack. "Your other friends aren't here," but I think I saw one of them in the parking lot from the window while I was fending off those brutes, says the pink-haired inventor. A very short time later, the group reaches the parking lot of the villa where Millie was present, having opened the trunk of Chaz's car, but behind her there were two other shark demons who were about to attack her. "Millie, behind you," Izuku shouts to his friend, who turns around when she notices the henchmen about to attack her. Two gunshots are heard, and the two hitmen fall to the ground with their skulls smashed in. The mysterious gunslinger turns out to be Cleo holding a revolver with her usual impassive look. "Oh good aim, Cleo. What the hell is going on?" asks May. From the trunk of the car comes out a dazed-looking Blitz and says, "I'll tell you what's going on. Chaz is not rich. He told Mox's dad a load of bullshit. Wait a second, where is he?" "She's in the ceremony room, about to marry Mr. Chaz so he can join the family," explains the shark woman. Everyone's eyes widen in shock. "Obviously typical of my brother," comments Chazit, rolling his eyes. "They'll have to walk over my dead body." Millie screams as she runs towards one of the house's entrances, but they close automatically. "Another of my apps, they're practically impenetrable," says the inventor. "Not for long. The boss's orders are not up for discussion, but they can be stopped," says the demoness as she presses a button and all the doors reopen again. "So why are you helping us?" Heaney asks suspiciously to Cleo, who sighs and replies, "I'm just tired of working for a giant sexist asshole. I've worked for him since I was a little girl. I saw what that bastard did to Mr. Moxie and his mother. And now I'm not going to let it happen again," showing emotion for the first time, namely annoyance. "Hey, we can chat later. Now let's save my husband," Millie shouts as she runs towards the villa's garden, followed by everyone else. After a few seconds of exploring, the group reaches the garden, which had been decorated to make it more like a church, and on the altar were Crimson, Chaz and Moxie, who was tied up, gagged and dressed as a bride. "Hey, kill those sons of bitches now," orders the crime boss to what is practically an army of demonic criminals who rise from their chairs and draw their weapons. "You'll have to fucking kill my husband first," the imp girl says, her eyes flashing with rage. Immediately, the army of henchmen descends on the group. Soundtrack. Toga begins jumping on chairs in the garden as she throws knife attacks at the demons that were following her. At one point, one of them manages to grab her from behind, but the blonde promptly kicks him hard between the legs, making him scream like a little girl. A demon looking like a lanternfish begins chasing Kini, but she manages to escape thanks to her angelic wings. The monstrous fish attempts to reach the former cherub by climbing onto one of the chairs, but slips and falls onto another chair, breaking its neck in the process. "Oh dear, sorry, but you deserved it anyway," the angelic creature states, then gives a plump-looking shark woman a light slap on the back of the head. The monster woman turns and draws her gun in Kini's direction and fires, but she dodges and the bullets hit some of her colleagues. Two large, muscular sharks walk menacingly towards Chazit, who doesn't seem to flinch. In fact, she winks at them, but this has no effect on her enemy. Seeing that the wink had no effect, the fish girl takes a small switchblade from her jacket pocket and with a lightning strike cuts the throat of one of them and then stabs the other in the chest. Cleo begins shooting at her now former colleagues, but some manage to get dangerously close, but before they can do anything, May activates her mechanical backpack and from it various mechanical tentacles emerge which push the shark woman away from her enemies and allow her to reload and start shooting again. Izuku is facing 7 fish demons at the same time. One of them tries to attack him from behind, but he quickly turns around and kicks it straight in the face, making it step back. Soon after, the rest of the mafia demons jump on the green-haired boy in an attempt to block him, but within seconds he activates Black Whip, which sends all the monsters flying into the air. But the one that absolutely causes a real massacre by fighting like the very incarnation of war, massacring dozens and dozens of mafia demons in a few seconds. End of theme music. Once the last shark demon is down or dead, the entire group glares at Crimson, who, even if he doesn't show it, is terrified. The mafia demon reaches for his gun, but Cleo points hers, saying, "Take this as my resignation letter, asshole." The gang boss lets Moxie go and Millie promptly grabs him and says, "This ass is mine," before slapping her husband's butt and walking away. "Hey, that's my," Chaz tries to say, but before he could finish speaking, the US student grabs one of the dildos that were attached to the chairs and throws it into his mouth, gagging him. Oh, and just to say, Chaz isn't even rich. look at his car, he's been screwing with you the whole time, Blitz says as he turns around following the group. The last one who hasn't turned around yet and chases who in a relaxed tone, have fun coming fucking bro, and then turns and leaves with the group who leaves in a helicopter. Crimson looks at the shark demon next to him with a murderous look as he removes the fake cock from his mouth and laughs nervously at what will likely be his executioner. Shortly after, we can see Colin, Mayberry and Luna who were still in the meeting room of the I.M.P headquarters with the first two who had finally repaired the wall. Finally. It took a lifetime but the result is really beautiful, says the former cherub, but immediately after saying this Crimson's helicopter breaks through the wall making him and the sinful teacher growl in annoyance. Luna, who was still sitting at the table looking at her phone, watches the scene and then goes back to looking at her phone. The group exits the flying vehicle which, after everyone has exited, falls to the ground and explodes. Thanks for having me and for the job offer, guys, says Chazet. Thanks too, but I have to decline the offer of the house. I already have one quite far from the Crimson area, adds Cleo. On the way back, Blitz had offered the two fish demons to join his business since he had seen their skills in battle and they had accepted, and since Chazet had no real place to go, Izuku and Toga had offered to host her in their house along with the other girls already present. Thank you so much for saving me, love, Moxie says to his wife, who replies, don't worry, honey, just tell me next time your dad's a psychopath, I can handle it. Well, I'm glad everything went well and I'm glad to hear that you and I both have shitty dads and that all three of us have now fucked the same guy, the I.M.P boss says to his two employees. Well Madroya, Toga, it was a pleasure having this little misadventure with you but now I have to go, Wally is probably going crazy because of my absence, bye. Says May as she leaves the room. Damn, the more time passes, the crazier this adventure in this dimension gets, Izuku thinks to himself as he hopes to return to his world one day. But what no one had noticed was that something was observing the entire scene from the gigantic hole in the wall. It was some sort of small grasshopper-like creature with a spiny carapace and large, glowing orange eyes. The creature watches the I.M.P for a few more seconds before silently flying away in the direction of who knows where. It had been almost a week since the incident with Moxie's dad and it seemed everyone was putting that whole thing behind them. We can see Izuku and Toga along with Moxie and Millie entering the main room of the I.M.P where the rest of the group, including Cleo, were already sitting at the table. Okay everyone, I have some great news for you. We have a new coworker. Blitz says happily as he heads for the door of his office. Really? Who is that? Asks the green-haired boy, curious to meet his new colleague. Wait a second. I recognize this smell of shit and rotten fish, Chazet comments as he sniffs the air. The long-horned imp doesn't answer and opens the door to his office and out comes none other than Chaz, who was giving off a smell comparable to that of a rotting corpse. The shark demon smiles, showing his sharp fangs and says, hey everyone. Did you miss me? Immediately everyone's eyes widen in surprise with Moxie protesting saying, sir. You can't be serious. You can't hire him. With all due respect. Have you forgotten that because of him we ended up in a house of mafiosi who tried to slaughter us? Not that I didn't have fun, but it was still a bad experience, says Toga. Give me the okay and I'll shoot, Cleo says coldly as she pulls out a revolver. Okay, says Chazet as he lights a cigarette. Calm down, I hired Chaz because he reminds me of myself when I was younger. I'd be lying if I said I've never tried marrying someone for cash, Blitz says. Oh come on guys, I'm hurt, you have no idea what I went through to escape the circle of greed, sister have a little compassion for your brother, says the shark demon theatrically. The last time I felt sorry for you, I found 7 hitmen in my house, which then caught fire, says Chaz's sister, rolling her eyes. You should have let that asshole Moxie's dad turn you into a trophy, you would have ended up better, Millie states in an intimidating tone as she unsheaths a long knife. Millie, calm down. I understand your anger but don't stoop to Crimson's level, says the UA student trying to calm her friend down. Izuku's right, Chaz is now your coworker so you have to accept that, the I.M.P boss says dryly, then adds, plus, he's now also your new roommate since he's homeless. What? Hell no. The husband and wife reply in unison, protesting. Face it guys, your house is big enough for a few more and Izuku's house is already full to the brim, says Blitz. Yeah, and the last thing I want is this pervert around me, my Izuku and the other girls, Toga says dryly, crossing her arms. Perfect. Now everyone go home, especially you, Chaz, take a bath. I don't want you to smell like dead bodies every time you come to work, says the head of the I.M.P, concluding the meeting. So everyone left the meeting room. The only ones left were Izuku, Chaz, Moxie and Millie, who says, "Listen, you boiled fish. I don't know what you're planning this time, but I assure you that none of us will fall for it. I have nothing on my mind, I'm being honest this time. I've looked death in the face one too many times and I've decided to get my head straight. I'm sorry for trying to marry you against your will, and I'm also sorry for getting you in trouble so many times, sister. I know I've been a shitty brother," Chaz tells the couple using an incredibly serious tone. This greatly surprises the other demons and humans, especially Chazit, who raises an eyebrow in curiosity at what his brother is saying. Despite this, you've made your way back into Millie and Moxie's lives. Forgive the bitterness, but it seems rather convenient, says the green-haired boy, still not completely convinced. Already very convenient. Let's go Millie with him, we're just wasting time, says the little imp as he and his wife are about to leave. Hey wait, don't you want to know why I abandoned you at the bank that night? The shark demon asks the imp, who says, I already know. You cared more about saving your own skin than me. Things are getting very serious, the hero in training thinks to himself as he silently watches the scene. Well, I can't blame you for thinking that. You see, at the time I was a bad boy who thought he would make it in the underworld. I had a big brain and an equally big dick. At first, I admit I used you to get to the Crimson Fortune, but then things got serious, explains the shark demon, starting to capture the imp couple's attention. I was really starting to have feelings for you, Moxie, but at the same time I thought I was losing the person I thought I was. Then when you planned the bank heist, you wanted to use the money to run away and get married. I wasn't ready for marriage. Same thing for you, Millie. I'm sorry I hurt you because of my immaturity. You two were the only sincere relationships in my life and nothing good came of it. But honestly, I'm glad you found each other. You deserve better than me, but thank you for listening to me, Chaz concludes, finally looking at the ground. Izuku hadn't even realized that a small tear had rolled down his face after that touching speech. Both Millie and Moxie are silent for a few seconds, with the latter sighing and saying, I hope you still like the stem. Chaz opens his eyes wide in surprise, then smiles and attempts to hug the couple, only to be pushed back by Millie, who says, Hey, slow down, you still smell of death and rotten eggs. So the three leave, leaving the fish girl and the green-haired human alone. Wow, I think it's the first time I've seen my brother completely honest. I admit I'm surprised, says Chazit as she stops smoking her cigarette. Yeah, you know, I have a good feeling about this new situation, Izuku says with a smile as he watches the three leave. Some time later, it had been a while since Chaz joined I.M.P and moved in with Moxie and Millie, and surprisingly, things seemed to be going pretty well between the three of them. One day Chazit, Izuku and Toga enter the office and are surprised to see Blitz and Moxie arguing. Hey guys, what's going on? The UA student asks the two demons with his employer, saying, I'll tell you what's going on. Moxie is having a threesome with Chaz and she didn't tell me shit. Izuku, Chazit and Toga. Wow, you don't waste your time, Moxie, congratulations, says the former villain, giggling. It already seems like my brother has struck again. Okay, first of all, I don't have to share my love life with just anyone. And secondly, sir, nothing's decided yet. Millie, and I will have to talk about it and decide what kind of relationship we want, so I'd like at least the slightest discretion from all of you, says the white-haired imp. Well, that's fine with me, says Izuku. Me too, adds Toga. I don't get involved in my brother's romantic affairs, concludes Chazit. I almost fell asleep hearing all this whining. Just tell me when you guys are fucking each other so I can get it on camera, Blitz says dryly as he walks away. Sometimes I don't even know why I try to reason with him, he sighs resignedly, making the other I.M.P employees chuckle slightly. Meanwhile, in the circle of greed, we can now see the Pazuzu crystal still in the glass case inside Mammon's secret room. At a certain point, the demonic grasshopper seen previously emerges from the darkness and rests against the glass case, followed by another and another. After about a dozen demonic insects land on the case, the crystal begins to glow with an evil orange light. The scene opens with Izuku, Toga, Hini, Colin, Moxie, Millie, Luna and Blitz driving down the street in the I.M.P van. The reason for this trip was because Luna had to go to the hospital to get a vaccine and she was really scared of needle injections. Izuku had tried to comfort and support his second girlfriend, but as soon as she heard the word, vaccine, she was frozen in a catatonic state, staring blankly at the horizon with an expression of pure dismay and terror. Since, how long has she been like this exactly? No, because I've never seen her like this since I first met her. Moxie asks, whispering in the ear of the hero in training, who whispers back saying, since she heard the word, vaccine, that's why Blitz can spell it now. But suddenly Blitz receives a call from Stolas. The red demon responds saying, hey Stolas, listen, now is not a good time. Sorry to bother you Blitzy, but I'm in a rather uncomfortable situation. I'm tied to a horse's bottom, says the Owl Prince, alerting everyone except Blitz, who says, lucky bastard. I think I was kidnapped by those two cowboy friends of yours, the royal demon states, making most of the group wide-eyed as they understand who he is referring to. Which ones? Asks the I.M.P leader, confused. Are you referring to Stryker and Street? Your Highness, can't you free yourselves with your powers? Asks the green-haired boy. Unfortunately not. I suspect I've been tied with an angelic cord that nullifies my powers, the royal said over the phone. Everyone then turns their gaze to Kini and Colin, with the former stating, yes, such things exist. They were invented to prevent a possible demonic invasion in heaven. They are objects blessed by the high seraphim themselves. Shit, Stolas, I can't today. You know, today Luna has to go to the hospital for AVA-CCING and it takes years to book 1.5 in our case, and she works a lot in the field, so she really needs it, explains Blitz. Meanwhile, Izuku rests his gaze on Luna, who looks at her adoptive father with a look that is nothing short of terrifying. Yes, I don't deny that it's an important thing, however says Prince Godia, but is interrupted by Street's voice shouting, shut the fuck up. We can hear you perfectly, you're not even trying to whisper. Let Prince Stolas go immediately, Izuku says into the phone, and at this the cowboy demon chuckles, saying, don't worry human boy, your boss's little bird is in good hands, and after we're done with him, you'll be next. And immediately after that the call ends. After this, the I.M.P leader growls in frustration as he starts to gesture with the vehicle's controls to make it turn, but is stopped by the UA student, who tells him, Blitz, let us handle this while you, Luna and Colin go to the hospital. Wait, why me? Asks the former cherub lamb. Colin, do you really prefer going on a dangerous mission against two crazy killers than going to a hospital to assist your friend with something important for her health? Hini asks his friend, who remains silent for a few moments before nodding in agreement. Are you sure you can handle this on your own, guys? Asks the horned demon, raising his eyebrows as he looks at his employees. Sir, there will be 5 of us against 2, and we have some unfinished business with those 2 assholes, Moxie states determinedly. Yes, I want to bleed those 2 dry for trying to kill my Izuku twice and for also ruining the party at B's house. Toga states, pulling out one of her knives ready to use it on the 2 cowboy demons. Trust us Blitz, we'll get Stolas home safe, says Millie, pulling her axe out of nowhere. Hearing this, the I.M.P leader sighs and stops in front of the hellish hospital. Okay guys, but be careful, I think Stolas is really in danger this time. I suspect he's in the circle of wrath. You go there and look for clues about Stryker and Street, says Blitz as he gets out of the car holding Luna in his arms, followed by Colin. Okay Looney, everything's going to be fine, I assure you, it's not even that bad, Blitz says as he forcibly drags his adopted daughter into the building. Meanwhile, the I.M.P van, now driven by Millie, reverses and speeds off to rescue Stolas. After a long journey, the I.M.P van reached the Ridge of Anger and stopped at a gas station. Okay guys, I'll take care of the gas while you ask if anyone has seen Stryker and Street in the area, says Moxie as he and the rest of the group exit the vehicle. At the same time, a group of bikers park at the same station and notice that Moxie is wearing the same hat as them, which for some absurd reason bothers him. Hello, gentlemen, have you by any chance seen 2 demons dressed as cowboys who? Izuku asks a group of little demons dressed as Mexican musicians who suddenly interrupt him and start singing. No, No, no music, Millie says to the group, who stops, and their leader says, they live in the land of the bad boys, in the cave crossed by the old abandoned railway. Creative names. Well, we are in hell after all, the green-haired hero thinks to himself. So the group returns to the van but fails to notice that it is full of the corpses of the bikers who had started a fight with Moxie over the hat story, and had clearly lost the battle. So the van sets off again in the direction of the place indicated by the musicians. After a few more minutes of travel, the group reached the cave, and by enter I mean break through the ceiling and sneak the vehicle in just before Stryker stabbed Prince Owl with his angel knife. Moxie throws open the van door and starts shooting at the two brothers with the machine gun, and above him Toga throws her kitchen knives, but both cowboy demons skillfully dodge both bullets and knives. Streed draws his gun and points it at the group, but Izuku shoots a black whip tentacle from his arm which grabs the gun and rips it out of his hands. Stryker points the gun at Kini, but she starts flying between the stalactites of the cave, managing to avoid the shots which make the stalactites fall to the ground and fall on Streed, who throws herself to the ground to avoid being crushed. Watch where you shoot, the demon cowgirl shouts at her brother, who shouts back, shut up and kill them. Millie exits the van holding a large battle axe which she throws at Stryker, who just dodges in time despite the blade slightly tearing the sleeve of his dress. The UA student runs towards Streed and tries to hit her, but she ducks and punches him in the stomach, causing him to growl in pain. The cowgirl grabs her knife and attempts to stab the human, but he grabs her hands, preventing the angelic blade from piercing his face. The assassin demoness pushes the hero away, causing him to crash his back into a giant stone statue of Stryker with a peculiar trait. The human looks at the statue and looks back at the demoness, asking, seriously? Raising an eyebrow. Stryker's idea. Sometimes his ego gets the best of him, but hey, he made one for me too. The demoness defends herself, pointing to another statue next to her brothers. Izuku follows his enemy's finger and sees another statue depicting a Streed who was honestly very ugly. The horns were crooked, as were the teeth, and the pupils were extremely large. Realizing how her brother represents her, she looks down with a bitter expression, and for a moment she remembers how during their first meeting the green-haired boy made her feel, perhaps better than she felt with her brother. But immediately after she shook those thoughts from her head and pointed the gun at the human, ready to pull the trigger, but Toga jumped on her, knocking her to the ground, pulling out a knife. Don't you dare touch my boyfriend, you dirty cowboy bitch. The blonde screams as she is about to stab her enemy, but is stopped when she wraps her tail around the ex-villain, trying to screw her. Izuku promptly rushes to his girlfriend's aid by grabbing Streed's tail and squeezing it with 10% of One for All. Instead of a cry of pain, a moan came from the demoness's mouth, immediately stopping the battle. Everyone who was fighting turned their attention towards the cowgirl, even Stolas, who was tied up like a salami and had a shoulder wound that looked serious. Streed puts a hand over her mouth to silence herself, her cheeks flushed, and she looks at everyone, clearly embarrassed. Meanwhile, Izuku was red as a tomato, as he was the one who had unintentionally caused that reaction from the cowgirl. Streed, what the fuck? Stryker asks, breaking the awkward silence that had formed in the cave, but this distracts him from his fight with Moxie, Millie, and Kini, who take advantage of the situation by all three charging at him at the same time. At the blow, the demon flies towards his own statue, which begins to shake. The former cherub summons her angelic crossbow to hit the statue further, making it lose its stability even more. At that moment, Toga takes advantage of the situation to pick up Streed and slam her against her brother, who slams her further against the statue, which at this point begins to fall on top of the two. The collapse of the structure causes a large cloud of smoke that, when it clears, there is no trace of either of them, suggesting that they have escaped. Immediately after, everyone turns to Stolas and notices that he was in terrible conditions and becomes worried. Oh shit, we have to take him to the hospital. Moxie yells worriedly. Shortly after, we return to the hospital where Blitz, Colin and Luna come out. The latter had a cone around her neck that completely hides her head, while the other two seem to have just come out of a bloody war, especially Colin. PP reminder F for the future Colin. S if they ask you. S if you would prefer ABA bloody battle and a visit to the vet to assist a friend in need. Choose T the bloody battle, says the winged lamb. Immediately after, the I.M.P van parks in front of the three. Oh finally, I see you've got it. says the imp with the long horns, but is interrupted when he and the former cherub are overwhelmed by a crowd of nurses and journalists who pick Stolas up on a stretcher and carry him inside the hospital. Are you okay, Blitz? The UA student asks, picking his boss up from the ground as Keeney picks up his friend. Yes, we're a cream, what the fuck is going on? Not even at a surprise Verosika concert would there be that tidal wave of horny people, asks the red and white demon while dusting his dress. Stolas was seriously injured by Stryker and Streed's angel weapons, Izuku states, which immediately catches Blitz's attention, who turns towards the hospital entrance and says, what? He can get hurt. It had been 2 days since Stolas was kidnapped by Stryker and Streed and then rescued by the I.M.P, and the Demon Prince was recovering very slowly from the wounds inflicted by the blessed weapons. However, Izuku couldn't help but think about Octavia. The poor girl was probably in a complete panic, and everything could have been avoided if only he hadn't arrived first to save his friend's father. The green-haired boy's thoughts are interrupted when Momo approaches him and asks, "Are you okay, Midoriya? You've seemed tense for a while now." "Oh, really? Sorry, Yaoruzu, it's just that since we saved Prince Stolas and he ended up in the hospital, I'm worried about the condition of his daughter Octavia. You know, she has a very close relationship with her father from what I've seen," explains the hero in training. "I would love to have that kind of relationship with my father," thinks to herself Fuyumi Todoroki, who was sitting on a sofa and was involuntarily listening to the conversation. "I still have a hard time even grasping the concept that demons can have feelings other than hatred and evil," thinks Abara, who was also sitting straight and composed on the sofa opposite the one where Todoroki was sitting. "Oh, I see. Well then why don't you go up to her and ask how she is?" asks the black-haired girl. Izuku's face suddenly lights up and he asks, "What do you say?" "You know, you can go visit this Octavia and ask her how she's doing. From what you've told us, you two are pretty good friends," Momo says. I never thought about it until now. To be honest, now I feel a little stupid," says the UA student, scratching his head. "Don't think so. I honestly wouldn't have done it either," comments Delia, who was also in the room. "And why, pray tell, wouldn't a soldier of the good Lord think that?" asks Abara, extremely confused by the angel's words. "Well, the training of us exorcists is extremely strict from the moment we are created. We must always give the best of ourselves, and there is not always room for empathy and friendships, things that I have never been able to put aside," explains the former exterminating angel. "Anyway, you're right, Yoyarozu. I should go talk to Octavia, and I will. See you," the green-haired boy says as he walks out the front door. As soon as he leaves, he heads towards the palace of the Godia royal family, unaware that he is being followed by the demon grasshopper that has been watching him for some time now. Shortly after, Izuku finally managed to reach the great palace of the Godia family, which was really big and obviously regal in appearance. The hero in training stopped in front of the entrance door, and after a few seconds of nervous hesitation, he knocked. After about half a minute of waiting while the human thought about what to say, the door opened and he found himself face to face with a little imp dressed as a butler, who asked in a shrill, emotionless voice, "What do you wish?" Hello, my name is Izuku. I'm a friend of Princess Octavia Godia. I came here to talk to her. May I come in?" says the human. The butler remains silent for a few moments and then says, "Wait a moment," and closes the door. After about a minute of waiting, the butler returns, saying, "Her Majesty the Princess has consented to let you in," and then swings the door wide open, allowing the UA student free access. The interior of the castle seemed to be made of crystal, and the corridors were filled with large vases containing equally large carnivorous plants that seemed to follow the human with their gaze while licking their lips with tongues made of roots. Eventually the hero in training managed to reach the princess's room and managed to enter, finding Octavia on her bed, caressing her knees, and the handkerchief scattered on the floor indicated that she had been crying for a long time. What are you doing here?" asks the owl girl with a strangled sob. "I came to see how you were, Octavia," says the green-haired boy. "How am I? Let's see. My father was kidnapped by some psychopathic assholes who seriously injured him, and now he's in the hospital and I don't even know if I'll ever see him again. I mean, quite often some assholes thought of killing him, but I never thought they had any hope of succeeding, and what if one day someone succeeded? I could never see him again. replies the demonic princess as she curled up even more. At this point the hero sat down next to her and placed a hand on one of her knees saying, "I'm sorry Octavia, I should have come faster. And no, you didn't do anything wrong. In fact, you saved his life. Thank you," says the owl demon as she finally looks her human friend in the eye. Izuku didn't answer immediately, instead he hugged the demoness who blushed brightly and then hugged him back. "Your father will recover Octavia, I assure you, and I also assure you that I will make sure Striker and Street never harm him again," the hero in training finally says. "Thank you Izuku, I'm happy to have you as a friend," says Octavia while finally afterwards she doesn't even remember how much calmer she felt with the universe. But no one knows that the entire scene is being observed by the demonic grasshopper who is peering at the two from the window of the room while greedily devouring a leaf from the tree on which it was resting. Suddenly a demonic bird lands behind the insect and starts scuttling after it with the aim of feasting. But before the bird could make the first move the grasshopper turns around and bites the bird's neck and with astonishing force it rips its head off and then goes back to spying on the green-haired hero even though at that moment he seems very interested in Octavia who is watching with extreme attention. The scene opens with Blitz, Chase It, and Izuku infiltrating a large pink facility. "Blitz, may I ask why we're here? And more specifically, what am I doing here?" the green-haired boy asks his boss. "Simple, this is the addiction rehab center from hell. My sister Barbie Wire is here and I need your help to get to her. The head of the department is a real slut and says that I'm a bad influence on her and that's why I have to come here secretly," says the head of the I.M.P while hiding in a bush. "I see, and why is Chase It here?" the hero in training asks again, pointing to the shark girl who was casually smoking a cigarette and says, "Well, I often go to these places, you know there are a lot of people here you can fuck easily, you know it's therapeutic." "I'm not entirely sure but anyway, why is your sister here Blitz?" asks the UA student with slightly red cheeks. "Well, you see, Izuku, my family and I had a, how should I put it? Family business that was going great, but then there was an accident and everything was destroyed. Barbie, she didn't take it well. But it's not like she's become a hardened drunkard who holds the bottle like she's holding a newborn baby. I'm sure you'll love her." The long-horned imp explains with a few shaky moments as if he were remembering a bad moment that made the human feel a little guilty. But suddenly he turns around and grabs Izuku by the shoulders saying in a threatening tone, "But don't worship her too much Izuku, she's my sister. I'll crush you to the last bone. Someone's a bit of a super protective brother, huh?" Chase It whispers with a smirk. Frightened, the training hero shakes his head nervously. "Perfect, we're here anyway," Blitz says when the trio reaches a wall with a half-open window. "Now Izuku, throw me," the I.M.P boss excitedly shouts to his human employee who reluctantly grabs him by the hips and using 10% of one for all throws the devil into the air. Once he reaches a certain height, Blitz manages to grab the window and open it completely, then signals to the other two to join him. At this point Izuku grabbed Chase It by the hip making her say lasciviously, "Oh you like to touch don't you? Pretty face," making the green-haired hero blush brightly who however jumps into the air being grabbed by Blitz who pulls them into the room before entering himself. "Okay guys, now that we're inside we have to be extremely careful, this place is like a maximum security prison and Barbie's room should be here says the I.M.P leader before being tasered by a figure hiding in the shadows. The figure steps out of the shadows revealing herself to be a purplish-skinned woman with short hair and long horns, a vertical mouth, and wearing a nurse's outfit. "Seriously, Blitzo, are you bringing your friends this time? And of all people, the human with superpowers and Chase It, well at least you didn't bring his brother. Anyway, how many times do I have to sodomize you with my teaser before you finally understand to stay away?" asks the nurse, raising her eyebrow. "Until I stop liking it, nurse, pussy face, now tell me where is she, sister?" asks the head of the I.M.P as he gets up from the ground. "Barbie's been gone for months now, you idiot," the nurse says in a neutral, nonchalant tone. "What, she's gone? Where the fuck did she go?" asks the demon with the long, curved horns, shocked. "You can absolutely forget about me telling you this in any way," says the demon woman as she picks dirt from her fingernails. You know that I kill people for a living and that next to me there is a super powerful human who could tear you to pieces with a simple snap of my sexy fingers, the imp states with a smirk. Just for the record, I won't do it, I'm not a dog, says the green-haired boy, raising his finger with a slightly annoyed look at his friend's statements. Oh my good God, I'm so scared, I'm shaking with terror, the nurse comments with obvious sarcasm as she handles her taser. Cheeky, careless of danger and cynical, the qualities I've always admired most about you, Ritsa, comments Chazit, putting out his cigarette. Shut up, you boiled fish face, I haven't forgotten about the mess you made in the abstinent section, says the demoness, looking at the shark demoness who rolls her eyes to the sky saying, damn girl, it was only one time. You know what, go to hell even if that's weird enough for a demon. I'm going to find out where my sister is so you can take that taser and shove it in your pussy face. Blitz says as he heads for the window ready to exit. Blitz, says the nurse, attracting the attention of the I.M.P chief who turns to her. Don't ruin her life by trying to find her, the demoness says in a slightly more empathetic tone of voice. Blitz remains silent and jumps out of the window, landing on a hedge that cushions his fall. Sorry for entering the facility without permission, miss, I assure you you will never see us again, says Izuku giving a small bow before grabbing Chazit and dropping down through the window as the fish demon says, the boy is lying, I will be back and you know it. Once they land on the ground, the green-haired human turns to his boss and asks, Blitz, what did the nurse mean when she talked about ruining your sister's life? I told you, Izuku, that one is a first-class whore, and not in a funny way. Every word that comes out of that drooling sewer of a mouth she has is shit, nothing more, the horned demon states irritably. After a long sigh, Blitz says, let's go back to the office guys, I have a few calls to make, before turning and walking away. This will be interesting, Chazit comments, while Izuku sighs and follows his boss towards the I.M.P headquarters. Blitz, Izuku and Chazit entered the I.M.P headquarters where Moxie, Chaz, Millie, Colin and Keeney were talking to a sinful demon in the form of a lanternfish. The head of the I.M.P immediately went to his office looking annoyed. So you're telling us you were killed, but you don't know exactly by whom? The female cherub asks the sinner, who replies, exactly, but I know for a fact that it was one of the staff at the summer camp where I worked. Only they had the keys to the boat storage room and therefore could tamper with them, and only they knew that I couldn't swim. And how exactly did you not know how to swim, you wet fuck? Chaz asks the sinner disinterestedly, who states, I suffer from watery urticaria, it's a kind of particular skin allergy to water, so I couldn't swim anywhere. A mystery, it's not exactly our field, do you have any experience Izuku? Moxie asks the green-haired hero who says, not much. Hearing this the little imp sighs and says, excuse me a second, before heading to his boss's office and opening it to see him sitting at his desk with the phone to his ear. Not now Mox, I'm busy, says the longhorn demon, so there is a particular client who requires us to investigate his killer. I don't care, take Millie and Chaz and go do what you gotta do, says the horned imp as he dials a number on his phone. Wait, he's putting me in charge of the operation, Moxie asks, shocked. See it however you want. Now get the fuck out of here and go kill whoever the customer wants and then get paid, says Blitz before making a call. Hearing this, Moxie's face becomes excited and satisfied, and then he turns to the other members of the I.M.P and says, good news, guys. The boss has put me in charge of the entire operation. Don't worry, sir, I assure you, we'll find your killer. He then quickly escorts the sinner out of the building. Wait, Blitz gave you command of the operation? Millie asks, confused by her boss's choices. Oh, things are getting interesting, Chaz comments with a smirk. That's right, guys, the whole operation will finally be organized by me, so calmly and orderly. Now Millie, Chaz, and I will go to the human world to investigate. Moxie says confidently as he takes the grimoire from Luna and uses it to create a portal and drag his two lovers inside. How much do you want to bet that it's going to end badly? I'll bet you $5, Keeney asks the remaining group, much to Colin's surprise. Colin timidly asks, since when have you been betting? We've been in hell for a while now, Colin. I think it's time we get used to it and learn a thing or two. I'm not saying we should kill anyone, Absolutely not. But more than anything, we should start contemplating the idea that you can't achieve everything with kindness, Heaney says sadly, and his friend nods, understanding his point. Anyway, I'll bet you 30, if my brother is there, something will definitely go wrong, says Chazet, looking at his wallet to see how much money he had. I think it'll be fine. Moxie knows her stuff and I'm sure she'll be able to handle it and unmask the culprit, says Izuku hopefully. So how much do you want to bet? Asks Chazet. The UA student sighs and says, okay, let's just make it $10. Great, $10 more for us, jokes the shark demon. Suddenly Blitz comes out of his office, kicking the door down and saying, okay Izuku, follow me. Before walking away, followed by his human employee. What do you need, Blitz? Asks the hero in training. I have two pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news is that I managed to find out where my sister works, but the bad news is that I don't know exactly where she's working, and I intend to find out, and I need your help to find out, explains Blitz as he takes out the keys to his van with determination. The scene shows us Izuku and Blitz at a shop in the Circle of Wrath where an incubus sitting at the reception watches them with a tired look. Employee. Bored, how can I help you? Izuku. Sorry to bother you, sir, but we're looking for someone. Blitz. Yes, and it's my sister. Her name is Barbie and she's supposed to work for you. Employee. Barbie. I think so. But before he could finish his sentence, the I.M.P boss takes the incubus and slams him violently against the wall of the room. Izuku. Shocked. Blitz. What are you? Blitz. Look at him. I'll take care of it, Izuku. Look at the employee. Listen to me carefully, asshole. Now you're going to tell me where my sister is. I know plenty of medieval tortures for your ugly ass. He starts slapping him with his tail. Tell me where. Tell me the fuck. Employee. Painful, as on a mission. Izuku. Mission. Employee. Why yes, we sent her to the living world on a drug-dealing mission. Blitz. Raises eyebrow. Drug dealing. Damn, don't tell me she's back to doing cocaine. Izuku. Let's go. Izuku. Where? And then, Blitz, you have to calm down. Blitz. Look up at the sky. Yes I know, it's just that I'm worried about Barbie. The last time she started dealing, it didn't end well at all. Izuku. Didn't you say it was an alcohol problem? Blitz. Yes, but the alcohol problem came after the drug problem. Izuku. Oh, uncomfortable, I understand. Was the accident at the family business really that bad? Blitz. Look down. Unfortunately, yes, we lost a lot that day. Believe me, she's a truly great person but, shakes her head, you know what? It doesn't matter, we have to find her before she gets ruined again. Izuku. Okay Blitz, we'll find her, we'll find a way. Days later, the scene changes showing us now the hero in training and the imp in an alley and in front of them a small incubus. Izuku. Blitz, when I said we'll find a way, I didn't mean we're hunting people with Asmodeus crystals. Blitz. Put a knife to the demon's throat. Give me your crystal or I'll make you a William Wallace cosplay. Put the knife to the demon's throat. Incubus. Hey, calm down, people, if you want a portal, no problem, I'll send you to its current location. So the little demon takes a strange object out of his pocket with a reddish gem set in it. He points it in one direction and a ray of light shoots out from the tip of the crystal, transforming into a prism-shaped portal. Ignoring Barbie wire. Izuku. Good, now we can get to the human world. He realizes something. Blitz. Couldn't we have used the grimoire? Blitz. He's about to say something but realizes it makes sense. Damn, did we really waste days for nothing? Well, never mind, let's go. So the two entered the portal to the human world and found themselves in a sort of summer camp near a lake. Izuku. Looks around. Wait, isn't this the place where Moxie, Millie, and Chaz were sent? Blitz. Maybe and honestly I don't care. Hey, maybe my sister is there. He points to a cabin next to the lake. The two walk away and hear muffled voices but it is clear that it is a male and a female. From behind them, Izuku. Sir. Suddenly the two turn around. Blitz points the gun while Izuku charges OFA but they stop when they see Chaz and Moxie, dressed as teenagers. I didn't find anything for Chaz. Chaz. Hey guys, what's up? What brings you here? Blitz. He opens his eyes wide in irritation. Are you still here? It's been days, that's why I'm not leaving you in charge. Well, it seems I'll finish your work for you, but mostly we're looking for my sister. Izuku looks around, where's Millie? Moxie. Look at the ground, well she's at a concert right now, me and her had a nasty exchange of opinions. Chaz. If you can call yelling at each other an exchange of opinions. Blitz. Well, I don't care right now. Break down the door and get in the cabin. Barb, are you in here? The group found themselves in front of two humans loading packages of drugs onto a boat. The first was a blonde boy with glasses while the other was a young woman with tanned skin and long dark braids. She had strange white marks on her arms and a symbol on her forehead marked with an X. Barbie. Blitz. Moxie. Do you know her, sir? Blitz. Do I know her? Is that my sister? Chaz. Ooh drama. Smiles and takes out some popcorn, I like it. Barbie. Angry, what kind of angel are you doing here, you dickhead? Blitz. I could ask you the same question, rehab over, no texts, no phone calls. Now I find you here with, points to the human, who is that? Barbie. Nobody, he works for me. Who are those other two losers and that boy with the puppy face? Moxie, Chaz, and Izuku. They're about to say something but are interrupted. Blitz. No one, they work for me. Moxie. Sir, that guy is our target. Blitz. Really? Oh well, it looks like your little friend got himself into some pretty big trouble. Sis smirks. Barbie. What the fuck are you talking about? Chaz. He killed a guy who now pays us to kill him. He eats popcorn. Barbie. Turns towards the human. What the fuck did you do? Boy. Shrugs his shoulders in the air. He had discovered our drug. Barbie. You know what? I don't care. Listen, you're not killing my supplier. Blitz. Oh shit, he puts his hand on his face. Supplier of what? Don't tell me you've started doing coke again. Barbie. Look up at the sky. No shit, just heroin. Blitz. Sigh of relief, oh thank heaven. Izuku. NN it's not better. Drugs and drugs, and that stuff has to go. Barbie. With a snot-nosed dick. It's an honest job, okay. Izuku. Irritated, is no way honest. You're harming yourself and others. Chaz. And then why did you get together with that strategic genius there, points to the human. Barbie. With a little smile. Do you have any idea how easy it is to manipulate human teenagers? Boy and Izuku. Hey, that's not true. Barbie. Bends over slightly, showing the human her panties and makes a cute face. Hey Jimmy dear, could you load the drugs onto the boats for me? Jimmy. Goofy smile. Sure. Barb. Turns and walks towards the drugs. Izuku. Blushes, and that doesn't count. Moxie. Sir, Millie, Chaz, and I have been on this case for days. Pulls out the knife. I'm finishing the job now. Izuku. One for all activates, and I'm free of that drug. Barbie. She stands in front of them with bright eyes. Don't you dare. Moxie then lunges at Jimmy but Barbie grabs him with her tail and throws him into the water. Izuku tries to jump on the boat but she grabs him by the hips and slams him to the ground. Blitz jumps on his sister and pins her to the ground but she manages to free herself and return to defend Jimmy from Moxie. In all this Chaz watches the scene eating popcorn. Izuku manages to get on the boat and sees many packages of drugs, so he takes them one by one and throws them into the water. Jimmy tries to stop him but accidentally throws a package of cocaine in the faces of Moxie, Blitz and Barbie who were crowded together trying to block each other. Their pupils get bigger for a few seconds but then they start growling at Izuku and Jimmy like angry cats. After a few minutes of fighting, suddenly one of the cabin windows is smashed by a firework that crashes straight into Jimmy's face, which explodes, covering everyone present in blood and brain fluid. Chaz. Look at his blood-covered cereal. Oh damn, I wasn't even halfway through. Izuku. Looks at his hands. I'm covered in blood. In panic, I'm covered in blood. Barbie. Pissed off. Fuck. Look at the brother. Thanks so much Blitzo, I don't have a job anymore. Blitz. Barb wait, you're out of rehab now, why don't we eat together and then we talk about. Babry. Ha ha ha, you really don't get it, Blitzo. He walks over to him. Just because I got out of rehab doesn't mean I want to see you. I never want to see you again. Izuku. He gets in the way. Okay, Miss Barbie, I don't know what happened between you two, but you're exaggerating. Blitz just wants to help you. Barbie. Well, it's helped me quite a bit in the past. Walks away, opening a portal. Next time you want to find me, Blitzo, enter the portal. Don't do it. So the portal closes, leaving the cabin silent and filled with blood, with a heartbroken Blitz, with Izuku putting a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Shortly after, we can now see the I.M.P sitting at the meeting room table. Izuku was sitting next to Toga, who was licking Jimmy's blood from his hand happily. Blitz. Well, I have to admit, Moxie, for your first mission in command you didn't do bad at all. Moxie. Looks at him with puppy dog eyes. Really, sir? Blitz. He's cleaning his gun. Damn, no, it was a disaster. Moxie. Looks down, disappointed. Izuku. Hey Blitz, I'm so sorry about your sister. Blitz. Look at it. Don't worry, Izuku. Barbie just needs time. Meanwhile, outside the window, the demonic locust continued to observe, but this time another one was also present who, like its twin, was observing what was happening in the I.M.P. The scene shows us Izuku walking through the crowded streets of a city in the world of the living. He wasn't on a mission for the I.M.P, but more because the hero in training wanted to spend some time in a place that at least reminded him of his world, even if quirks don't exist. At one point he simply sat on a bench in a public park and admired the beautiful forest full of life and with the sunset accentuating its beauty. The green-haired boy noticed a child walking happily hand in hand with his mother. Seeing those two, Izuku had two flashes, one of him as a child and his mother Inko Midoriya walking together in a park in Matsudafu, while the other flash showed a teenage Izuku holding the hand of his newly adopted daughter Eri. Izuku looks down with a sad expression. Mom. Guys, I really miss you so much. But the hero in training hadn't noticed that behind him was a young man in sunglasses with a cell phone to his ear talking to someone. Agent Dorks, Mr. Agent Zero. I saw the boy, I'll definitely keep an eye on him, boss. Izuku ran a hand through his hair and let out a long sigh, but suddenly a familiar female voice caught his attention. Hey, look around and see, Izuku. The superpowered human turned towards the voice and saw a beautiful young woman with blonde hair walking towards him. He hadn't seen her for a while, but the human immediately recognized Verosuka's human disguise. Izuku. Look at her. Oh. Hi Verosuka. I didn't think you were having a concert here. Verosuka. Sits next to him. Well, actually there isn't. I just wanted to take a little trip here to the human world without it being for work. AKA without armies of horny guys and girls wanting a piece of me. Touches her breasts playfully, if you know what I mean. Izuku. Blushes. Why yes, I think I understand. Verosuka. Giggles. Anyway, so what are you doing here? I don't hear any babies crying, so Blitzo and his gang aren't here, right? Izuku. I'm not here for work, I'm here for the same reason as you. I just want to enjoy some time here, in a place that reminds me of home. Verosuka. Oh, I see. Look at him. Tell me one thing, why are you acting like a hero? I mean, yes, from what I understand, in your world it's a lucrative job and all, but is it really worth it to risk dying every day? You don't know if an afterlife actually exists in your world. Izuku. Well, it's always been my dream to help people who aren't strong enough to help themselves, and besides, I want to be like my childhood idol All Might. Verosuka. Tilt your head. All Might. Izuku's fanboy tone. Yes, All Might. In my universe, he's the greatest hero ever. He's also considered the symbol of peace, or at least he was before he retired after losing his power, but now he helps train the new generations of heroes. Verosuka. MHA seems like a cool guy, the kind of guy who helps old ladies cross the street or does ads to say no to drugs. Izuku. Chuckles. We can already say yes. Now can I ask you a question? Verosuka. Sure, I'm an open book. Provocative tone, in more ways than one. Izuku. Why did you decide to become a pop star? Verosuka. Oh, finally, an original question. You know, they usually ask me, male voice mimicry, are you free, babe? Do you want to have fun tonight? Or something like that. To answer your question, The submissive pop star looks up for a few seconds as she thinks about what to say before making up her mind. Verosuka. My mother, she was a pop star. One day she fell in love with a guy and had me, my father. Well, from what I understand, she wasn't the family type, so as soon as she heard the news, she left. You have to understand, Izuku, that it's not easy for a succubus to truly fall in love with someone, and when that happens, that love is extremely strong, and if that relationship ends, things aren't good psychologically. For my mother, it was a coincidence. She projected her pain and anger onto me. She forced me to follow in her footsteps as a pop star, especially when she discovered I had natural talent. With every little mistake, she'd yell at me about how fucking incompetent I was and how much of a mistake I'd been, but anyway, when that old sock kicked the bucket, I was finally able to blossom and become the great Verosuka Mayday. Izuku. Verosuka, I'm very sorry about what happened with your mother. Verosuka. Smiles, thanks and don't worry, it's all over now. Listen, why don't we go to a bar nearby and have some fun and not think about depressing things, okay? Izuku. Well, I don't know, I'm not exactly the drinking type. He gets interrupted. Verosuka. Oh come on, I insist. I promise there won't be any heavy alcohol or anything like that. Izuku. If that's the case, then that's okay, I guess. So the two got up from the bench and while the sun had now completely set they set off towards the city. However, among the trees about 20 meters away from them was Agent Zero accompanied by 5 DORKS agents. Agent Zero. Stay away, it is a big risk to attack him in a public area. Take out the gun with the silencer, we must not miss this time. Izuku. Look, Verosuka, so this is the place. Verosuka. You guessed it, this is the best bar in this city. So the human and the succubus entered the facility where they were greeted by a bartender's station with several wooden chairs in front and drawers full of bottles of alcohol behind them. Pretend there's a bartender too. Bartender. Cleans a bottle and looks at the two. Good evening, what can I help you with? Izuku. Sits on a chair. A glass of water is enough for me, please. Verosuka. Sits next to Izuku. I instead take a look at the shelves, some gin. Bartender. Coming soon. He puts the bottle down and turns around. Izuku. Look Verosuka, you didn't say no alcohol. Verosuka. Looks at him with a little smile. I said no alcohol for you. Izuku. He looks at her a little worried. Why do you drink so much? Don't get me wrong, sometimes a little alcohol isn't bad, but Blitz told me you ended up in rehab once. Verosuka. Oh, is anyone worried about me? How sweet of you, you're such a good guy. Izuku. Blushes brightly. Well, it's my duty as a hero to see care about the safety of others. Verosuka. Well then you're a really good, cute hero, and anyway don't worry I'll just have a glass. Izuku. Thinking while blushing, he called me cute. At this point the bartender turns back to the two with a glass of water in one hand and a glass of gin in the other. Bartender. Here you go, put the glasses on the table, that's $20. Verosuka. Reaches into her bag and pulls out a $20 bill, hold. Barista. He takes the money. Okay, I have to go to the warehouse for a moment. If you need me, call me. He's going to the warehouse. Verosuka. Look Izuku. Hey Izuku, now that we're alone can you satisfy my curiosity? Izuku. He watches her while she drinks, sure. Verosuka. Is it true that you're currently screwing both the blonde and Blitzo's hellhound daughter? At that precise question the UA student opened his eyes wide and spat out the water he was drinking in surprise. Izuku. Completely red. How do you know that? Verosuka. After we more or less reconciled, Blitzo told me on the phone, or rather, he shouted it at me on the phone, as he called me to calm down a bit after receiving the news. Izuku. Pensando, oh, that's who he was calling after he stopped trying to shoot me. Talk. Well, it's true me, Luna and Toga have decided to have an open relationship. Verosuka. Raises eyebrows slightly, really. Smiles slightly, well good to know. Izuku. He looks at her confusedly, in what sense? Verosuka remains silent for a few seconds and then begins to bring her face closer to that of the green-haired human, but suddenly the door is thrown open and Agent Zero enters the bar followed by 5 other agents. Agent Zero. Good evening everyone, sorry for the intrusion but, notice that there is no one there besides Izuku and Verosuka. Oh, well all the better, I hate explaining myself to scared crowds. Barista. Get back to your position. Hey, what the hell is going on? With a lightning-fast movement, Agent Zero pulls out a silenced pistol and fires a dart into the bartender's neck, causing him to collapse to the ground. Izuku. He gets up. What the hell? Verosuka. Get up, damn it. Agent Zero. Don't worry, it's just a tranquilizer. You should feel better in about 6 hours tops. After all, I don't want to kill you. Point the gun at Izuku followed by the other 5 agents. I need you both alive. But before any of the men in dress shirts could pull the triggers of their guns, Izuku activates Black Whip and 6 black tentacles reach out and attack the men's hands, snatching their guns and throwing them out a window. The members of DHORKS take out daggers and baseball bats and rush at the 2 while Agent Zero takes a golden knuckle duster out of his pocket and puts it on. 3 agents rush at Izuku while the other 2 attack Verosuka. The demon pop star jumps across the table and grabs bottles from the shelves and throws them at the soldiers. One of them dodges a bottle but in doing so slips on the contents of another bottle that has crashed and fallen to the ground. He falls backwards and hits his head against the edge of a table, dying instantly. Meanwhile, Izuku dodges a blow with a baseball bat and responds with a punch with 15% of 1 for all right in the attacker's face, who flies through the air crashing into a wall. Another agent grabs the hero in training from behind and tries to block him as another is about to stab him, but he crushes the foot of one of the ones blocking him using 5% of his power and gives another kick to the one who was about to stab him, sending him flying into the one who was already on the ground. Meanwhile, Verosuka comes face to face with a DHORKS soldier wielding a baseball bat. At this point the pop star dissolves her human disguise, reverting to her demonic form and wrapping her tail around the man's neck. Verosuka. Do you like dickhead? Agent DHORKS. Try not to choke, a little. At this point the succubus jerks her tail, breaking the soldier's neck. Izuku, for his part, hits the DHORKS soldier in the face whose foot he had stepped on, causing him to faint. But before he could claim victory, the green-haired boy was hit in the face by Agent Zero's knuckle duster. The hero in training takes a few steps back, holding his sore jaw. Agent Zero. You know, I'm starting to think I need to hire a little more qualified people. Izuku. He looks at his hand and sees blood coming out of his mouth. If you want Verosuka, he gets into a fighting stance, you'll have to step over my dead body. Agent Zero. Well, to be honest, I want both, but that's okay, I can also accommodate you. Verosuka picks up another bottle and throws it at the masked officer, but he dodges it, catches it in midair and throws it back at the sender, who fortunately ducks in time. Izuku takes advantage of this to lunge at Agent Zero, but he dodges the teenager's punch and returns it with another punch with the brass knuckles straight to the stomach, making the hero in training retreat, holding the affected part. Agent Zero. He's getting closer to Izuku. I appreciate the fighting spirit, boy, but now I fear it's time to. But he is interrupted when the hero in training hits him in the face using 20% of 1 for all, sending him flying into the air, and while he is in midair his gas mask flies off. At this point the green-haired boy activates the smoke screen quirk, creating a curtain of purple smoke throughout the bar. At that moment Verosuka touches a bracelet on her arm with a yellow crystal embedded in it, and a beam of energy comes out of it that turns into a portal to hell. Verosuka. Let's go. Runs towards the portal. Izuku starts walking towards the portal, and when he is 1 step away from crossing the portal he turns to see Agent Zero get up from the ground without his mask and look at the hero in training. The man's face was, however, the purple smoke was too thick for Izuku to see his face. Agent Zero. I will find you, wherever you go. I will have you. Izuku. Good luck. Cross the portal. Once the green-haired boy passes through the portal it closes, leaving the 2 to catch their breath for the battle. Verosuka. Breathing heavily. Damn, that was intense. Izuku. He's breathing heavily, yeah. I think something's broken. Verosuka. Looks at him. Well, smiles. I hope this will ease your pain. Having said this, the succubus approaches the human and gives him a kiss right on the lips. The kiss lasts a few seconds, and when the time is up, the pink demoness withdraws while observing the human's red and excited gaze. Izuku. Verosuke. I love you, Izuku. I really love you. She gives a slightly uncertain look. I hope you and the other two don't mind having a quatrain. Izuku. No, not at all. He kisses her. The two kiss again, with Verosuke pressing her chest against Izuku's, which embarrasses him. Verosuke breaks the kiss. Well, I have to go. Tomorrow I have rehearsals for a new concert. Turns and leaves. Bye. Izuku. Hi. He sees her go away. Wow, that was something. So Izuku turns and walks back to his house, mentally preparing to tell Luna and Toga that he now has a new member to their open relationship. The scene opens with Izuku and Blitz at a bar, sitting at a table waiting for their drinks to arrive. Izuku. Look, Blitz, so Blitz, can I ask now why we're here? Blitz. Simple, I found out that now, in addition to the blonde and dark-eyed, my daughter, you're also screwing Verosuke. Izuku. Blushes. How the hell do you know that? Blitz. Looney was panicking when she heard about it, and since she lives with me and my house isn't exactly Stolas Mansion, I heard everything. Izuku. Oh, and anyway, we haven't done anything yet, just to clarify. Blitz. Look up at the sky. Yes, whatever you want. Anyway, I brought you here to give you some advice on how to handle Verosuke, since I've already been through it. Izuku. Confused. To manage. Blitz. Dating a succubus is no child's play, kid, especially when they're really into the relationship. Izuku. Ok, so, what advice do you want to give me? Blitz. First, when they want to fuck, yes, and I'm not just saying that because doing it with a succubus is nice and all, but it's something they need physically. Second, my advice is that as soon as the news gets out, you have to be ready to be attacked by Verosuke-obsessed assholes who would do anything to have her ass all to themselves, or as you call them in Japan, yandere. Izuku. I think you mean yandere. Blitz. Yes, that. Third piece of advice, sometimes Verosuke might get some complexes or anxiety about whether you really love her or see her only as an object to screw, and you have to clarify that it is the first case. Izuku. Look at it seriously, I'll make sure of that. Blitz. Well, now, fourth tip. The barista puts a glass of water and a cup of coffee in front of them. Oh, it finally arrived. The big horned imp drinks his glass of liquor, but his eyes widen and he spits the liquid from his mouth right into the face of the bartender, who obviously didn't look happy about it. A few moments later, Izuku and Blitz are violently thrown out of the bar by a hellhound bouncer. Blitz. It's not my fault if you only know how to make coffee that tastes like limp dick. Izuku, however, heard the sound of many small footsteps coming in their direction, and as soon as he turned around he saw a horde of dog-fly hybrids coming towards him and Blitz. Luckily, the little monsters stopped just inches away from them, and only now did the UA student notice that they were being held on a leash by a tall, white-faced imp, dressed in brightly colored clothes that made him look like a clown, his horns covered by a jester's hat. If Izuku were honest, this demon reminded him a lot of RoboFizz. Well, what do we have here? Blitzo and the super-powered human, have you become a stalker? Blitz. Very funny, we've met randomly twice in 15 fucking years, that would make me the worst stalker ever. Pet the fly dog. 2 times, that's already too much. Izuku. Excuse me, but, who are you? Me, he points. I am the great Fizzeroli. Entertainment star, protege of the deadly sin Mammon himself, face of about 45% of the brands in all of hell, and also Blitz. She wipes the dust off her dress, and also a clown chick who doesn't have a life, unlike me. Fizzeroli. He raises his eyes slightly to the sky. Well, it was a shame to meet you and never see you again. Blitzo. Is leaving. Izuku. Pensando. Oh, it's getting bad. Blitz. Growl. The O is silent. And at least I work for myself and don't have everything served up on a golden platter like a little whore. At this, Fizzeroli stops dead in his tracks, clearly angry at what Blitz has said. He looks at something written on the leash string of one of his dogs and then turns back to the two. Fizzeroli. Well, it's a way of life, anyway. I've always been the one with the longest horns. This seems to really irritate Blitz, who immediately runs towards the clown demon and jumps on him, starting to beat him up. The UA student tries with little success to stop the fight, while a crowd of demons of various kinds begins to form around the three, enjoying the scene and cheering her on. At the same time, in the building that is in front of the street where the fight is taking place, we can see Stryker and Street sitting in front of a desk, and on the other side of it there is Crimson. Crimson. So I heard you two are good, and I need guys who are good at what they have to do. Stryker. I'm the best, I had a big job last week. Street. Stryker. We had a big hap. Stryker. He's giving her the evil eye. Shut up, Street. I'm talking. Street. Lower your gaze a little, sad. Sorry. Crimson. Did you kill him in the end? Stryker. I had to let him go, but my sister and I have a fair number of bodies, I never have any qualms. I kill everyone. Women, children, even insects, I squash them like flies. But at this point Stryker finally notices the noise outside the building and looks out the window to see the fight between Blitz, Izuku and Fizzeroli. Crimson. Look, give me a demonstration of what you can do and I'll think about it. Stryker. Demonstration. Open the window. Street. Pass me the lasso. The cowgirl demon passes the lasso to her brother, who uses it to grab the two imps and the human from a distance and throw them into the office with enormous force. Crimson. Smiles evilly and looks at Stryker and Street. You're hired. The hero in training quickly gets up and is about to attack, but Stryker quickly puts strange handcuffs on his wrists that start emitting green energy, and the human feels the one for all quirk deactivate against his will. Stryker puts the gun to his head. Do you like our new gadget, boy? The guy who wants you dead gave it to us. You'll meet him soon as I let him know I finally caught you. You know, he asked me to keep you alive because he wants to kill you himself. Blitz. Son of. Street and several Crimson goons point guns at him. Whore. Fizzeroli. Completely panicked. Damn. Crimson. Gets up from his chair and walks around the three. What a nice surprise. Look at Izuku and Blitz. Two of the shits who ruined my garden on the day of my half-assed son's forced wedding. Look at Fizzeroli, and the little toy boy of the great king of lust Asmodeus. You three are going to make me some nice piles of money, ha 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 ha. At this point, we can see Izuku, Fizzeroli, and Blitzo locked in a large cage suspended inside a warehouse. Blitzo and Fizzeroli are tied up like sausages, while Izuku has handcuffs that nullify his powers. Fizzeroli. He's panicking. Shit. Blitz. Oh, for heaven's sake, will you calm down? Have you never been tied up before? Fizzeroli. He was wriggling around trying to free himself. Yes, but the context was completely different. Izuku. Confused. Sorry, in what other context would you ever be tied up? Fizzeroli. She turns toward him. Sex, obviously. Izuku. Pensando, but why the hell did I ask? Fizzeroli. Why me? I just had to go do some fittings and go shopping. Blitz. Bored. Don't worry, I'm sure your big dick will never let anything happen to you. Fizzeroli. Oh, you want to go there, huh? So, smile slightly. Since when have your tastes become so regal? Blitz. Oh please, there's absolutely nothing between me and Stolos. Izuku. Pensando, I have my serious doubts. Fizzeroli. So why were you at Ozzy's months ago? Izuku. He wanted to spy on his employees. Fizzeroli. Oh, well, I don't care. Blitz. Well, it's obvious that Stolos is only interested in sex, he just wants to be dominated and be dominated. Fizzeroli. I said I'm not interested. Blitz. The worst part is that he pretends to care. He snuggles up to me, we watch movies together, he likes my Vox Tagram posts and laughs at my jokes. Fizzeroli. Wow, this is a clear sign. Blitz. I fucking know. Izuku. Blitz, I think that was sarcasm. Fizzeroli. The boy is right, I assure you, no one works so hard if not for love. Blitz. The point is that real demons don't give a damn about us imps, they think they're superior. Fizzeroli. Blushes, is not always like this, smiles, but maybe you're right, they can't all be the same if some want to screw you. Izuku. Can I know what happened between you two? Blitz. It's a long story, but can we stop talking about me? Damn, we all end up like that after fucking royal birds. Fizzeroli. Look who's talking. You ugly. But the discussion is interrupted by Striker and Street, who are above the cage and hit the cage to make them stop. Striker. Shut the fucking mouth. Street. Yes, damn. I have a headache. The two cowboy demons jump onto a mountain of boxes and lean against the bars of the cell. Striker. As far as I'm concerned, you're a disgrace to our species just for interacting with those fucking blue bloods. Sigh and look at Blitz, but at least the chatterbox here has the good sense to have only fucked his dick. Look at Fizz, not to have been his handbag. Blitz. Great, the crazy cowboy agrees with me. Izuku. Can I ask what your problem is with real demons? Street. It's a long story. Striker. Look at his sister. Don't talk to him. Look at Izuku. Enjoy your stay here, you little bastard. I already called our client and he'll be here very soon. Jump down. Street stays on the pile of boxes watching the UA student who watches her back. The cowgirl demon's gaze softens slightly. Izuku. Street, please, let us go, you don't have to. Street. Looks away. Yes, instead, I can't abandon my brother, jumps down. Fizzerly. Look, Izuku, is she your ex? Izuku. Blushes, what? No, I'm already busy. Blitz. Yes, with a blonde. Looking at him evilly, my daughter and Verosuka Mayday. Fizzerly. Surprised and look at Izuku, are you creating a harem? Ozzy would approve. Izuku. Blushes, it's not like I'm trying to create a harem, it just happens. A few minutes later, the clown imp is trying his best to escape, even using his extendable mechanical limbs, but all he gets is his face smashed against the cage roof. Fizzerly. Desperate, I just want to go home. Blitz. Smile, do you want me to free you? Fizzerly. Looks away, yes. At this point Blitz reveals that he has a knife hidden in his boot which he uses to cut the ropes that bind him. Fizzerly. Did you have a fucking knife this whole time? Blitz. We start hitting Izuku's handcuffs with the knife. Izuku. And why the hell didn't you use it before? Blitz. Simple, I wanted to see that clown pussy despair. At this point the head of the I.M.P turns towards Fizzerly and with a knife tears the tape that was holding him back. Fizzerly. So, how do you think you'll get out of this cage? Blitz. Look at them, point with the finger. The clown imp and the green-haired human follow Blitz's finger and see a remote control sitting on a small table where several of Crimson's henchmen are sitting, engaged in various activities such as billiards or a house of cards. Fizzerly. I could reach out and press the button. Izuku. I can use Black Whip to bring the remote to us. Blitz. Nah, let me do it. So the long-horned imp sets off a chain of events that causes a good percentage of Crimson's henchmen to kill each other and causes a golf ball to land on the remote control button. For a few seconds nothing seems to happen, but suddenly the cage falls to the ground and shatters, completely freeing the trio. But they don't have time to look for a way out of the warehouse before Crimson and a group of henchmen enter. Crimson. What the heck? Take them, you idiots. The henchmen run towards the imps and the human. Blitz skillfully kills many enemies while Izuku uses one for all at 15% to hit them and knock them out. Fizzerly, for his part, is simply incompetent in fighting. In fact, he uses clown tricks such as trumpets in his ears and banana peels which have absolutely no effect. Blitz. Damn Fizz, breaks a shark demon's neck. How can someone so stretchy be so shitty at fighting? Fizzerly. Dodge punches. I don't fight. I sing. I dance. I endorse products I'll never use. Izuku. Dodges a henchman's punch and hits him in the face with 10% one for all. Can we please focus on getting out of here? Blitz. Climbs up some shelves followed by Izuku and Fizzerly. Glad to know you've remained the same since the circus. Fizzerly. Salt, I'd tell you to go fuck yourself, but I don't care about your opinion anymore. Blitz. Well, you used to care. Fizzerly. Oh yeah, but that was before you ruined my life. Izuku. Pensando, what? Blitz. I didn't ruin your life, it was an accident. Fizzerly. An accident? Are you kidding me? Izuku. What are you talking about? Fizzerly. Do you really want to know, kid? I'll tell you right now. A long time ago, this asshole and I were friends, best friends, and we worked at the family circus. You were always jealous of me, Blitzo. And one night, the night of my fucking birthday, you set fire to the tent and destroyed everything. I admired you, you were my best friend, and you took everything away from me. Izuku slowly turned his gaze to Blitz, who had his back to the two. The hero in training was shocked beyond belief. Of course he knew Blitz was a person of questionable morals, but this. Physically. And when I asked you for help, you ran away. You never cared. At this point Blitz finally turns towards the human and the clown, showing tears in his eyes and an expression of pain. Blitz. I cared. It was an accident, I swear. At this, both Physically and Izuku look at Blitz in amazement, but they don't have time to process it before Crimson's henchmen start shooting at them, forcing them to hide among the structures. Blitz. Okay, you're right, Fizz, it's my fault the fire started, but I never would have done it on purpose, you have to believe me. There was so much smoke and in the screams, I called for help. I just wanted to save my ass. He pauses. Izuku. Pensando. My M. He realizes. Wait, oh no. His mother, that's why Barbie Wire hates him so much, poor Blitz. Blitz. But it's still my fault. Physically. Slightly bored. Glad you admitted it. What do you want? A prize. Blitz. Look, Fizz, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you lost so much, and I know I can never make up for it, but you have no idea what I lost that day. At this, Physically's face softens slightly, as if he remembered other consequences of the fire that had nothing to do with him. Blitz. I mean, it's my fault, it's right that you hate me and damn it. Suddenly, a crimson henchman leaps at the horned imp, but Izuku grabs him with his black whip and throws him away. More demons approach, and the three begin to flee. Physically. Run away. If that's the case, why didn't you come to see me after the accident? Blitz. Shoot, I did. You were all I had left, but they told me you didn't want to see me. Physically. I never said that. Blitz. Bullshit, really. Physically. No, and they never told me you came to visit me. Izuku. It seems like they lied to both of them. Blitz and Physically. Oh. A lizard demon tries to climb onto the structure where the three are, but Izuku kicks it in the face, causing it to fall to the ground. Physically. Hey, we're trying to make peace here. Many more demons climb onto the structure, forcing Izuku and Blitz to return to fighting, while Physically simply dodges the attacks. Physically. Listen, misunderstanding or not, it's hard to forgive you. It's been 15 years. That's a long time, but grabbing Blitz and using him to attack various criminals hasn't ruined my life. Blitz. Wait, I blew you up, but I didn't ruin your life. Physically. Well, it was very painful. It was hard to recover and screw you, but in the end I got over it, and after all I found someone who understands me. Uses his robotic legs to get Izuku and Blitz down to the ground. Blitz. You really like to fuck the deadly sin of lust. Physically. Well, yeah. He looks at the floor and blushes. Is incredible. Looks at Izuku and Blitz. I mean, he's a cool guy, and then he has a huge dick. Gigantic, with gigantic balls. A dick the size of a kaiju. He's like a kaiju, but it's a dick. And Izuku blushes. We cannot talk about this topic here. Blitz. Yes, I understand. He puts a hand on Physically's shoulder. I'm happy for you, Fizz. Physically smiles at his former friend, but the good time is interrupted when Crimson arrives in front of them, followed by Striker, Street and a dozen heavily armed henchmen. Crimson. Look at Street and Striker. Now let's see what you're made of, you idiot cows. Striker. Fiddle with the rope. You've been a real pain in the ass, but now I'm going to whip you to death like horses. Blitz. Smile. Oh, you. Don't you dare do anything naughty with me. Physically. Do you still have that thing for horses? Izuku. Did he have it when he was young? Physically. Look at Izuku, since we were kids to be precise. Izuku. I'll take care of it. Activate the smoke screen quirk. Suddenly the entire warehouse is engulfed in a purple fog that confuses everyone, so Izuku grabs both Blitz and Physically and with a superhuman leap breaks through a window on the roof and leaves the warehouse. Once outside the building, the three start running away excitedly. Physically. Run, you know boy, you're good at doing this heroic shit. Izuku. Running is my job, and my name is Izuku. Eventually the three reach an abandoned car. Blitz breaks the window and starts it, but suddenly Striker appears out of nowhere and grabs Physically and points the gun at his face, Izuku is about to intervene but finds himself with Street pointing the gun at his face. Blitz. Don't you dare hurt him. Striker. Ha 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 ha, do you really think I'm going to let you go so easily? I'm tired of losing, and besides, this asshole reeks of high society. Street. Touch the trigger. Nothing personal, Izuku. But suddenly Blitz shoots some barrels of gasoline, partly at Striker, which explode, throwing everyone away. Fizzeroli ends up in the flames while Striker and Street run away with their clothes burned. The clown demon tries to get out of the ring of fire, but his mechanical arms are damaged by the blow and he panics. Blitz. Fizz. Gerda Izuku. Lanciami. The hero in training obeys and throws the demon into the air. Blitz lands on the hood of a car, bounces, grabs a hook in midair with which he grabs Fizz and carries him away from the flames. Fizzeroli. Start tugging, Blitz. You blew me away again. Blitz. It's true, but this time I stayed. Fizzeroli looks away in annoyance for a few seconds before turning and hugging Blitz, who hugs him back. Blitz. Hug Fizzeroli. Is this a bad time to kiss? Izuku. Meanwhile, we can see Striker and Street in the middle of the garbage while they put out the flames on their clothes when suddenly Mammon appears followed by Cletus, and they both have a pissed off expression on their faces. Mammon. Where the fuck is the human? Street. We lost it. Mammon. What? His eyes are glowing green. Oh, for the love of Lucifer. Is it possible that you are so grossly incompetent? It seems we have a common problem. The four turn around and see Crimson with some of his henchmen walking towards the sin of greed. Mammon. And who the fuck are you? Crimson. Puts a hand on his chest. I'm Crimson, no last name, and from what I understand you want to get rid of that green-haired brat. Well, so do I. Why don't we join forces and squash that worm together? Mammon. Smiles evilly. Good idea. So Mammon, Cletus, Crimson and Striker burst into a loud and evil laugh while Street watches the scene with an uncertain expression. It had been about 2 days since Izuku, Blitz and Fizzeroli had been kidnapped by Crimson. Striker and Street and the I.M.P leader had decided to give the green-haired boy the rest of the week off. This gave Izuku time to stay home and spend more time with Toga and the other girls he shared a house with. We can see Izuku wake up and see Toga still asleep next to him hugging a pillow. Izuku. Pensando, she's really cute when she sleeps. I'm going to make myself breakfast. The green-haired boy gets out of bed, takes off his pajamas, puts on some casual clothes and leaves the bedroom, goes down the stairs to the lower floor and enters the living room. The scene that welcomes the hero in training and that of Momo, Mirko, Courtney, Dahlia, Hagakure, Toga, Mei, Kendo, Fuyumi and Jiro sitting on the large dining table in silence as if they were waiting for him. Mei. Hey Izuku, I hope you don't mind if I came to pay you and the others a visit. Fuyumi. She sees him and smiles. Good morning, Izuku. We've been waiting for you. Abara. Yes Midoriya, we have something very important to talk to you about here. Izuku. Okay, he sits on the table too, so, what do you want to talk about? Momo. Toga told us that you and her are in an open relationship and that you are currently dating 2 other people. Izuku. Blushes. Well, yes, that's true. I know it's not exactly 100% ethical, but. Mirko. I'll stop you right there, kid, we're not lecturing you. Abara. Although I admit that a part of me is screaming at me to do it. Izuku. Oh, really? So what do you want to talk about? Jiro. Blushes. Here we are. Well, we would like. Kendo. Blushes. We want. Courtney. Blushes. Since we were wondering if. Dolly. Blushes. Damn it, I wasn't trained for this. Mei. What are they trying to say, and if we can be part of your harem? Izuku. Eyes widen and blushes very brightly. What? Mirko. Blushes. You heard us, kid. Listen, I know I'm technically an adult, but the ex-villain told us that you're dating a demon who's probably older than me. You're a noble boy, Izuku. Your heart is in the right place. You're determined, not perverted, and you have a killer body. Smiles. Things I appreciate in a male. Kendo. Izuku, I've always liked you, ever since the first moment I saw you. You're so noble and cute, you made me wish I'd ended up in your class in the first place. Abara. I consider myself a girl of God, but I can't deny that I've had Less than pure thoughts about you for a while now, Midoriya. You're like an angel come down to earth. A hero with a pure soul who has conquered my heart and, take a deep breath, I'm willing to share your love even with demons. Fuyumi. I've had a crush on you ever since you and Shoto came to our house. Up until that point, I hadn't really met many guys besides my brothers, and as you might imagine, my dad wasn't really interested in romantic marriages, but, when I opened up to you about how much my family situation was hurting me, you were there to comfort me and support me. I love you, Izuku, and I don't care what my dad says about it. Thoru. Many people think invisibility is a wonderful quirk, but, they don't really know what it feels like to be invisible 24/7, especially in a civilian context. People tend to ignore you, not notice you're there unless you make yourself known, and be greeted with embarrassment. But you've always done everything you could to make me feel seen, you even tried to maintain eye contact. Only my parents had done that. Jiro. I still remember just before the school festival concert, I was having a moment of stage fright and, you came to comfort me and motivate me. Since that day, I've always had feelings for you. Momo. I know that having a polymer relationship would be unethical of me as the vice class representative, but I really can't help it. I love you, Midoriya, and I'm ready to share. Courtney. Izuku. I owe you a lot. After my mother died, I was lost and I was looking everywhere for a place that could belong to me. I thought I found it in DHORKS, but I was very wrong. My place is with you. May. You've become my pet project, Izuku Midoriya. Not because I want to fix you, but because I want to walk beside you as you build yourself, and maybe create a new child, more organic, though. Delia. I always believed that the only purpose of my existence as an exorcist angel was to serve heaven and exterminate demons once a year, and when that purpose turned its back on me and left me behind, you gave me a place to stay and helped me a lot to understand more about myself, and this made me fall in love with you. Izuku was breathless. He really loved those girls, but he had never even remotely thought that they would reciprocate the feeling. The green-haired boy could feel his heart beating twice as fast as it usually does when he fights against extremely strong enemies. Thoru. Embarrassed. Then, what do you think, Izuku? Izuku. I love you too. At this all the girls let out a collective gasp followed by a collective blush on their cheeks, and at that point all the girls jumped on the green-haired boy and started kissing him. At that moment Toga comes down the stairs with a yawn. The blonde sees the scene and simply gives a little smile and proceeds to walk into the kitchen, open the fridge and take a bottle of blood from the supermarket. Then the former villain drinks the blood from the bottle and turns towards the camera. Toga smiles. I only care about being the main girl. The scene opens with Blitz and Izuku sitting on the couch in the I.M.P boss's house. The two were watching TV which was showing porn, starring horses. Needless to say, the only one who was actually watching the program was Blitz, while the UA student simply looked in every other direction with a look of complete and pure discomfort plastered on his face. Izuku. Uncomfortable. Blitz, can I know why you asked me to come to your house and watch this with you? Blitz. Eat some popcorn. Well, you see, Izuku, since you're engaged to my Luna, I realized that now technically you're part of the family, which made me think of two things. First, that it wouldn't be bad to spend some time between son-in-law and father-in-law, and second, that it would be appropriate for you to do some sort of rite of passage to officially enter my family. Izuku. And by rite of passage, you mean, point to the TV, watching a porn movie about horses with you. Blitz. Smiles and eats popcorn. Obviously, the males in my family have been attracted to horses since the very first generations. Izuku. Look at him, you're making that up, right? Blitz. Look up to the sky. Yes, but saying it's hereditary sounds more epic. But suddenly the conversation is interrupted when Blitz's phone starts ringing. Blitz. Look at the phone. Fuck, a video call from an unknown number, could be a customer. Izuku. Pensando, thank heaven, at least we can stop all this. Blitz. Answers the call, ready. The phone activates the video call, and a large, burly, brightly colored individual of intimidating stature appears on the screen. He has long digitigrade arms and legs, a broad chest and a narrow waist, and a tuft of cyan tail feathers, similar to those of a rooster, with 3 sickle-shaped feathers each of red, black, and ivory white. His head is dark blue, with red and white feathers sprouting from tufts, and large feathers reach down to his chest. He has glowing neon green eyes and a mouth on his main head, and a thick mane of cyan hair, which features 2 additional faces, a ram and a bull, on the right and left, respectively. Male voice, hello, I'm talking to Blitz, the old friend turned enemy and then turned hero and more or less friend of Fizz. Blitz. Yes, who's asking? Can't you see? I'm Asmodeus, you know, the king of lust, you were also at my place a couple of months ago. Blitz. He opens his eyes wide and sits upright on the couch. Oh, and how can I help you, your greatness? Sinfulness. Lust. Asmodeus. First of all, is the superpowered human boy there with you? Izuku. Tilt your head to be seen by the camera. I'm here, and what can we do for your highness? Asmodeus. Look, Blitz has been roaming around inside Fizz's mind for years, so I think he values your views on things. Blitz. Yes, I was the one with the strongest opinions when I was younger, like that time he tried to convince me that juggling was fun, but it's not that much. Izuku. To be honest, it's quite fun when you put a good amount of creativity into it. Asmodeus. He is determined to participate in Mammon's clown contest again. Blitz. Ironic tone. Wow, what a surprise. Izuku. Confused, clown contest. Asmodeus. It is a competition that the sin of greed Mammon has been running for years now, where the best clown demon is awarded. Fizzeroli has been participating in this competition for years now. Blitz. Already half a piece of shit if you want my opinion. Asmodeus. The thing is, I was hoping that you, indicate Blitz, and in particular you could help me make him understand that it's all a waste of time. Blitz. Confused. What? Why? What's the problem? Doesn't he win every time? Asmodeus. Angry. The fact is that Mammon is a giant asshole, son of a bitch and manipulator, and Fizz. Sighs. Fizz doesn't listen to me every time I try to tell him. Blitz. Well, I'm good at killing people without giving a shit while pointing out people's flaws, and, pointing to Izuku, he's a master at sentimental sermons, so we're in. After. We can now see the venue of the competition, which was surrounded by a huge crowd of excited demons. A large limousine pulls up in front of the facility's red carpet, and out of the vehicle emerge Izuku, Blitz, Mammon in disguise, and Fizzeroli, who immediately begins putting on little shows to entertain his adoring fans. Blitz. He looks around and holds the gun tightly in his hand. Wow, I haven't been to this kind of event in years. Izuku. It reminds me a lot of a hero convention I went to once when I was little. Fizzeroli. Look at Blitz, you remind me why you're here. Asmodeus. I invited them, you know, for a little extra protection. You know your fans well. Since I can't be with you, I thought these two were the next best option. Fizzeroli. Doubtful. They would be the second best option, meaning the human boy is okay, but what about him? He points to Blitz. Asmodeus. They kept you safe when I couldn't, so I trust you. The clown and the sin of lust turn around and see that Blitz is pointing a gun at 2 imp children, and of course Izuku snatches the gun out of his hand and gives him a WTF expression. Fizzeroli. Look at Asmodeus, he's a bit suspicious. At this point Asmodeus disappears in a flash of blue fire. Blitz. Smiles. Come on, it's like old times, I'll make sure no one pisses you off today. Fizzeroli. Apart from you, you mean. But at that precise moment Mammon appears in front of the three from a green cloud and immediately hurls himself in a friendly manner towards Fizz. Mammon. Smile. Ha 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 ha, here's my favorite light-up toy. Ready to win again. Fizzeroli. He makes a military gesture. Yes sir, Mammon sir. Mammon. Good, because you know, he kneels before him. I saw your competition and they look really tough. You'll have to work a little harder to fix this posture. I don't mean to say it, but you look a little fat. Maybe lose some weight so you don't have to make any adjustments to the RoboFizz. People like skinny guys, damn it. Fizzeroli. Sure sir, I'll work on it. Blitz. What? At this point Mammon finally notices Blitz and Izuku, and as soon as his eyes fall on the green-haired boy they widen as if he had seen the most shocking thing in his entire existence. Mammon. He'll pull himself together right away, and then who are these two? Blitz is about to open his mouth, but realizing that he will probably start shooting insults, Izuku beats him to it. Izuku. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya and this is my boss Blitz, we two are Fizzeroli's bodyguards. Mammon. Yes, obviously, look at Fizzeroli, anyway. Good luck, champ, and always remember to smile. Because that's all the crowd wants. Disappears in a green cloud. Blitz. Wow, that guy is really shit. Fizzeroli. Look at Blitz. Listen, Blitz, I don't know why Ozzy brought you here, but could you please not insult my boss? I need this evening. Blitz. Why? You already have the fucking king of lust on your side. Fizzeroli. That's it, I have to win this competition. Izuku. Well, don't worry, I'm sure that. Female voice. You will lose. All three turn in the direction of the voice and see two beautiful fish demon girls walking towards them. They are tall, slender, and have pale Daphne blue skin, with fish-like features, such as lionfish-like fins on their heads and a pair of large, retractable, fin-like wings on their backs. They also have a pair of black-tipped horns on the top of their heads. Both have eyes with cyan irises, deep aqua-green sclera, slit-shaped pupils, large, prominent eyelashes protruding from them, lighter upper lids, and black markings running across them. They also have long, extravagant, fin-like hair, colored in various shades of aqua green and cyan, styled to resemble high ponytails with long bangs. Izuku would be lying to himself if he didn't admit that those two ghouls looked really hot in those clown costumes. Fizzeroli. Oh fuck, the Glam Sisters. Izuku. Look at him, are they famous? Fizzeroli. For a few months now, out of nowhere they've been breaking a lot of records in the clown-loving community. Glitz. Smirks at Izuku. Hey human boy, strikes a sexy pose, do you like what you see? Izuku. Embarrassed and looks away. Fizzeroli. Friendly tone, and hey, I see you're going to participate in the competition too. Glam. We're not here to talk, we're here to win. Glitz. That's right Fizza. Fizza. Glam. Fizzerodon. Glitz. Angry, I was about to say that. Glam. You should have been faster. Glitz. Bitch. Glam. Great whore. Blitz. He takes off his glasses. The fact that you can't keep up your act says it all, it's not nice. Glitz. Smile, we don't need it. Glam. Our energy goes all into our performance. Glitz. And in winning the favor of Mammon. Fizzeroli. Oh well, I can't wait to see what you'll do in May the Clown win. Glitz and Glam. Stop it, we'll do it. At this point the two demonesses pass Izuku, Blitz and Fizzeroli and enter the clown tent. Blitz. Damn, I don't give a shit about this competition but I'll tell you what Fizz, kick those bitches' asses. Meanwhile, the scene shows Mammon's office where he teleports away in a mix of panic and anger. Mammon. Shit, Cletus. Looks around. Where the fuck are you, Cletus? Holy shit, when I don't need him, that pigeon is always hanging on to me, and once he's useful, he's nowhere to be found. Picks up the phone from his desk and dials a number, Crimson. The kid's here. Yeah, to the contest. Bring some of your goons here. Now that he's here, smiles evilly, we have a chance to fucking kill him once and for all. The scene now shows us Mammon, who has incredibly managed to calm down, standing in front of the tent entrance. The sin of greed was taking people's money to let them in. Most people would hand the big jester demon bags full of money and he would in response let them pass with a big smile on his face. But at a certain point a small, rather poor-looking imp child appeared before him and put some coins and sweets into Mammon's hands. Mammon's smile instantly disappeared and was replaced by a frown. He grabbed the child by the head and threw him away. Thanks to the sky, Izuku was in the area and saw everything and immediately activated Black Whip to catch the child in flight just before he hit the ground. Izuku. He stands in front of Mammon. I pay for him. He takes some demonic money out of his pocket. Mammon. Look at the money. Look at Izuku. Look at the money again. Okay, hang the money and let the kid pass. Imp child. Wave hello Izuku. Thank you so much sir. Izuku. Smile and wave. Was a pleasure. Mammon. Look up to the sky. Hey kid, why don't you go check on Fizzy, since that's your damn job. Thinking, Christ, when are Crimson's goons coming? I can't stand this brat already. Izuku. Sure, he goes away. Thinking, good heavens, I hope this contest ends soon, I already can't stand this guy anymore. Shortly after, The contest finally begins and various clowns begin to perform on the main stage, but the ones who stand out the most are undoubtedly Fizzeroli and the Glam Sisters. In fact, it seemed as if the competition was only between them. Once the first round of the contest was over, Fizzeroli, followed by Blitz and Izuku, went into the room where dozens and dozens of fans surrounded him, begging him to give them autographs. Izuku watched with a smile as the demon clown signed an autograph for a child with a broken horn and who appeared deaf and dumb since he spoke using sign language. But suddenly the good time was interrupted when an ugly imp with a small beard and mustache and wearing glasses violently emerged from the large crowd of demons, literally climbing on the heads of the other people. "You're a fake, Fizzeroli." Blitz takes off his glasses. "Oh fuck, not this asshole again." Izuku. "Look, Blitz. Who the hell is that?" Blitz, bored, is Eric, a monumental dickhead who's been busting Fizz's balls since his circus days. Once he tried to break into our private dressing rooms after a show, and another time he tried to be creepy. After a while, he went from obsessed fan stalker to obsessed hater stalker. Izuku. Oh, thinking, God, I hope when I become a pro hero I don't have to deal with people like that. Eric. Your shit has always sucked. But now I see it from every fucking angle. Look at the crowd. You can read all about it on my review vlog. Fuck you Fizz, but not in a sexy.com.it.org. Fall from the crowd. Way. Fizzeroli. Clearly uncomfortable. Okay, anyway folks. Eric. He gets up. You're not even a clown anymore. He approaches Fizz. Izuku. He's getting between Fizz and Eric, and you're not a kid anymore, so grow up a little and leave him alone. Eric. Completely ignore Izuku. All you do is work in that disgusting, squalid place. Izuku. Like your shirt. Eric. Open your eyes wide. What do you mean? Izuku. No offense, but that shirt has definitely seen better days. When was the last time you went to the dry cleaners? At this comment many in the crowd start to snicker, and this makes the bespectacled imp very pissed off. Eric. Well, I'd do it a lot more if only Fizzeroli had joined me. Look, Fizzeroli, we could have been so many. At this point Blitz also arrives and points his sniper rifle straight at the hater's ugly face. Blitz. Massage the trigger. Another word out of your fucking mouth and you'll find yourself reassembling your skull with a plastic spoon. Eric. Smiles and looks at Fizzeroli. Look at that, it looks like you still need mommy to protect you. You're so fucking pathetic, you're not even funny. And your toys don't even turn anyone on, you ugly. He was finally interrupted when Blitz hit him with the butt of his rifle, sending him staggering backwards, and before he could react, Izuku arrived in front of him and put his hands behind his back to block him. At this point Blitz turns towards Fizzeroli, who was visibly upset by Eric's words, and approaches him worriedly. But soon after Mammon appears to Fizz and throws Blitz away and begins to control the clown demon. Mammon. Worried tone. Damn, are you okay Fizz? But as soon as Fizz looks at Mammon's face, the expression of the deadly sin goes from worried to threatening. Fizzeroli. Intimidated and fake smile. Why yes, I'm great boss. Mammon. Great. Listen, I'm sending those hot Glam Sisters first so you have some time to get your shit together. Threatening tone. Get your shit together. Fizzy, you're a fucking legend. Turns to Izuku. And you, point with one of your hands at Eric. Throws away the trash. Teleports away. So the green-haired boy turned and walked into the crowd, still holding Eric, in the direction of the tent exit. Eric. He's wriggling. Doesn't end there. Fizzeroli. Izuku. Get a life. Kicks him out of the tent. The bespectacled imp straightens up with a huff of annoyance as he watches the green-haired human re-enter the tent. Eric. If that disgusting human thinks he can stop me from getting my revenge, he's sorely mistaken. But suddenly a group of thuggish shark demons passed by the hater and one shoulder bumped him. Eric. Angry. Hey. Watch where you're going, you assholes. Shark demon. Sorry buddy. Load the gun hidden in your jacket, we're doing a job here. So the group of demons entered the tent, and as soon as Mammon saw them he smiled and let them in without asking them for money. Eric does not give up and enters the tent unnoticed, ready to take his revenge against Fizzeroli. Once back in the tent he stood next to Blitz and Fizzeroli, who were in front of the stage entrance. Izuku. What did I miss? Fizzeroli. Visibly nervous, as the Glam Sisters prepare to begin their show. Blitz. Look at him. Oh, for the love of Satan, Fizz, take a deep breath and calm down. There's no way those two fish bitches can outdo you. Izuku. Yeah, after all they probably only have physical appearance on their side. And at that precise moment the show started, the stage lights turned blue and a large pool of water appeared in the center of the stage. Izuku. With red cheeks, thinking, okay, they don't just have the beauty factor on their side. The green-haired boy would have been a liar if he said that song and performance weren't just amazing. Maybe the Glam sisters weren't exactly nice people, but damn if they were talented. As soon as the song ended, Glitz and Glam turned towards the entrance and saw Izuku, Blitz and Fizzeroli. They made a mocking expression at the latter and then looked at the former and winked, making him blush slightly. Izuku. Pensando, no. They're bad people, but Toga was bad too before I helped her. Fizzeroli couldn't take it anymore and turned around and ran away with a few tears streaming down his white skin. Blitz and Izuku ran after him and saw how the clown demon entered his dressing room and violently closed the door behind him. Blitz. Damn, that pompous piece of shit Mammon really has it under his thumb. Izuku. What do you mean? Blitz. Isn't it obvious? That giant green stingy guy is squeezing Fizz like he's a stress toy, and at the same time, when Fizz reaches his limit, Mammon will throw him away like he's dried up shit, and that idiot Fizz just doesn't understand that. He feels it's his duty to please Mammon. Well, we all have duties. Blitz and Izuku turned around and saw 5 shark demons in elegant suits holding spiked clubs, and the one in the middle was holding a silenced pistol. Shark demon boss. Point the gun at Izuku. For example, our duty is to send you a few meters underground. Smiles. The shark starts shooting and Izuku moves to the side avoiding being hit. Blitz immediately starts shooting with his sniper rifle and manages to hit 2 of the sharks, but one of them throws his spiked club in the direction of the I.M.P leader, causing him to lose his grip on the rifle, which falls to the ground. Izuku. Dodge the blow of a spiked club. How the hell did Crimson know we were here? Blitz. What do I know? Kick a shark demon in the face. Is a crime boss. He'll have eyes and ears in every hole in this. Dodge a bullet by ducking. Fucking circle. A shark demon keeps trying to hit Izuku with his spiked club, but at one point the UA student snatches it from his hands and smashes it over his head. At the same time, Blitz was facing a rather short shark demon who was holding a knife. The shark tried to stab the imp, but he with a nimble move disarms it and throws his own knife straight at its head. A shark demon tries to punch the human, but he dodges and grabs him by the robe, notices that the mafioso with the gun is about to shoot him and activates One for All at 7% to move the demon he is holding in his hands into the path of the bullet, killing it. The shark demon with the gun tries to shoot the 2, but at that moment notices that he has run out of ammunition, throws the firearm on the ground in anger and starts running towards the UA student, but he activates 20% of One for All and punches him straight in the stomach. The impact sends him flying into the air and sends him flying, even breaking through the roof of the tent. Blitz. He's breathing heavily. Okay. I think that was the last one. Izuku. He's breathing heavily. I hope so. Look at Fizzeroli's dressing room. Oh damn. The reason the UA student cursed was that he saw Eric with a knife in his hand running towards the dressing room and opening the door. Eric. It's your end, Fizzerol. But the hater didn't have time to finish his sentence before Blitz grabbed his rifle and blew his brains out. Izuku and Blitz looked into the dressing room to see if Fizzeroli was okay, and he was okay, in Asmodeus's arms, and the two were clearly kissing when Eric entered. Blitz. Izuku. Fizzeroli. Asmodeus. Blitz. Well, he takes off his glasses. Congratulations, you fucking hypocrites. Izuku. So, look, Fizzeroli, like, how are you? Fizzeroli. Look at Asmodeus. Look at Izuku. Better than ever. Smiles. Let's finish this shitty competition. Shortly after, Izuku watched from above the stage next to Blitz and saw with satisfaction the expression of hatred on Mammon's face, who had only now realized that Fizzeroli's song was practically a letter of insults directed directly at him. Fizzeroli. He's holding the microphone. Listen to me, people. It was a real pleasure for me to participate in this contest, and I'd like to thank you so much for the support and love you've given me and for making this announcement, that I'm withdrawing. Crowd. Opens its eyes wide and gasps. Mammon. Open your eyes wide. What? The round demon teleports from his web-like position and appears right in front of Fizzeroli, but this time it is in his full sin form. Mammon. Pissed off. How can you do this to me, you little piece of shit? I gave you everything. I created you. I molded you in my image. I raised you like the son I never had. Izuku. He's getting between Fizurally and Mammon. Stay away from him. It's his choice. Mammon. Look at Izuku. Get the fuck out of my way, you little bastard. Ever since you ended up here in hell, you've been nothing but a problem to me. He smiles, but now I can finally fix my mistake. Izuku. Confused, what are you talking about? But at that moment between the human clown and the deadly sin comes Asmodeus, who had in turn entered his full sin form. Asmodeus. You better get the fuck out of here, Mammon. Mammon. Oh, but look who we have here playing the hero, you know, Modius. Better if you get the hell out of here because, indicates the public, I could tell all these people your little secret. Asmodeus. I don't give a shit. Fizurally. Look at Asmodeus worried. Ozzy. Mammon. Really? Because if you don't convince him not to retire, I'll tell everyone that. Asmodeus. It interrupts him. What? That I love him. Well, I do. At this, everyone in the crowd is shocked for a few moments and then they take out their cell phones and start spreading the news. Mammon. Shocked? Well, he scratches his head. Damn, it doesn't end here. I'll get my revenge on you. Guard Izuku, especially you little green monster, disappears in a huge green cloud. Meanwhile, a few meters away were Glitz and Glam, who were on the ground due to Mammon's attack. Glitz. So we won. Soon after, however, a piece of scaffolding was about to fall on the sisters, but Izuku promptly uses Black Whip to block the piece of scaffolding, saving the two fish demons, who waste no time and run away. Glitz. Did that human just save us? Glam. Yes, he did. Did you go blind? Glitz. Of course not, bitch. It's just, wow, that was, slightly blushing, cool. Glam. She blushes a little too, yes, it's true. Shortly after, the scene now shows us Asmodeus and Fizurally cuddling in the limousine, and next to them are Blitz and Izuku. Blitz. So, who's on top? Asmodeus. Sore-eyed. Fizurally. He grunts in annoyance. Izuku. He slaps his face. The scene shows us Mammon teleporting into his office in his castle with a look of pure hatred on his face. At that precise moment, Cletus and Victor enter the room. Victor. Hello sir. How did the annual clown competition go? Cletus. Hey mom. Sorry. I was in the bathroom. What did we miss? Mammon. He slowly turns towards him. What did you miss? His eyes light up. What did you miss? I'll tell you what you missed. That human bitch was at my clown show and I don't know how she turned that Fizurally shit against me. Cletus. Intimidated. Oh. Mammon. I mean, how could he do something like this to me? I practically created him. Victor. How strange, he doesn't look like you at all. Mammon. Holy shit, he punches a wall and creates a hole. How dare he and that lustful bastard Asmodeus disrespect me? The demon of greed begins to take deep breaths in a vain attempt to calm himself when suddenly he begins to sing. Theme song. This is the thanks I get. From Wish. Yes, I know it was a disappointing movie, but I loved this song. I can't help it. Mammon leaves his office and walks down a corridor full of mirrors. If mirrors love my face. Mammon smiles at a mirror and it shatters. It's genetics. Yay, I got this face from outer space. Mammon points to his face. Peep the name, I'm magnificent. Mammon enters a room where some imps are working, and as soon as they see him they give a military salute. I put the O in omnipotent. Mammon raises two of his forearms into the air and they begin to glow with a green light. I'm passionate, I'm not petulant. Mammon winks at two succubi drinking coffee who smile, but as soon as he looks away their expression changes to one of disgust. Someone praise me for my benevolence. Mammon turns around with a furious expression, scaring Cletus and Victor who were following him. Just look, ha ha. Mammon pulls himself together and adjusts his jester's hat. I'd give the clothes off Benito's back. Mammon rips off a worker's jacket and puts it on someone who didn't even ask for it. If you really needed that. Mammon leaves, but first he takes back his jacket and tears it to pieces with his claws, disappointing both poor workers. I'd be the first one to volunteer. Mammon enters a room that is on fire and has a worried expression on his face. Henry. Mammon grabs an imp that was trying to escape, douses him with a glass and throws him into the fire. Victor and Cletus look at each other rather worriedly. If your home were to crumble. Now we can see a poor imp sitting on the street begging while behind him is a house demolished by bulldozers with Mammon's logo on it. Or if you are in trouble. The poor demon's stomach begins to rumble. I give you a job here for free. Mammon appears before the poor man and pats him on the shoulder, and the poor man smiles at the big demon hopefully. And I treat you like a good aunt. Now we see the worker surrounded by documents with sweat on his forehead. I clean up all your messes. Mammon appears behind him holding a column of documents and drops them on him, crushing him. And I'm always there when you need to vent. Now we see some worker demons looking sadly at a poster of Mammon that says, "Shut up and work." I give and give and give and give. Mammon starts throwing pennies at some workers and one of them lands in the eye of a fish demon. You'd think they'd all be content. Mammon turns to Cletus and Victor, who nod. And all I really want is just a little respect. Mammon looks at the two with an exasperated expression. And this is the thanks I get. Mammon turns to the workers and shoots laser beams at them that come out of his hands. This is the thanks I get. The affected demons immediately turn into small columns of banknotes. And this is the thanks I get. Cletus and Victor hide behind Mammon as he continues to fire lasers. And this is the thanks I get. The camera zooms in on Mammon's face, who has a look of pure primal rage on his face. Victor. You're so brilliant. Victor begins to compliment Mammon in the hope of being spared from his wrath. Ah, that's the least you could say. Mammon turned towards him with a small smile on his face. There's more, admit it. The smile becomes longer and more intimidating. Victor. You're cute, Cletus. And strong, Victor. And bold, Cletus. And brave, thanks. Mammon gives the two a slight theatrical bow. See this kingdom? I built it up. The camera zooms out completely on Mammon's castle factory. Ignore the trees and put a red sky in the background. And you still complain. Ungrateful brat. Mammon glares at a demon worker who survived the laser barrage and is sitting on his knees in a corner shaking like a leaf. Are you sure that you're not the prob? The worker fakes a smile to agree with Mammon in an attempt to save his life. I'd love to see you try and do my job, oh ho. Mammon grabs the worker's head with one hand and squeezes it until it explodes into a bloody pulp. I give him $14 demo for year. The camera shows us the workers working on their tasks until they are exhausted. Come on, that's a high percent. $14 demo fall in front of each of the workers and they look at them with sadness and resignation. And now you're questioning your boss. Mammon looks at them with pure contempt. The disrespect I just underwent. Mammon puts a hand to his chest in a sign of offense. You know I always got your back. Mammon now massages the back of one of his tired employees. Yeah, really though, it's no sweat. Mammon notices that the worker's back is wet with sweat and he turns him into a pile of banknotes. Since the day you were born and the day that we met. A couple of workers are at the hospital and are holding a newborn baby. The parents give the baby to Mammon, who smiles evilly at him, making him cry. And this is the thanks I get. Mammon throws the child out of the window under the shocked eyes of the parents. This is the thanks I get. Mammon then proceeds to turn the child's parents into banknotes. And this is the thanks I get. The scene now shows Mammon hopping from one room to another of his palace, followed by Cletus and Victor. And this is the thanks I get. Mammon eventually reaches the secret room where he keeps the case inside, which is the Pazuzu crystal. I didn't wanna do this. Mammon gently touches the case and the crystal begins to glow as if sensing the jester demon's intent. I swore I'd never do this. Cletus and Victor understand what is about to happen and try to stop it, but a swarm of demon locusts arrives in the room. But I'm hypnotized by how these pages flip. The swarm begins to fly around Mammon, creating a sort of sphere around him that prevents Cletus and Victor from intervening. 'Cause I refuse to have my power stripped. Mammon begins to put more pressure on the glass, so much so that small cracks begin to form. A potion, a spell, a summon, a curse. Mammon puts even more pressure and the cracks on the glass only get bigger. Anything to make that light reverse. The crystal begins to vibrate and form small electrical discharges that hit the cracks on the glass, making them become even bigger. To this book, I don't want to be tethered, but Mammon looks at the crystal with a serious expression. Desperate times call for desperate measures. The case is now full of cracks, so many that even the slightest touch could shatter everything. Brr, where was I? Oh, yeah, Mammon returns to his sarcastic expression and the locusts retreat. There's a menace in this hell. Mammon begins to walk around the now almost destroyed display case. And this does not fit well. The crystal vibrates even more as if it is eager to be released. When he will come out, I'll take him out. Cletus and Victor watch the scene worriedly. I'll make it look like an accident. The locusts begin to hop and flap their wings in excitement. Well, whoever ends them first. Mammon looks up to the sky thinking of his collaborators. No one will know where they went. Mammon brings his hand close to the case ready to deliver the final blow to the glass. Honestly, keeping you safe should be worth every cent. Mammon turns his head towards Cletus and Victor who look at him fearfully. And this is the thanks I get. Mammon finally punches the case, shattering it completely. This is the thanks I get. The crystal levitates in the air shining like never before. And this is the thanks I get. The swarm of locusts starts flying again, this time around the crystal. This is the thanks I get. Cletus and Victor are horrified and take steps back. Oh, this is the thanks I get. Mammon looks at the crystal with a crazy smile as the orange light it emits illuminates his face. End of theme music. Mammon. Smile and open all four arms, Pazuzu Crystal. I command you to give me your power, so that I may have my revenge on those who have disrespected me. The crystal simply remains in the air shining, completely ignoring the deadly sin, but suddenly cracks begin to form on its surface. Mammon. Huh, what the fuck is going on? Cletus. What the hell have you done, you crazy person? Victor. Sir, why you shouldn't have done that. The power of that crystal is unpredictable. The cracks in the crystal accumulate until the crystal explodes into 1,000 pieces, leaving a mass of orange energy in its place. After a few moments of immobility, the energy snaps. It seems like it was going towards Mammon, but once it reaches him it goes past him and hits Victor flat, knocking him to the ground. Victor stands still with his eyes closed and a few locusts land around him. Cletus. Shocked. Is dead. Mammon. Shocked. What the fuck do I know? But suddenly his eyes widen, not the normal imp yellow, but a disturbing orange. A wicked smile forms on the imp's lips as he rises from the ground and looks at Mammon. Victor. Distorted voice. Hi Mom, it's been a while, right? The heart of the sin of greed skips a beat and his eyes open wide. That voice, it can't be. Mammon. Scared. Pazuzu. Victor Pazuzus. He smiles even more. You guessed it, brother, it's a pleasure to be able to talk to you again. Cletus. He flies in the air and hides behind Mammon. Good heavens. Mammon. But how? Why you? It can't be, you died years ago. Victor Pazuzu. Laughs maniacally. Ha 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 ha, dead. Oh no, 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 no. I mean, sure, Lucifer destroyed my body, but I was too powerful to just die, so my entire self split into several crystals that still contain the rest of me, and now you've finally freed one of those parts, allowing me to return. Points to himself, inside this temporary container. Mammon. Visibly nervous. Oh, cool, gives a nervous laugh. Hey, listen Pazu, you didn't get upset when I. Victor Pazuzu. Tilts his head to the side. When you were siding with Lucifer during the war and not lifting a finger when that duck-obsessed asshole slaughtered me. Well, since you were the reason I came back, you can consider yourself forgiven. Mammon. Smiles nervously. Cool, so bro, now that you're, fucking free, what you wanna do? Victor Pazuzu. Simple. I want to help you get rid of that little human boy who's giving you so much trouble. Mammon. Surprised. Wait, how do you know about him? Victor Pazuzu. He picks up a grasshopper from the ground and strokes it. Oh please Mammon, I've always had ears and eyes everywhere since my defeat. I'll give you a hand with that human and then I'll take back what's mine. Ha ha ha. A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. Mammon wasn't exactly sure what to feel. He'd just reported the cause of one of the most violent conflicts hell had ever seen. But well, if Pazuzu could help him get rid of the humans who had ended up in hell because of him, Mammon was damn fine with that. The scene opens showing us a bus station in Imp City where we can see Izuku and Millie waiting for a bus. Millie. Look, Izuku. Thank you for agreeing to help me plan the day and for coming with me to pick up my sister, Izuku. Izuku. Smile, you're welcome Millie, but I have to ask, why did you need me to come? Millie. To be honest, the fact that you came was Sally Mae's request. I admit that when she asked me I was a little surprised. She smirks at Izuku. Maybe you made an impression on my sister when you came to the ranch during the festival. Izuku. Blushes brightly. What? At that precise moment the bus arrives and as the doors open a tall figure begins to exit. Millie immediately lets out an excited squeak and runs towards the person leaving. Izuku. Look better and open your eyes wide. Wait Millie, that's not. But it was too late and the imp had already wrapped the figure in a crushing embrace. Sis. Millie hearing this opens her eyes again and finally notices that the person she is hugging is not her sister but a random imp and Sally Mae had exited from another door of the bus. Millie. Looks at the guy she's hugging and pushes him away. Get the fuck out of my way you asshole, runs over to Sally Mae and hugs her. Both sisters hug and hold each other. Izuku smiles at the scene. Sally Mae. Sees Izuku. Oh. Hi Izuku. It's nice to see you, man. Izuku. Smiles. It's a pleasure for me too, thinking, wait, did he just call me a stud? Millie. Look at her sister. You finally came. I've asked you about 1,000,000 times. Sally Mae. Well, this was the 1,000,000th time I've found time to come to this giant dump. Izuku. Confused. Topea. Millie. Whispers in his ear. Never had a great opinion of the city. Look at Sally Mae. This is your first time here, Sal. Sally Mae. Yeah, absolutely anything, and I bet you've got a whole crazy day planned to change my mind. Let me guess, we're going to mess around with your boss and your husband. We're going to kill someone from the human world. Izuku. Actually no, Blitz's business has been going pretty slow lately, and thank goodness I might add. Millie. Yeah, plus Moxie and Blitz are out doing some office shopping, so Izuku and I have a whole day planned just for us. Sally Mae. Well, puts hands behind head, sounds pretty good. At that moment Izuku smells a smell that he could only identify as a rotting corpse covered in dog excrement. Izuku. He holds his nose because of the smell. No offense Sally Mae, but I think you need a shower. Millie. Yeah, he holds his nose because of the smell. First of all, it's better if the first thing you do is go to the mud bath and go shopping because you smell like wild boar's ass. Sally Mae. What the fuck are you talking about? He smells his armpits. Wait. Oh yeah, that's a wild boar's ass. Shortly after, the camera now shows a Sally Mae and Millie in a mud bath with demon masseuses massaging their shoulders. Sally Mae. So this is how you relax here in the city. By soaking in the mud. Millie. Relaxed, already, but it's not just any mud, this mud is magical. Sally Mae. Anyway, on another note, what's your little human friend like? Millie. Izuku. Oh, he's a cool guy, good at fighting, willing to help when needed, and, she slowly turns to Sally Mae with a little smile. You like him, don't you? Sally Mae. Blushes. Okay, yes, I like him. A little. Since I met him at the festival I can't keep him out of my head for too long. Meanwhile in the next room, we can see Izuku sitting on a tub of mud and suddenly he looks around confused. Izuku. Pensando, is someone talking about me? Shortly after, now the three are in a clothing store where Sally Mae was trying on some more city-appropriate clothes. At first Sally Mae came out in a cowgirl dress, then in a princess dress, and on the third try she came out wearing a dark top that exposed her midriff, a striped skirt and black trousers. Her hair was no longer tied in a ponytail but fell freely down her back. Sally Mae. What do you think about this? Millie. Smiles and claps. Izuku. Slightly red. Gee, that suits you fine. Shortly after, now we move on to an arcade where Millie, Sally Mae and Izuku played various games such as shooting cardboard cherubs with a rifle, incredibly real, an arcade game featuring serial killers and a VR platform where you could fight with digital weapons. Eventually the sisters end up setting the entire structure on fire and the two leave while in the background Izuku throws buckets of water in an attempt to put out the fire. We are now in a nightclub where Millie and Sally Mae were letting loose. At the same time Izuku remained standing and watched the two, Sally Mae in particular. Sally May looks at Izuku, stops dancing, and smiles at him. Would you allow me this dance? She holds out her hand. Izuku blushes, of course, grabs her hand. Immediately the demon girl pulls the UA student towards her and starts dancing with him. Izuku looks at Sally May's happy expression as she dances with him and can't help but be amazed by the beauty of Millie's sister. But at that precise moment a fish demon arrives on the dance floor and puts its arm on Millie and rubs itself against her in a slimy manner. Millie, Sally and Izuku exchange death glares before looking at the guy, and after a few seconds Izuku punches him in the face with 5% one for all, sending him flying into the bar counter. The bartender sees the scene, smiles at the three and throws them some free bottles. Now we can see the three of them standing on the roof of a building drinking from bottles. Izuku wasn't drinking, he was just holding the bottle in his hand. Millie. See, I told you you'd enjoy this ride. Sally May. Yeah, I guess this place isn't too bad. Millie. Isn't that bad? It's amazing. One day isn't even enough to see all the crazy things this city has to offer, right, Izuku? Izuku. Well yeah, even though I'm not a fan of the constant violence you have to see on the streets on a daily basis, I.M.P City isn't bad at all. Sally May. Yeah, I understand why you never came home. This statement catches the attention of Izuku and Millie, who look at the other girl confused, worried. Sally notices the attention and realizes what she just said. Sally May. Fuck, that just slipped out of my mouth. Sigh. You know, the circle of wrath, all that dirt, rust and boring, nothing, not exactly a big deal compared to what's here, so why visit? Millie. But I came for the last Harvest Moon Festival. Izuku. Yes, but when was the next time you visited here? Millie opens her mouth to give an example, but, thinking about it, she can't find one. Sally. And then yeah, you came back, but it was for your cool job and you brought yourself to your boss and your husband and everyone else, whispering under your breath, though I'm grateful you brought yourself to. Izuku stops whispering, I really can't imagine myself being a part of this shiny new life you've created. Millie. Sal stands next to her. I'm sorry, and it's just that things are getting really crazy and challenging herein. Sally May. You think things didn't get crazy and busy for me when you decided to move? I practically had to manage everything on my own. Izuku isn't exactly sure what to do right now. On the one hand, he'd like to intervene, but on the other, this is a private matter that doesn't really concern him. Sally May. Sigh, honestly, Mills. Today was great, better than great. Smiles on the horizon. It reminded me of what it was like almost every damn day before you left. And I hate to think that I don't know how long it will be before we see each other again. Millie. She sits next to her sister. Yeah, I miss her too. There will always be room in my life for my sister Sally May. I'm sorry I haven't been home as much as I'd like. Smiles. And anyway, now our brothers are old enough to support the ranch, so you could come here more often. Izuku. Yeah, I think you'd fit in well in this city. And then, blushes slightly, I had fun with you today. Sally May. She blushes too but pulls herself together. Anyway, it's getting pretty late, isn't it, Mills? Why don't we go to your house? Millie. Sure, Moxie should still be out with Blitz. Look at Izuku. Hi Izuku. Izuku. Say hello to Millie, hello to Sally May. The girl smirks and quickly sprints towards the green-haired boy and gives him a firm kiss on the lips before walking off with her sister. Sally May. Hi, man. See you. Izuku. He stands still, petrified, and after a few seconds he looks at the bottle in his hand. It's worth a try. He drinks the alcohol and after a few seconds he spits it out. Yes, alcohol is not for me at all. He goes away. The scene begins by showing us the DHORKS headquarters, and we can also see a somewhat unconvinced Cletus approaching the building. Cletus. He speaks into an earpiece on his ear. Are you sure this is a good plan? Mammon. From the earpiece, relax, Clet. It's a foolproof plan. Right, Pazu. Victor Pazuzu. From the earpiece, yes, if we want to get rid of that human boy, we're going to need all the help we can get. Even this bunch of human idiots. All you have to do is convince them that you were sent from heaven to get rid of the human traitors to the species and those small, insignificant imps. Cletus. Not yet convinced. And excuse me, but what do we need the help of these lunatics for? Victor Pazuzu. From the earpiece, as I have seen and as you already know, these humans who ended up in hell do not come from this world and are endowed with special powers. The head of this association has contacts with the government and therefore has access to advanced military technologies that could be useful to us. Cletus. Look up at the sky. Fine, fine, but if they catch me and lock me up, will you come and save me? Mammon. From the earpiece, yes, whatever you want, chicken wings, but now move. After that, the connection is cut off and the former cherub grunts in annoyance before approaching the front door and knocking. Cletus. Thinking, okay, Cletus, innocent smile. Just like the old days, you can do it. At that moment, 2 DHORKS agents open the door, look up for a few seconds, and then finally look down and notice the little corner staring back at them with a face that would be an understatement to call adorable. Cletus. Childish and innocent tone. Hello, gentlemen. My name is... But before he could finish, the former cherub was hit in the forehead by a tranquilizer dart, causing him to immediately fall to the ground unconscious. Shortly after, Cletus slowly opened his eyes only to find himself tied to a chair with a table in front of him where Agent 1 and Agent 0 were sitting in front of him. Cletus. Confused and scared. What's going on? Agent 0. Good. The little guy woke up. Guard Agent 1 I told you I didn't overdo it with the tranquilizers. Cletus. Confused. Who are you? Agent 1. I am Agent 1 and this is the great and glorious leader and founder of DHORKS. Agent 0. But the real question is, shine a flashlight in Cletus' face. Who are you? Where are you from? Why are you here? Agent 0. He snatches the flashlight from Agent 1's hand and throws it away. Calm down 1, don't overload the little one too much. Look Cletus, but the questions remain valid. Cletus. Returns to his sweet, innocent voice. My name is Cletus, I'm a cherub, and I'm obviously from heaven. He shows off his wings. Agent 1. He opens his eyes wide under his glasses. Agent 0. He opens his eyes wide behind the mask. Agent 1. Agent 0. Cletus. Thinking, did I break them by accident? Should I call Mammon? Agent 0. 1 untie him immediately. Agent 1 immediately almost falls off his chair but manages to keep his balance and runs to the other side of the table, takes out a small knife and cuts the former cherub's ropes, freeing him. Agent 1. Nervous voice. See, forgive us, OS Supreme Agent of the Sea Heavens. We thought you were an unworthy being from the underworld. Cletus. Smiles. Oh, there is no need to ask for forgiveness, dear faithful. Look, Agent 0 inches, if I am not mistaken, you of this association have already faced the forces of hell many times. Agent 0. Yes, Mr. Cletus, it's been a long time since a group of demons entered the human world, aided by a group of humans who betrayed our species and joined the enemy. Obviously, my organization and I are doing everything we can to prove their existence and get rid of them. Cletus. Start flying around Agent 1 and Agent 0 inches. I am aware. The Supreme Lord our God has sent me here to thank you from the bottom of his heart for the sacrifices you have made to repel the forces of evil, and he has also tasked me to personally get rid of the hellish problem so that innocent human blood will no longer be shed. Thinking, please fall for it. Agent 0. I understand, and forgive the question, which is probably silly from your point of view, but, if you don't want to involve other human lives in this matter, tilt your head slightly. Why are you here? Cletus. A drop of sweat runs down his forehead. Well, because the enemy has become more powerful than expected. As you know, humans who work with demons have supernatural abilities that are, think about it for a moment, related to the pacts they made with Lucifer. He sits down in front of Agent 0. That's why you need to prove your devotion to the cause by giving me a, what do you humans call it? Oh right, enhancement. Agent 0 remained silent, watching the former cherub, and because of the mask the human was wearing, he couldn't tell whether he had managed to fool him or not, which made Cletus very anxious. Agent 0. Well, if this is God's will, then I can't help but bend over and do what I can. Guard Agent 1 inch. Agent 1. Agent 1. Yes sir. Agent 0. Prepare the prototype of the project, Iron Cross. Poto after. We can now see Cletus along with Agent 0 and Agent 1 standing in front of some kind of mechanical cabinet that was starting to open. Agent 0. This is a prototype military armored super suit that I managed to obtain through a contact of mine within the government. It is so far the most efficient military weapon the world has ever seen. We were planning to use it during our next encounter with those demons, but I guess the priority now is to give it to you, Mr. Cletus. The mechanical cabinet opened completely, revealing a large mechanical suit that vaguely resembled the silhouette of a demon. Agent 1. This suit is made of an extremely resistant metal. It is equipped with various types of firearms. It is also equipped with laser beams that can be fired from the hands, and it also allows for flight via thrusters. Do you think this will be enough? Cletus. He looks at the suit in amazement and smiles. That will be more than enough. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Heaven thanks you. We can now see Cletus wearing the super suit exiting the DHORKS base and flying away into the air. Cletus. Activate the communicator. Mammon. I did it. Those idiot humans fell for it completely and gave me a super mechanical suit that I'm going to use to blast that kid to pieces. Victor Pazuzu. From the earpiece, I told you my plan would work. Mammon. From the earpiece, perfect. Now go to hell. Smash those bastards to pieces and bring me this super suit you're talking about. I want to see what it's made of and maybe use it to fix up the portal machine. So the former cherub smiled wickedly as he prepared for his long-desired revenge. The scene shifts to hell in the I.M.P. base, where Izuku, along with Mr. Mayberry, Luna, Moxie, Millie, Chaz, Chazit, Colin, Cleo, Kini and Toga were working to document some files in the company archives. Colin. Hey Kini, what do you think happened to C to Cletus? Kini. She looks at him. I don't know, and if you want my opinion, I couldn't care less. After all, it's her fault we got kicked out of heaven, although. She looks at Izuku and blushes. I don't consider that such a bad thing anymore. Izuku. Order some papers and look at Luna. Hey Luna, where's Blitz? Luna. Today she has one of her special meetings with Prince Godia. Izuku. Confused, but weren't they, at night? Luna. Yes, but today she was babbling about how Stolas had been acting strange lately and she wanted to buy some, blushing, accessories to spice things up. Chaz. I still can't believe our boss is fucking a real cock, puts his hand on his chest, a real champion. Cleo. Although I have to say it's a risky move. Miss Mayberry. Risky in what way? Cleo. You've never seen anything like this, a sexual relationship between a royal demon and a demon who looks at Millie and Moxie. No offense, it's at the lowest level of the social pyramid of hell. I'm not even sure this is legal. Toga. Wait, tilt your head slightly. Does hell have actual laws? Chazit. Well, more than just. Puts a folder in a drawer. It's bullshit that real demons have invented to create excuses to kill demons that are inferior to them. Izuku. Pensando. This is disgusting, but I can't imagine Beelzebub, Octavia, Stolas or Asmodeus being that way. But at that precise moment the wall of the room was broken by an explosion. Moxie. Desperate tone. Oh, let's go. Why does everyone always have to break through the wall? We have a door. As the dust cloud from the explosion clears, Cletus enters in his mechanical suit with a satisfied smile plastered across his childish face. Cletus. Good morning. Look at the demons in the room. Filthy demons. Look at Izuku and Toga. Filthy friends of the demons. Look at Colin and Kini, and filthy friends of the demons. Kini. Summons his angelic crossbow. What are you doing here, Cletus? And, look at the super suit. What the hell are you wearing? Cletus. This little gem. It's just a little gift from a bunch of idiot humans led by a scary guy wearing a gas mask. Izuku. Have you met DHORKS? Cletus. Yeah. All I had to do was say one or two stupid things and those idiots in suits gave me this super cool weapon of destruction to finally get back at you for getting me kicked out of heaven. Toga. So you lied. Pull out a knife. Isn't very angelic, do you think? Kini. And it wasn't Izuku or the others who got us kicked out. It was you, your racism, and your tantrums. Cletus. Why, you know what? Enough talking. It's time to crack some skulls. Millie. Gets out his axe. I was about to say that, you little asshole. The imp immediately after threw her axe towards the former cherub, hitting him squarely on the mechanical chest of the armor, but the weapon failed to even scratch the metal of the suit. Ms. Mayberry. Chaz, Chase-It, Moxie, and Cleo began firing their firearms, and Toga began throwing knives, but despite each hit landing, the metal of her suit held firm, and to avoid being hit in the face, the only unprotected spot Cletus covered her with an arm. Once the bullets and knives ran out, the suit's mechanical hands transformed into rifle tips and Cletus pointed them at all the I.M.P. employees who obviously started running trying to avoid the bullets while reloading their weapons. Izuku didn't waste a second and ran towards Cletus, hitting him in the chest with 10% of one for all, sending him flying out of the hole he himself had made and crashing into the building in front. Izuku jumped off the building and Cletus did the same. Rockets sprouted from the back of Cletus' suit which the hero boy quickly caught with his black whip. However, this gave the former cherub the opportunity to give the human a strong punch in the stomach, which caused him to lose energy on Black Whip, releasing his rockets, but these were quickly all detonated by Moxie with his sniper rifle. Izuku kicked Cletus with 9% but he dodged the blow and headbutted Izuku in the forehead, making him groan in pain. But at that moment Luna and Toga jumped on Cletus. Luna bit the mechanical shoulder of the suit without success while Toga repeatedly stabbed the helmet with extreme force in an attempt to break through the brain. Cletus extended the suit's extendable arms and threw the two girls away, but immediately after Izuku hit him again with 20% OFA in the chest, throwing him against a car which exploded. Soon after Izuku grabbed another parked car with Black Whip and threw it at him, and immediately grabbed another one and did the same. At that moment all the I.M.P. employees reached the scene and started shooting again in the direction of Cletus, who was completely covered by the fire from the explosions of the cars. The former cherub stepped out of the fire and looked at his suit, noticing a small dent on his chest. Cletus smiles, all this effort for a small dent, how pathetic. But suddenly Colin finally fired his crossbow and the angelic bolt landed squarely in the suit's shoulder, breaking through the metal. Izuku, open your eyes and look at the others. Angel metal can break metal. Kini, Colin, get ready to strike. We'll keep him busy and prevent him from dodging. The UA student then attempted to Black Whip Cletus, but he jumped back and began to fly into the air. But with a great leap, Luna jumped onto his back, grabbed the horns of his helmet, and then fell, taking Cletus with her. Once on the ground, the former cherub was hit on the back by an angelic dart from Kini. The mechanical hands of the suit at that point transformed into cannons. Cletus pointed them at Kini and started firing a laser beam that the little goat luckily managed to dodge by flying. Miss Mayberry ran up to Cletus and slapped him hard in the face where he had no protection. Miss Mayberry, you're grounded, young man. She sticks a grenade covered in adhesive to his chest. In panic, the former cherub detached the grenade from his chest, but because of the adhesive tape, it remained attached to his mechanical hand. After a few moments, the bomb exploded, causing him to stagger backwards. Soon after Colin fired another dart and this time it grazed Cletus' right cheek, causing a cut from which yellow blood flowed. Cletus. Arg. What the hell, Colin? Colin. Shaking, sorry. I was aiming at your back. But Cletus didn't have time to reply as Toga tackled him and began trying to stab the metal armor again. Toga. Stab, 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 stab. Cletus grabs it and throws it away. Seriously, what's wrong with this one? Izuku runs towards Cletus. This one. That's my girl. Punches Cletus in the face with 30% of one for all. Finally the helmet of the suit comes off and flies away, leaving Cletus' head exposed and vulnerable to blows. Luna leapt in front of Cletus and kicked him in the face, causing golden blood to flow from his nose, and immediately afterward Kini fired a dart that hit the suit's left arm squarely, severing it cleanly. Now Cletus was really starting to get scared. This wasn't how he had planned for this whole thing to go. He had to get out of here as soon as possible. But the former cherub's panic was interrupted when he was hit head-on by the I.M.P. van driven by Chaz, Chase-It, Moxie, Cleo and Millie, who was clinging to the roof of the vehicle. Cletus is pinned against a wall and Millie jumps onto the hood of the car and kicks her enemy straight in the face, causing even more nosebleeds. Cletus. He's spitting blood. Will you stop kicking me in the face? I think you broke my nose. Millie. He punches him. Believe me, you bastard. A broken nose will be the least of your problems. He punches him in the face again. Chaz. Head sticking out the window, is no joke. This woman is a fury. Both in bed and out. Moxie. Chaz, Please don't talk about our sex life with the enemy. Soon after, however, Cletus used his remaining mechanical arm to push the van and Millie away and get back on his feet, but before he could do anything, a black whip tentacle wrapped itself around his leg and he was lifted into the air only to be dropped violently to the ground, creating a crater. Cletus gets up. Enough. Activates his rocket boots. You have won this battle, you filthy creatures. But it doesn't end here. Fly away. Izuku. Look, Colin. Colin, quickly give me one of your darts. The little lamb gives the dart to the human and he throws it in the direction of Cletus. The dart flies in the direction of the former cherub and gets stuck in one of the rocket boots, breaking it and compromising the enemy's flight, but he still managed to fly away. Shortly after, we can see Cletus in a battered mechanical suit enter Mammon's office and immediately fall to the ground. The chest of the suit opens, allowing the little being to get out and stand up and then fall to the ground from exhaustion. Cletus wearily looks up to see Mammon standing before him, eating a bag of chips with an oblivious smile on his face. Mammon. So, buddy. How did it go? Cletus looked at Mammon for a few moments before losing consciousness completely, and behind him the mechanical suit exploded into 1,000 pieces. We can now see Izuku in Blitz's car outside Stolas' mansion. The other day while the I.M.P faced Cletus with his super suit, the meeting between Blitz and Stolas hadn't exactly gone well. The imp hadn't gone into detail about what had happened, but now Blitz had an Asmodeus crystal to travel to the human world and that his relationship with Prince Godia had become very strained. That's why Blitz had gone to the mansion to try to sort things out and get back to his usual routine, and Izuku had decided to accompany him. The green-haired boy waited a few minutes for his boss to return, who eventually came back and got back into the car with an angry expression on his face. Izuku. So, how did it go? Blitz. Holy shit, that feathered asshole kept talking bullshit like he was pretending to love me and not look down on me, and apparently he got invited to some kind of hate me party hosted by fucking Verosuka. Izuku. Confused, Verosuka. But hadn't you two more or less made peace? Blitz. I know, that's why I can't explain it. Izuku. So, what are you going to do? Blitz. Grab the steering wheel of the van. Stolas says I'm incapable of apologizing to the people I've hurt. That's why I'm going on an apology tour to prove him wrong. Izuku. Uncertain, are you sure? Blitz. Of course I'm sure. I apologized to Verosuka and it worked, although I'm not so sure anymore after this whole birth thing, and then I apologized to Fizz so loudly I made him cry. Izuku. Weren't you the one who cried? Blitz. Look up at the sky. And it doesn't matter. Let's go. We've got an apology tour to do. Shortly after, we can see Izuku and Blitz knocking on the door of a house. After a few seconds the door opens and Martha in her sinful demon form, which is a humanoid creature with red skin, thick hair, horns similar to tree branches and one non-functioning eye. Martha. Yes. He sees Izuku and Blitz. Oh, it's you. Izuku. A motionless tone. Yes, we are. Thinking. Do we really have to apologize to the psychotic cannibal who tried to kill us? If Miss Mayberry saw it, she would never forgive me. Blitz. Offers Martha a basket full of fruit and sweets. Hey Martha, sorry for killing you and your family. Martha turns her head and looks at her two children, who are examining the sweets in the basket with childish longing. Then the sinner turns back to them and picks up the basket. Martha. Don't let me see you again, closes the door. Blitz. Well, look Izuku, he accepted the basket so it went well. Shortly after, we can see Agent Zero sitting in his office reading the newspaper when in front of him a small prism-shaped portal appears and Blitz's hand places a piece of paper on the desk. Immediately after Blitz withdraws his hand and the portal disappears, Agent Zero lowers the newspaper and sees the piece of paper, takes it and reads what is written. Piece of paper. Sorry, piece of shit. Agent Zero. He crumples up the paper and throws it away and then goes back to reading. Shortly after, we can now see Blitz open a portal in front of Ozzy's and give a bouquet of flowers to the bouncer who looks at him with confusion written on his face. Shortly after, Blitz opens a portal into the DHORKS interrogation room, which was still full of bodies, and drops an apology note. Shortly after, now we can see Blitz and Izuku sitting in the van with the former having his phone in his hand. Blitz. Hey Keeney, Colin. How's it going, guys? Great. Listen, I wanted to apologize for technically contributing to your dismissal from heaven. Oh, so you're not blaming me. Great. See you tomorrow, girl. Izuku. Are we done? Blitz. No, we're just done with my non-EXS. Visibly nervous. Now I just need my exes, who are all in the same place. Izuku. How many exes do you have? Blitz. Think about it for a moment, I've lost count now. At this point Blitz creates a large portal that he drives through with the van, ending up in the human world in the middle of Halloween and stopping partly at a boy. Blitz. Excuse me, do you happen to know where the 666 of this city is? Guy. A few blocks from here, keep going straight and you won't go wrong. Nice costume by the way, look at Izuku, on you too. You look just like Izuku Midoriya. Izuku. Smiles, thank you so much. The van leaves and Izuku realizes something. Wait, how did he know my name? Blitz. Shrugs, I have no idea. Shortly after, the I.M.P van stops in front of a large mansion filled with various demons who were doing various activities such as hitting Blitz-shaped piñatas, shooting darts at a Blitz-shaped dartboard, and eating slices of cake shaped like Blitz's body parts. Izuku. Look at the huge amount of demons in shock. Blitz. How many people did you hurt? It's like 100. Blitz. Bored? Yes, I know I'm terrible at relationships. He puts a sheet over himself so he doesn't get recognized. Let's go. So the green-haired boy and the imp got out of the vehicle and entered the huge crowd of demons. After a few seconds of wandering, the main garden stage lit up and Stolas with a microphone in his hand followed by Verosuka and Vortex. After a few more seconds the owl demon began to sing. After the song ended Izuku turned to look at Blitz who was looking at Stolas with a heartbroken expression. Izuku. Blitz, are you okay? Blitz. Why yes I just need to take a walk to clear my head, he's going away. Izuku watches worriedly as the imp sadly leaves. The UA student heads to a table where he gets a glass of water and while drinking it he hears a familiar voice. Verosuka. Izuku. The hero in training turned and saw Verosuka walking towards him. Now that he saw her more closely, Izuku could see how her hair was pulled back in a long ponytail, she had a spiked collar around her neck, and she was wearing a top that exposed the underside of her prominent breasts. Izuku blushed at the mere sight of how beautiful his girlfriend looked like that. Izuku. Oh, hi Verosuka. Verosuka. Confused, what are you doing here? Wait, are you a former Blitz member too? Izuku. Eyes widen slightly, what? No, absolutely not. I came here to accompany Blitz. Verosuka. Is Blitz here? Does he have a death wish? There are plenty of people here who want him dead. Izuku. See, this morning Blitz came up with this story about the apology tour where he apologizes to everyone he's hurt. Verosuka. Well, as stupid as it may be, she gives him a little smile. I'm glad he brought you along, darling. She leans against the table next to Izuku. Izuku. Why you're very beautiful like this. Verosuka. She's blushing a little. Oh, thank you so much, Easy. You don't look bad either. Izuku. So, look around, this villa is yours. Verosuka. Yes, it's the place where I stay during long visits to the realm of the living. Do you want to take a tour? Izuku. Smile, yes I would love that. Shortly after Verosuka shows the green-haired boy around the house, the two lean on the railing upstairs to watch the party from below. At that moment Blitz also arrives with the sheet still on and a dejected look on his face. Verosuka. Look at Blitz, tour of apologies, huh? I don't think it was a good idea. Blitz. Are you expecting yours? I already gave you. Sit down, that didn't stop you from organizing this bullshit. Verosuka. Slightly bored. Oh, are you kidding me? Do you really think this is all about me? Points below. It's about them, all the poor idiots you've hurt just because you suck at relationships. I'm not mad at you anymore, but I'm still throwing these parties to help those who still do. Izuku. This is very nice. Blitz. Sadly, already. I suppose that's how it is. But at that moment the long-horned imp notices Stolas in the crowd kissing a short-haired incubus. Blitz. Pissed off. Oh, that ugly son of a bitch steals birds. Verosuka and Blitz. They think at the same time. Yes, he's really in love. Verosuke. Calm the hot spirits. Blitz hands them a piece of cake. Here, I think you need it a bit. Blitz takes the cake. Thanks, keep watching Stolos and the Incubus. Verosuke. Whisper in Izuku's ear, better if we give them some space, there's still a room I haven't shown you. The succubus and the human then get up and enter a room that was locked. The room was quite large but bare and dark, with the only piece of furniture being a big bed. Oh. Before Izuku could realize it, Verosuke pushed him onto the bed and immediately climbed on top of him. Izuku. Completely red, V versus Verosuke. W. What are you doing? Verosuke. Easy Izu. Relax, do you want to have some fun? Izuku. Oh okay. At that moment, several bright eyes appeared from the dark areas of the room, and from them came out Kiki, Milky, Zuzu, Apple and Coco with lustful smiles on their faces. Verosuke. I hope you don't mind if my friends here join your harem, you know they've grown very fond of you. Izuku. Pensando, okay. I'll definitely be home late. The scene opens with Blitz, Millie, Moxie, Chaz, Izuku, and Toga emerging from a portal that lands them in the middle of the Antarctic glaciers. Indeed, the 3 imps and the 2 humans were wearing extremely heavy clothing. I didn't find anything for Toga and Chaz. Chaz. Brr, it's only been 2 seconds since I've been here and I already regret not bringing a dick warmer. Blitz. Okay guys, I'm already freezing my ass off, so let's do something quick. Toga. Shivering from the cold, W. Who's the target? Moxie. We don't know, our clients are a group of, look around, researchers who were working at a research base in the middle of Antarctica when something suddenly attacked them and massacred them. Izuku. She rubs her hands together to keep warm, so we have to find out what killed the researchers and take her out. Millie. Exactly, but first we have to find the research base. Looks around. The group looked around for the research base, but all they saw was snow, lots of snow. Toga. Sharpen your eyesight. Oh. There it is, point with your hand. Everyone turned in the direction the blonde was pointing and saw a small structure in the distance, nestled in the snow. The I.M.P headed toward the station and, once they opened the door, found themselves faced with a pile of mutilated corpses and blood smeared everywhere. Izuku. His eyes widen in horror. Oh my god. Toga. Disgusted. This is too much even for me. Chaz. Holy shit, this story is giving me vibes, have you seen that movie? Millie. What the hell killed them? These bodies were torn to pieces. Blitz. Moxie. Move to the roof for a better view. The imp nodded and climbed the stairs onto the roof of the structure, then he took aim with his sniper rifle as he saw a figure heading towards them. Moxie. There's something coming. The group looked out the open door and saw a large, scarred leopard seal heading towards them at high speed. Blitz. We have our killer. Put your gun in. Now let's kill him. Izuku. Wait, it can't have been that, point to a corpse full of holes, thing. Leopard mouths don't leave beak marks, and look at him, he's covered in wounds. He's not running towards us, he's running away from something. Everyone hesitated, and as soon as the creature reached the base, it hid under the entrance stairs, then timidly poked its head out of its hiding place to look fearfully at something on top of a mountain of ice. Moxie. Look at the mountain with the scope. Guys. Everyone watched as hundreds and hundreds of figures formed on top of the mountain. Izuku. What are those? Moxie. Scared, are penguins. Izuku and Toga. What? Millie. What? Everyone knows penguins are bloodthirsty, murderous monsters. Izuku. And no, in our universe they're cute and cuddly creatures. Blitz. It doesn't matter. Moxie fire. Moxie fired a shot and hit a penguin squarely as it fell off the mountain, and within seconds, all the others began sliding down the mountain like a giant wave of feathers heading towards the station. Moxie quickly descended from the roof and the imp, followed by the leopard seal, entered the base and barricaded the door and windows. Izuku. Look, Blitz. Blitz. Get us out of here. Blitz. Handle Asmodeus's crystal roughly and violently. I'm trying, but this thing won't activate. Millie. Sir, Asmodeus crystals are activated by lust, not anger. Blitz then begins to kiss and lick the crystal on his hand. At that moment some penguins begin to break through the windows and two manage to enter through the barricade at the door. One is torn to pieces by the leopard seal while the other is stabbed to death by Toga. Blitz. I'm trying the alphabet. He's starting to lick and name letters at the same time. Another penguin comes in and starts biting with teeth. Izuku didn't expect it to have Izuku's arm, but he squeezes its neck with 11%, one for all, breaking it. Moxie. Shoot some penguins out the window. See, Blitz isn't making any progress. Oh, for the love of Satan. I'll take care of it. With that said, Moxie grabs Blitz's arm and starts passionately licking Asmodeus's crystal, making some truly impressive tongue moves. Blitz, Izuku, Toga, and the leopard seal watch the awkward scene while Chaz and Millie look on with pure pride. Millie and Chaz. Look at the seal, Izuku, Toga, and Blitz, we taught them that. After a few seconds, Asmodeus' crystal lights up and creates a diamond-shaped portal to the I.M.P office. Blitz is the first to cross the portal, followed by Moxie, Millie and Chaz, and then Izuku. The last to cross the portal is Toga, who grabs the sea lion and drags him with her. Soon after, the penguins manage to enter the base and head towards the portal, but Millie quickly takes a pack of matches, lights it and throws it into the portal, which ends up partly in a canister that was leaking petrol. A few moments before the portal closes, you can see the entire research base and the penguins inside and outside blow up in the explosion, but the portal closes before the explosion can reach the office too. Toga looks at the leopard seal she is holding in her arms and the animal does the same. After a few seconds of silence, the animal licks the blonde's cheek, who giggles and hugs the seal. Toga. Oh, you're so cute. Look, Izuku, can we keep him? Make a cute face, please. Izuku. Pensando, I can't say no to that face. Stop thinking. Okay, we can keep it. Toga. Hooray. Cuddle the seal. I'll call you twice the second. Meanwhile, in the human world, we can see the research base, or rather what remains of it, a pile of burnt rubble surrounded by penguin corpses. Suddenly a single surviving penguin appears and looks around. Penguin. Looks around. Slurs. Asterisk. We can see Blitz and Izuku walk through a rhombic portal that takes them to the human world in front of a normal human house. Izuku. Blitz, why are we here again? Blitz. We have a new target. Our client says that someone with the online handle, watch phone, Hypercat566, left a scathing comment on one of his posts, and in replying to the comment our client was hit by a truck. Izuku. Blitz. You realize that this is the stupidest reason for wanting someone dead that has ever existed. It's not the fault of the person who posted the comment that the customer was an idiot and didn't pay attention to the road. Blitz. Yes, but the customer pays the money, so I don't really care. I managed to more or less track down Hypercat 566 and he is in this neighborhood. Point to a house. Let's check that one first. The two look out of the window of the house and see a couple watching TV sitting on the sofa. Blitz notices light coming from an upstairs window and, together with the UA student, climbs a tree with a branch that reaches the window. The two once reached the branch that allowed a look out the window and saw a girl sitting in front of a desk and looking at something on the computer. Blitz whispers, we found our Hypercat. Pulls out the knife. She's completely immersed in whatever she's looking at. This will be an easy kill. The demon with the long horns enters through the window and begins to approach the girl, but suddenly Izuku stands between him and her with his hands spread out protectively. Blitz. Whisper, what the hell are you doing? Izuku. Whisper, I'm sorry, Blitz, but I can't let you do this. This girl is clearly innocent. The client's death isn't her fault, so if you want to kill her, you'll have to get past me first. Blitz. Whisper, okay, whatever you like. With a quick movement, Blitz slid under Izuku's legs and ran towards the girl to stab her from behind, but when he was a few centimeters away from her, a sort of force field formed that knocked Blitz away and caught the girl's attention, who fell from her chair in surprise. Meanwhile downstairs, the girl's parents hear the thud. Father. He must be watching another one of those, hentai. Mother. Why doesn't she leave? Returning upstairs, now that she was turned around, Izuku could get a better look at what was a short, plump, fair-skinned young girl with black eyes, a piercing in her left eyebrow, and pink freckles on her cheeks. She had wavy, shoulder-length hair, dyed a light turquoise and pink hue. She wore a black, alternative Gothic-style sweatshirt with a pink drawstring hood and detailing, and a pink and black plaid skirt. She also wore black, over-the-knee socks with pink toes and heels, and cuffs decorated with cat faces. Around her neck, she also wore some kind of strange, glowing necklace. Surprised. Oh. Fascinated. Oh. Look at Blitz, and what are you? Blitz. Rises again, your biggest fucking nightmare. Before the girl could answer, she notices Izuku in the room and her eyes widen as if she had seen the most shocking thing in the universe. Izuku, confused, are you okay? It can't be, it's you, it's really you, runs towards Izuku with a huge smile on his face, Izuku-kun. In a nanosecond the green-haired boy was overwhelmed by the girl who hugged him and rubbed her face against his chest, making the young hero blush quite a lot. Izuku. Completely red, what? Why you know me? Oh, of course I know you, Izuku-kun. I'm Emberlyn Pinkle, and you? Big fan girl smile, or Izuku Midoriya. Son of Inko Midoriya, 9th heir of One for All and a student at UA Academy. Izuku was shocked. How did this girl know all this? This wasn't his universe, so no one should know about UA, much less One for All. And most of all, how does she know his mother's name? Emberlyn. She gets up and stands in front of Izuku. This is a dream come true. She runs to her computer and starts typing. It's like one of those isekai fanfics where the MC is transported to the real world and falls in love with a beautiful young girl. Izuku and Blitz. What? Emberlyn. Oh. Turns to Izuku. How did you end up here? Mei Hatsume's car. Someone from this universe. Did you die in the final battle against All for One? Izuku. Okay. You know too much. How do you know me? Emberlyn. Oh right. She stands in front of Izuku. You, my cute cinnamon bun, you're a manga character. Izuku. Open your eyes wide. What? Blitz. Wow, this is something. Izuku. Shocked. Manga. Emberlyn. Yes, and not just any manga, but the best manga ever. Points to a nightstand. I have all the volumes. From start to finish. Izuku followed Emberlyn's finger and saw a row of manga on a shelf with the title My Hero Academia, featuring the faces of himself, All Might, Bakugo, Ochako, Shoto, and then various other people he knows, including heroes and villains. The hero in training picks up the first volume and flips through it, seeing how it talks about his childhood, about the day he met All Might, about the entrance test. All of this was public knowledge. Everyone knew about his life and that of his friends. Blitz takes the manga from Izuku and flips through it until he gets to the Mount Lady page. Wow, that woman is huge, and she has a huge ass. Look at Emberlyn. So you're a collector of Japanese comics. Emberlyn. Well, the correct term is mangaka, yes. Look at Izuku. You've always been my idol, Izuku-kun. I admit I've always been a monster type, but you. Looks at him with an adoring look. You've always been an exception. You've always been the only exception. Blitz. Wait, what do you mean by monster? Notice that the whole room is surrounded by posters of monsters having sex with girls. Oh, you're one of those. Also notice photos of Izuku in various poses, some shirtless. Wow, kudos to the photographer. Izuku. Wait, look, Emberlyn, you are a fan of mine. Emberlyn. Blushes brightly. Oh, I'm your biggest fan. I love you, Izuku, I mean, Daddy. Izuku. Pensando. Okay. Part of me is extremely embarrassed and the other is attracted. Blitz. Okay, that's all very nice, etc., but now I have to kill you. He jumps on Emberlyn, but the amulet lights up and knocks Blitz away. Emberlyn. Look at Blitz, you. Good luck. Touch his necklace. This is official Haku na Monoto merchandise. It's the pendant given to Satsuki in episode 569. It protects the wearer from. Wait, are you a demon? Blitz. Yes, I'm a demon, but how the fuck does a Emberlyn. A demon. Dramatic poser. From hell to seduce me into joining his harem of slaves. Blitz. Emberlyn. I feel something. She touches her chest and leans against a bookcase. Are you casting a seduction spell on me? Blitz and Izuku's expression. Emberlyn. I feel like every instinct I have to get closer to Blitz, is gone and I'm forced to do everything you. No. Slap Blitz. My heart belongs only to Izuku-kun. Hug Izuku's arm. There's no spell you can cast on me that will change the way I felt about him. Izuku. Thanks, I guess. Blitz. Listen, you psychotic, monster dick obsessed girl, I'm here to kill you. Someone died because you left a comment on his post and the guy got run over for replying and now he's paying me to kill you. Emberlin. You do realize it's not technically my fault, right? Izuku. That's what I'm trying to tell him. Blitz. I won't let you hurt her. He stands in front of Emberlin in a protective position. Emberlin. Thinking blushing, oh my god. Izuku-kun is not only here but he's also defending me from evil like the valiant and beautiful hero he is. I love him so much. Blitz. He massages his temple. Oh, for the love of Satan. Listen Izuku, I understand that you are a hero without blemish and without fear and all that moral shit, but me and the others need the money that the customers will give us. Emberlin. Wait, does your client know me personally? Blitz. Well no, he only knew your nickname. Emberlin. Smiles, oh. But then the thing can be resolved like the protagonists of Onrain de Satsujin Han o Sagasu did. Izuku. Look at her, what do you mean? Emberlin. Kill another person and make the client believe the person you killed is Hypercat 566. You could kill my neighbor. Old Mr. Herbert. Izuku. Emberlin. This doesn't make things any better, your neighbor certainly doesn't deserve to die. Emberlin. Oh, believe me, Izuku-kun, he totally deserves it. Mr. Herbert is a piece of shit pedo with a creepy voice. He once tried to convince me to come into his house by saying he had some tentacle monster action figures. Izuku. Look, Blitz, let's tear him to pieces. Blitz. Smile, now I like you boy. Shortly after. Now we can see Blitz, Izuku and Blitz in the I.M.P office. Izuku had a bloodstained fist while Blitz cleaned his knife with a handkerchief. As for Emberlin, she had a large backpack full of stuff on her shoulders. Izuku. Look, Emberlin. Are you sure you want to stay here? I mean, wouldn't your parents be worried about you? Emberlin. Oh, don't worry, my parents will be fine, to be honest. I think they'll be happy with my absence. They never accepted my preferences and always tried to repress them. And then I could never miss the chance to be with you. Izuku-kun looks at him with stars and hearts in his eyes. I can't wait to show you the future of your world and get to know you better down to every single detail. Blitz. Whisper in Izuku's ear. Good luck with this one, you're going to need it. We can now see Izuku, Blitz, Moxie, Millie, Kini and Colin walk through a portal and arrive at what looks like a ranch in the middle of the desert at night. Moxie. Okay sir, who's the target? Blitz. The owner of this fucking rundown ranch in the middle of nowhere. Our client says this guy knocked him out, dressed him up as a zombie and then shot him in the face while he and his wife were making a publicity video. Izuku. What? Why would anyone do something so sick? Kini. From what I've learned, this nutcase wants to pass off his property as a cursed land full of strange things to turn it into a tourist attraction. Izuku. How can someone be so mentally ill? Blitz. Speaking of sick people, how's things going with Miss Kawai, Koni Kaiwa, etc.? I think she's settled in your house. Izuku. You mean Emberlin? Well, she's pretty good to be honest. Sure, it was a little hard for the other girls to find out that they exist in this universe as a manga character. Makes a traumatized expression, and things didn't get any better when she let us know about Rule 34. Happy expression, but in the end we managed to get over it and find good company in Emberlin. Millie. What about that thing she had around her neck? Blitz said that human had a necklace that kept demons from touching her. Izuku. Look at it. Delia analyzed it and we found out that the pendant is made using angelic metal which is meant to protect human souls from demonic intervention. Blitz. Magnificent. A reminder for the future. Set fire to the factories where these toys are made. The discussion was interrupted, however, when a small black goat approached the group and bleated in front of Izuku and Blitz. Izuku. Oh how cute. Pet the goat. Hello little one. But then a lot of goats start arriving and start making noise until they wake up the owners of the house. Why? Everyone looked at the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged man with a mustache, a hat with a skull drawn on it. He was dressed like a herdsman. Gerardo. What's happening? Look at them better. Wait. El Chupacabras. Grabs a rifle and starts shooting at the group. Colin. Wow. Dodge a bullet. Blitz. Damn. Split up. Everyone then starts running in a different direction. Blitz. Get on a goat and shoot. Oh come on. You want to move faster, you soft goat. Meanwhile, Izuku narrowly avoids a gunshot but is suddenly hit in the face by a woman with slippers in her hand. Donna. You idiot, I'm going to rip your head off, you fucking chupacabra. Throws a ciabatta to Izuku. Izuku. Dodge the slipper, ma'am. I'm human. Have you gone blind? Get hit on the head with a slipper, ouch. Blitz. Damn, they brought the heavy weapons. Look, Kini, Colin, Millie, and Moxie. Come on, guys, we've lost the element of surprise. We'll find them tomorrow. Fire the portal to Asmodeus, Crystal. Millie, Moxie and Colin quickly ran through the portal. Blitz fired randomly and accidentally hit a gas container next to a tractor, causing them both to explode. The explosion sent several goats flying into the air, one of which landed right on Kini, Izuku, and Blitz, knocking the three out. The next morning, when Izuku opened his eyes again he found himself inside a kind of wooden cage and next to him was Blitz who was wearing a strange costume. Blitz. Look at him, oh good. You're awake. It's about time Izuku. Izuku. What's going on? Where are we, and why are you dressed like that? Blitz. We got knocked out by a flying goat, we're in a fucking cage and that Spanish-Mexican psychopath dressed us up as chupacabras. Izuku. He has it. He looks at himself and sees that he's dressed as a chupacabra too. Oh, where's Kini? Blitz. Over there, point to another cage. Izuku looks and sees another cage in front of theirs where the former cherub is tied up and gagged. Meanwhile, Gerardo finds himself on a small stage in front of a crowd of people. Gerardo. Come on, friends. Come see two real chupacabras that I caught myself last night. All for 100 pesos. Izuku. Look at him. Hey, I'm a human, not a monster. Gerardo. Looks away, no hablo Ingles. Izuku. But if you were speaking English until a sec. But before the hero in training could finish his sentence the man opened Kini's cage and threw it at Izuku. Gerardo. Look at the crowd. Look. People, watch how the beast devours this poor creature. Izuku luckily manages to snatch poor Kini from Gerardo's hands and immediately removes the ropes and gag. Izuku. Are you okay Kini? Kini. Hugs him, yeah, I'm fine, but I want to tear that bastard to pieces. Look at Blitz, why are we still here? Blitz. Why did Mr. Taco Bell take my gun and crystal while I was passed out? Izuku took a better look at Gregorio and saw that he was indeed holding Blitz's gun and on one hand he had the glove with the crystal on it. But what was really silly about the green-haired boy was that a van with the DHORKS symbol was approaching. The van stops and Agent 0 and Agent 1 come out of it. Agent 0 looks around. So this is where they found some real chupacabras. Agent 1. Yes sir. Gregorio. Run to them. Hello friends. The chupacabras are here. You can see them if you give me 100 pesos. Agent 1. Sir, we are from the government. Gregorio. Intimidating tone. 100 pesos. Agent 1. Look Agent 0 inches how much is 100 pesos? Agent 0. About $5.90. Agent 1. Do you have any coins with you, sir? Agent 0. Who carries coins these days? Agent 1. And not to contradict you sir but this morning he got a coffee from the vending machine and used coins. Agent 0. Yes and that was all I had and don't complain because I was merciful enough to pay for your coffee too. Returning to the cage, Blitz notices the black goat from before approaching them and gets an idea. Blitz. Hey, listen, I know my coworkers and I accidentally blew up some of your family. Get some cheese out, but if you get us out of here, I'll make it up to you. Give the goat cheese and it'll bleed and go away. Izuku. Blitz, you know I can easily break this cage, right? Blitz. Yes but it would be too easy. Kini. Whisper in Izuku's ear, I will never understand this one. Meanwhile Agent 1 and 0 are still arguing with Gregorio. Agent 1. Listen, do you happen to accept a credit card or? But at that moment the black goat runs towards Agent 1 and headbutts him straight in the balls. The man with glasses collapses to the ground in pain holding the affected area. Agent 1. Damn, you fucking stupid goat. Gerardo. He gasps theatrically. You insulted my goat. You're going to die for this. He pulls out Blitz's gun and points it at Agent 1. But with a quick movement Agent 0 takes out his gun and shoots Gerardo in the neck, who falls to the ground in a pool of blood. Gerardo. I am dead, Moore. Agent 1. Wow sir, you just saved my life. Agent 0. Helps him get up. I would have done it anyway, that guy was starting to get on my nerves. Meanwhile, the goat recovers the glove with the crystal from Gerardo's corpse and runs to deliver it to Blitz, who activates a portal to the roof of the stable, which he crosses, followed by Izuku and Kini. Blitz. Look at Agent 1 and Agent 0. Hey, remember us? Agent 0. I guarded. Oh. Izuku quickly fires 2 black whip tentacles, one to grab a wooden crate to use as a shield against the 2 agents' bullets and one to grab Blitz's gun that was in the black goat's mouth. Blitzo grabs his gun and starts shooting at Agent 0 and 1, and at the same time Kini summons her crossbow and shoots the barn's lock, freeing about 50 goats. The goats attack the crowd, sending them running away, causing the goats to focus on the 2 DHORKS agents, who are quickly knocked down. Agent 1 finds himself with a goat that bites his leg and one that slaps him with its hoof, knocking his glasses off. At the same time Agent 0 had a goat on top of him that was biting his clothes, one that was biting his leg and one that charged him and headbutted him in the face, breaking the glass of one of his eyes, revealing a blue eye surrounded by burned skin. The 2 quickly get up and run towards the van, which is surrounded by goats. Luckily for them, Agent 1 takes out the keys and drives off. We can now see how Agent 1 and 0 are looking at the road with wide eyes while taking heavy breaths. Agent 0. If anyone asks you, there were 500 of them and then they were rattlesnakes. Agent 1. Of course sir. Meanwhile, Izuku, Kini and Blitz watch the van drive away and are joined by the black goat. Blitz. He caresses her. Thanks for your help, little one. I'm making you an honorary member of the I.M.P. He takes a sticker and puts it on her forehead. Here's a sticker. He opens a portal. See you there, little one. Go through the portal. Kini. God bless you, animal friend. Step through the portal. Izuku. Good luck, little friend. Cross the portal. Once the portal has closed, the black goat looks down on all the other goats, and then the scene changes to show the same goat but now with long horns, a black cloak, and in front of him there are dozens of goats bowing to her inside a shed decorated with human bones. The scene opens with Izuku and Toga entering the I.M.P. office and seeing that, well, it wasn't in the best condition. Izuku. Look, Millie, she's the only other person in the room. Hey Millie, what's going on? Millie. Look at them. Izuku. Toga. Thanks Satan you're here. Moxie and Chaz didn't come home last night, and I tried calling the office, but no one answered. Toga. Really? Looks around. Actually, it's everyone else, and why do I smell ice cream? Millie. I just got here too. I still think Blitz hasn't recovered from the argument with Prince Stolos. Izuku. Oh, worried look. At that moment Luna enters the room with a bored and annoyed expression. Luna. He sees them. Oh thank goodness you're here, Dad. I mean Blitz went into some kind of depression or shit. He locked himself in his office and I don't even want to know what he watches on TV. He bought a shitload of stuffed owls and then told me to burn them. Millie. And where is everyone else? Luna. Point to a room. They're in there. The 3 enter the room and what they see shocks them. The room is full of boxes, documents and papers, and in the middle of all this are Moxie, Chaz, Mayberry, Cleo, Chazit, Colin and Kini with traumatized expressions on their faces. Millie. Chaz, Mox. State bnha. Moxie. This is a method's nightmare. Mayberry. He's holding cards. These numbers, these damn numbers make no sense. And I'm a math and language teacher. Do you understand how serious the situation is if I have trouble understanding? Chaz. We're fucked, and not in a good way. Millie. Oh come on guys. Puts his hands on their shoulders. How bad could it be? Kini. He used our guest houses to buy plates with horses on them. Does he picks a plate out of a box sound normal to you? Izuku. Ooh kkkk, the situation is serious. Toga. He takes a piece of paper and reads it. Wait, he also used my share of the salary that I used to buy blood bags. He knows how much I need them. Millie. Damn, I've never seen Blitz look so bad. Colin. Bad, bad. Throws papers in the air. This is a damn financial apocalypse. Cleo. Yeah, sits on a box. Not even Crimson did that kind of financial bullshit, and that asshole spent 5,000 demo dollars to have fake dicks installed all over the property. Chase it. Try reading a piece of paper. Damn, now I'm starting to regret dropping out of accounting school. Moxie. Desperate. We won't have any money. They'll evict us. We'll end up on the streets. Chaz. Desperate, and then one of us will have to become a prostitute to support the other two. Millie. Look, Izuku and Toga. We really need to talk to Blitz. Shortly after, now we can see Blitz sitting on a chair eating ice cream while watching a program, particular. The TV showed a young human woman with blonde hair and some sort of witch's outfit walking into a room holding a vacuum cleaner. Bethany. Sensual tone. Oh yes, I feel a lot of ghostly energy in this room. There's definitely a sexy ghost in here. Blitz. Hell yes. Fuck those big transparent cocks. Bethany puts cream on ice cream and eats it. At that moment Millie kicks the door away from the wall and allows her, Izuku and Toga to enter the office. Izuku sees Blitz. Wow. Blitz, are you okay? Blitz. Never felt better. Eat some ice cream. Millie. Blitz, we're having a tough time with your special expenses. We need a new client. Blitz. Millie, I made an investment. Next year I'll sell that junk for double the price. In the meantime, I'll show people my cool horse plates. Millie. I understand. Listen Blitz, my mother always says that to get rid of sadness there's nothing better than a bit of good work. Blitz. Millie, I don't care what your mother says, I just want to stay here and enjoy an episode of Ghostfuckers while I eat so much I explode. Millie. Come on Blitz, I can't believe just because you broke up with Stolos. Blitz. He interrupts her. Stolos and I haven't broken up. If we had broken up, it would mean we had a relationship, and we've never had a relationship, and we never will. Izuku and Toga look at each other with an ironic, sure, expression. Luna. Off screen. Blitz. There's a customer. Blitz. Mandala via. Millie. He's interrupting him. No, we need him, I'll take care of him. Look at Izuku and Toga. You try to reason with him. He's leaving. Toga. Look at Blitz and cross your arms. Then boss, why the hell did you spend the money that should go to me and my blood expenses? Blitz. I made a small investment in some horse-shaped candlesticks. Izuku. Annoyed. Blitz. Himiko needs blood. Blitz. Look up at the sky. Izuku, we are in hell. She can just jump on someone, slit their throat, drink their blood and no one will say anything to her. Toga. That's what I've been doing for a long time and grabs Izuku's hand and squeezes it. I have no intention of going back to that life, ever again. At that moment Millie returns to the office. Toga. So Millie, what did the customer tell you? Millie. She says she wants our services because she was killed in a hotel by what she describes as a ghost, although that is impossible. Blitz. Spits out the ice cream he was eating. Ghost. Hell yeah. Stands up excited. This is the perfect opportunity to put into practice everything I learned from watching Ghostfuckers. Millie. Blitz, it's not possible that. But Blitz takes a piece of paper with unconditional support written on it from his pocket and hands it to Millie, who sighs in resignation and makes a light puncture in the paper with the knife. Blitz. Look, Izuku and Toga. Get ready, guys. It's time to fuck some ghosts. Toga. Whisper in Izuku's ear, because I think this is going to end badly. Izuku. Whisper, because that's how it is, probably. Shortly after, we now get to see Millie and Izuku putting some sex objects in the I.M.P van with Luna watching them from behind. Millie. Okay, Izuku and Toga will take care of this job, and Blitz, you, keep an eye on Mox, Chaz, and the others. The camera then pans up to a window where Moxie is banging her head causing cracks in the glass. Moxie. Bankrupt. Tears his shirt. We're going bankrupt. Luna. Sigh. Okay, I'll stop them from throwing themselves down in despair, but I'm only doing it for Izuku. Izuku smiles, thanks Luna, kisses her, see you later. Gets in the van, so Blitz shoots a portal in front of the car and takes off at full speed. Blitz excited, and off we go. But the journey lasted only about 8 seconds because once through the portal the vehicle collided with some tombstones in a cemetery, causing some skeletons to end up under the wheels. The group exits the vehicle and immediately notices that Blitz is dressed like the girl from the show he was watching earlier. Izuku. Blitz, what are you wearing? Blitz. My Bethany Ghostfucker's costume, of course. Millie. Blitz, I know you're having fun and that's fine, but we should focus on. Blitz. Less talking, more disguises, give Millie some clothes and a hat, these ghosts won't screw themselves. Millie sighs again and proceeds to put on her disguise. After which the quartet entered the hotel, which for unknown reasons was right next to the cemetery, and were greeted by a thin man with a small mustache and short blonde hair. Hello. Welcome to One Star Miracle. I'm Ronaldo. How can I help you? Blitz. We're filming a special episode of my show and we'll need access to all the rooms. He offers Ronaldo a clearly fake ID. Ronaldo. Good lord, you movie assholes think you can do whatever you want. I don't. Read ID, but imagine that. You're Bethany, Ghostfuckers. I'm really happy to see you. There were some problems with the guests. Toga. What kind of problems? Ronaldo. Show the group photos of dead bodies, like customers keep dying. Izuku. Well, this definitely isn't the work of a ghost, but we'll find the killer. Blitz. Sure, but the problem obviously has a spectral origin. Ronaldo. Ghosts or not, I'm tired of this shit. Blitz. Then give us the keys to the rooms. Ronaldo. Give Blitz a set of keys. Thank you so much for the work you're doing. While you're at it, give the rooms a good clean. The employees are also dead, and the only one left is a porter who looks like he came out of Frankenstein. So the four leave the entrance hall, and as soon as they do so Ronaldo smiles evilly. Ronaldo. Distorted voice, and here are some new toys to have fun with. At that moment, however, Agent 0 and Agent 1 also enter the room, the latter with an uncertain and frightened expression. Agent 0. For the love of God, Agent 1, if you don't stop complaining I swear I'll hit you with my car. Ronaldo. Guard. Hello sir. My colleague and I are from the government and we are investigating alleged paranormal events in this hotel. Ronaldo. Oh, you're second today. But at that moment another person enters the building. Bethany Ghostfucker. The real one. Bethany. Hi everyone. I'm Bethany Ghostfucker, and I'm here to film an episode of my TV show Ghostfuckers. Look at Ronaldo. I need the room keys. Agent 0. Whispering, great, a slutty little slut who gets in the way of serious things. Meanwhile, Ronaldo, seeing Bethany, looks at the door that Blitz, Izuku and Toga went through and gives an amused smile. Ronaldo. Thinking, yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. We can see Blitz, Millie, Toga and Izuku walking down the hotel corridor, and Blitz kept pointing left and right, a sort of vibrator that he said was supposed to detect the presence of any ghosts. Millie. Blitz, can we please focus on this case instead of whatever you're doing right now? Blitz. Shish. Look at the device and hold it up to a door. The ghost finder detects paranormal activity behind this door. Izuku. He stands in front of the door. Blitz waits. Maybe there's someone in here, someone who doesn't want to be disturbed. Blitz. Bored. Obviously there's someone, some fucking ghosts about to get fucked. He moves it and opens the door. But instead of finding themselves in front of a ghost, the quartet found themselves in front of an elderly couple lying on a bed minding their own business. Blitz. Point the vacuum cleaner at the two old men. Ah, take these fucking ghosts. Millie. Blitz. These aren't ghosts, they're just plain weak humans. Look at Izuku and Toga. No offense, guys, but suddenly the old man punched Millie in the face, sending her flying against the wall of the room, breaking it. Old man. He gets into a boxing stance. Don't scare me. I beat the Nazis, and I'll beat you too. You fucking hippies. The old man runs towards Izuku, but he ducks, avoiding a punch to the face, and then Blitz punches the old man, knocking him out. Toga. He puts his hands on his hair in a panic. Good heavens, Blitz. You killed him. Izuku. Look at Blitz the wrong way, you just had to immobilize him. Elderly woman. Get out a wooden rolling pin. You will pay for what you did to my husband. She runs toward them. The old woman starts running towards the group while waving the rolling pin in the air, and Izuku, Blitz, Millie and Toga start running away, and as they run away from the old woman, other humans also join in the chase. At one point Toga grabs Izuku and together they hide behind a pile of luggage, and luckily the crowd doesn't see them and focuses on Millie and Blitz. Toga. He's breathing heavily. I swear, if Blitz survives those crazy people I'll kill him. Izuku. Calm down, honey, Blitz is going through a rough patch. Toga. He turns towards him. I understand that, but it doesn't justify him doing stupid things like that. Izuku. You're right, but instead of killing him, why don't we talk to him when he and Millie have lost that crowd? So the two quirk users emerge from their hiding place and begin wandering the silent corridors of the hotel. Izuku. So, what do you think is responsible for those murders seen in the photos? Toga. I honestly don't know, maybe a demon. Likely. Izuku and Toga turn to see Agent Zero walking towards them with his gun in his hand and his clothes covered in some kind of strange black substance. The two boys get into a fighting position, causing the masked man to stop in his tracks. Izuku. What are you doing here? Agent Zero. As I mentioned, DHORKS is an organization tasked with investigating alleged paranormal events. Agent 1 and I had come to this, he looks around, imitation hotel because we had heard about alleged ghostly activity here. Then a blonde bitch came with a vacuum cleaner and the owner gave us a tour of the place when suddenly he transformed into some kind of slime monster and attacked us. I separated from one and the blonde bitch and now I'm here in front of you. Toga. Wait, so the killer is the owner? Agent Zero. Precisely, were you also looking for the killer? Izuku. In a way yes, and now we're separated from Millie and Blitz. Agent Zero. I understand, well this is a difficult situation, so I propose a temporary alliance. Izuku and Toga. Confused, huh? Agent Zero. Clearly we are facing something we don't know and I fear the only way to survive is to cooperate, and I'm willing to do that, even with your demon friends. Izuku and Toga look at each other for a few seconds before nodding and looking back at the masked man. Izuku. Okay, truce, for now. Agent Zero. He smiles behind the mask. Magnificent. We can now see Izuku, Toga, and Agent Zero walking through the hotel corridors. Agent Zero. So, do you have any idea where your little demon friends are? Not that I care about their well-being, but I guess the more the merrier. Izuku. Okay, first, their names are Millie and Blitz, and second, I don't know, it could be anywhere. At that moment Millie comes out of a vent in the wall and falls to the ground because the grate was high up. Toga. Millie, help her up. Where's Blitz? Millie. I don't know, he and I had an argument and he sees Agent Zero and pulls out the knife. What the fuck is this asshole doing here? Agent Zero. Calm down demon, I'm not here to hurt you. Izuku. That's right Millie, we made a truce. Wait, did you and Blitz have a fight? Millie. Yeah, he gets up. He kept going on with this Ghostbusters bullshit and I just couldn't take it anymore and I yelled at him and then we split up. Izuku. Well, we have to find him because there's something in this hotel, something really dangerous. So the now quartet continues to wander the corridors in search of the leader of the I.M.P until they hear whimpers coming from a closed room. Millie kicks the door open, revealing Blitz huddled in the corner of the room, crying. Millie. Blitz goes to touch it. Are you okay? Blitz. He moves away from her. No, no, don't touch me. I always end up ruining the life of everyone near me. Izuku. Blitz, that's not true. Millie. Yes, what do you say? Don't you remember our first meeting? Blitz. Looks at, what? Millie. It was a few years ago when I was still a lone bounty hunter. I stole your target and you met me in a bar. We fought for a few minutes and then you offered me to join your gang. As the months went by you obtained Prince Stolas' grimoire and bought the I.M.P's office. I told you we didn't deserve all this, that we I.M.Ps might have a place in the circle of greed or lust, but in a major undertaking we had no place. Smiles. And then you literally told me to screw myself and that I was the toughest I.M.P you'd ever met and that I deserved a place in the world. You gave me everything. A job, friends, a husband. Listen to what I said before. I've never seen you like this. You've always been a person who didn't care about other people's opinions, and I was very surprised that the breakup with Stolos led to, point to Blitz's outfit, Bethany. I'm sorry I didn't fully understand that you're going through a bad time. Blitz smiles and takes off Bethany's wig and hat. Better. Izuku, Toga and Millie, definitely better. Agent Zero, slightly bored. As much as I don't mind the sweet moments, there's still a killer monster on the loose here. Blitz sees him. Why is Tom Tranch's creepy brother here? Agent Zero, now is not the time to explain. Make something happen. Wait, how do you know my brother's name? Millie, he's right, we still have to find the killer. Blitz, that's definitely a ghost. The group leaves the room and walks down the corridor. Millie, come on. Blitz, what is it that comes from hell, has powers, and loves to torment humans? Blitz thinks about it. Sounds like something from a haunting demon. Toga, what? Blitz, they are special demons, offspring of Pazuzu with the power to possess living and non-living beings. They were banished from hell after the Pazuzu War ended with the defeat of their master. Izuku, but how powerful was Pazuzu if he was able to create demons? Millie, Pazuzu wasn't a normal demon, he was a deadly sin like Asmodeus or Leviathan. He represented the 8th deadly sin, usurpation. This sin represents the obsessive desire to control, manipulate, and possess what doesn't belong to you, particularly the body, mind, and status of others. This sin manifests itself through the desire to bend the wills of others to your own will, invade personal freedom, or falsely assume identities and positions of power. Therefore, it was obvious that one day Pazuzu attempted to usurp Lucifer's throne, and he obviously paid the price. After his defeat, his circle was destroyed and the two demons banished. Agent Zero, as much as I appreciate learning more about your race, where is this haunting demon to be found? At that moment the lights behind the group went out and the figure of Ronaldo, who this time had a demonic appearance, looked at them with an evil gaze. Ronaldo, so you know my secret, Well, now I'm afraid you'll have to pay the price for that information, with your lives. The monster emerges from the shadows and with its body engulfed in black liquid, grabs Blitz and Izuku and slams them against a wall, breaking it and sending them into a room with a swimming pool. The infesting demon then proceeds to do the same to Toga, Millie and Agent Zero. The group falls into the pool and Ronaldo quickly follows, starting to swim as fast as an eel. Agent Zero, however, manages to kick him in the face, making him stop for a few seconds, giving Izuku time to shovel out Black Whip to wrap him up and throw him away, making him leave the pool. The group quickly gets out of the water, but they immediately see that Ronaldo is standing in midair with a smug smile on his face. Toga throws knives at him, but he lays on his hand and stops them in midair, and after a few seconds they fall to the ground without even touching the demon. Immediately after, Agent Zero points his gun at the enemy, but it jams due to the water, and so the masked man throws it away and takes out his knife. Ronaldo, are you supposed to be a ghostbuster? The room lights explode behind him. The haunting demon then proceeds to inspect the five carefully. Ronaldo, so, who do I own today? Look at Blitz, maybe you're good. The being lunges at Blitz and literally enters his throat, causing the imp to fall to the ground unconscious. Izuku, Toga, and Millie, worried, Blitz, run over and try to wake him up. Agent Zero, seeing the scene, clutches his knife and heads towards the unconscious imp ready to stab him, but Toga sees him and gets in the way. Toga, what the hell do you think you're doing? Agent Zero, the owner is in his body. If we kill him we may also kill the enemy. Millie, she glares at him. Haunting demons don't work like that, you idiot. Suddenly, however, Blitz's eyes widen, but they are bright green and a sick smile forms on his face. With a leap he gets back on his feet and kicks Millie and Izuku away. Possessed Blitz. Oh. Look at that beautiful body. Look at Izuku, Millie, Agent Zero, and Toga. I'm in his mind, you know. I can read every single thought he has about you, every true opinion he has of you. The possessed Blitz thus attacks Izuku, who dodges every blow but does not attack as he does not want to hurt his father-in-law. Blitz possessed. Your dear father-in-law thinks you're just a stupid, sentimental kid who's pathetic and can't really help anyone. Toga grabs Blitz by the hips in an attempt to block him, but he grabs her hands and throws her away. Blitz possessed. As far as you're concerned, you're just a loose cannon who will eventually end up hurting someone he shouldn't. He's afraid of you. Agent Zero jumps on the imp and starts punching him in the face, but at one point Blitz catches the fist with one hand. Blitz possessed. As for you, he thinks you're an asshole. Agent Zero. Yes, honestly I think this is true. He punches him. A possessed Blitz kicks the masked human away, but at that moment Millie charges at him and pins him to the wall. Blitz possessed. Smiles, and your dear friend believes that, is interrupted when Millie punches him in the face. Ouch. Millie. Listen to me, asshole, if you think we're going to believe the words of a possessing demon trying to kill us, then you're an idiot. And then throw a punch. There's something you don't know about Blitz. Behind her come Izuku, Toga and Agent 0 inches. He knows how to take a punch very well. So the four begin to hit the possessed imp violently. Izuku uses 5% of One for All to not overdo it. At one point Izuku punches Blitz in the face using 10% of One for All, and the blow is so strong that Ronaldo comes out of Blitz's body and falls to the ground stunned. Blitz. He gets up. Anyway, you big slimy asshole. He grabs the vacuum cleaner. The correct term is G-host fuckers. He hits Ronaldo with the vacuum cleaner. The blow sends the infesting demon into the pool, and immediately afterwards Blitz pushes the vacuum cleaner into the water, electrifying it and consequently electrocuting it, with its corpse sinking to the bottom of the pool. Toga. Breathe heavily. So, is that how you fuck a ghost? Blitz. Hell yes. Shortly after, we can see the imp van exit the cemetery and pass through a portal fired by Blitz as Agent 0 watches them from the hotel entrance. Agent 0. Watch the portal close. It will be for another time. He looks around. Now, where the fuck did Agent 1 go? At which point Agent 1 himself comes out of a basement entrance, into the arms of Bethany Ghostfucker, who is kissing him passionately. Agent 1. Note Agent 0 inches OOH. Hello sir. Look Bethany, you don't mind if I take the week off, right? Agent 0. He sighs. You know what? Do whatever you want. But first call the base and tell them to bring the medical examiners. We have a demon corpse to analyze at the bottom of the pool of this sewer hole. We can see Izuku in his hero costume watching the streets of Imp City from a building, ready to act if he sees any crime. It was something he had been doing for a while now. He was a hero after all. At one point the green-haired boy noticed a couple of demons burst into a jewelry store and point guns at the clerk. Soon after, the hero in training jumped off the building and landed at the entrance of the jewelry store using One for All to avoid getting hurt on impact. As soon as the haired boy entered, one of the demons immediately pointed the gun at him. Demon. Hey, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Izuku. My job. With that, the human shot out a black whip tentacle that wrapped around the gun and tore it from the demon's hands before throwing it in his face, making him recoil. The other demon growled and shot the human, who however moved away and hid behind some shelves full of jewels. The green-haired boy waited for the enemy to run out of bullets and then came out of his hiding place, grabbed a pearl necklace and threw it at the robber, who was meanwhile reloading his gun. The necklace hits the demon in the eye, causing him to moan in pain and drop his gun. At this point the UA student runs towards the enemy and punches him in the stomach with 15% of One for All, causing him to collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, the other demon takes his gun again and points it at the human, but he ducks, avoiding the shots, then grabs the hand holding the gun and forces it up. Immediately after, the hero knees him between the legs, making the enemy scream in pain. The demon falls to his knees holding the affected area with his hands and is immediately knocked out by a punch to the head with 7% of One for All. Izuku turns to the clerk. Are you okay, sir? Clerk. He's holding a rifle. Yeah. I mean, I was about to fill these assholes with lead, but thanks for saving me bullets, I guess. After that, the human left the jewelry store, dragging the two demons, unknowing, behind him, and left them in an alley next to a garbage can. The hero was about to leave when he heard two more or less familiar voices behind him. Damn, it's really him. Finally, this city is too big. When Izuku turned in the direction of the voices, he saw Glitz and Glam walking towards him. It took him a few moments to recognize the two fish demons for two reasons. First, he had only seen them once, and second, they were wearing normal clothes and no longer clown costumes. Izuku. Confused. You are. Glitz and Glam right. The Glam sisters. Glitz. Excited. Oh. She remembers us. Glam. I see this too, there's no need to shout it to all the circles of hell. Glitz. Fati. Izuku. Uncertain. What can I do for you? Glam. Oh right, we we need your help. Izuku. Really, can't you ask your boss? Glam. We would do it but he is the problem we want to get rid of. Izuku. Confused, really? I thought you were very willing and happy to work for Mammon. Glam. We were, of course we knew that as a cardinal sin he had a rather difficult character but, he rubs his arm. Glitz. He's really too much. Izuku. Oh, guards her with sympathy, what does he do? Glitz. He insults us, he exploits us which wouldn't bother us too much but his standards are simply absurd, he makes us work in shitty places full of strange insects with orange eyes and, he harasses us, sexually. Izuku. Opens his eyes, thinking, my god, he had already understood that Mammon was a terrible individual but this. I can't do nothing. Glam. Yes, and now we're here to ask for your help. Izuku. Why me? Don't get me wrong, I'll help you, but don't you have anyone else who can help you? Your family, for example. Glam. We are orphans. Izuku. Oh I'm so sorry, I didn't know and I didn't want to bring back memories. Glitz. Don't worry, pretty face, it happened when we couldn't remember it yet, and anyway, to answer your question, we came looking for you specifically because you already saved us once. When Mammon was going crazy over Fizzeroli's withdrawal and a piece of the stage was about to fall on us and you saved us. You didn't have to do it but you did it anyway. Blushes slightly. No one has ever done something nice for us without having an ulterior motive, so, will you help us? Izuku. Smile. Yes, it will be a pleasure for me to help you. Glitz and Glam immediately blushed at the sight of that smile. The two fish demons had never seen something so cute. Glam. He clears his throat. Thanks, and how do you plan to help us with Mammon? We're stuck with a contract with him. Izuku. Well, get out your phone, I know someone who knows a lot about contracts. Meanwhile, now we can see Stolas in his palace eating ice cream while watching TV. Suddenly the Owl Prince's phone rings, he picks it up, reads who is calling him and accepts the call. Stolas. Puts the phone to his ear. Hi, Izuku, how are you? I hope everything's okay. If you're calling about Via, she's at her mother's today, and if you're calling on behalf of Blitz, I appreciate your concern, but right now I'd like my space with him. Izuku. On the phone. No, I'm not here on behalf of Blitz, I'm calling you because I need a favor. You're good with contracts, right? Stolas. Well, we can say yes, eat some ice cream. Not to brag, I'm a big reader. Izuku. Well, a good reader is just what we need to solve this situation. Not too long later, we can now see Izuku, Glitz, Glam and Stolas sitting in front of a table and on the other side there is Mammon with a very annoyed expression and a grasshopper on his shoulder and Prince Godia was carefully reading the Glam sisters' contract. Mammon. Why are we doing this again? Glitz. Because we're sick of you, you giant asshole. Stolas. Finishes reading the contract and watches Glitz and Glam. Well, from what I've read you two are free to quit. Mammon. What? Bullshit. My contract says my employees have to put up with all the shit I throw at them without complaining. Stolas. Yes, but this is meant as a workload, not, he gives him a dirty look, or harassment, he points to a part of the paper, is written here, in small print. Mammon. He takes the contract and sees the fine print, damn, fucking fine print. Glitz. Wait, so can we leave Mammon? Izuku. Smiles at them, well I guess so. Mammon. Looks at him, of course, will you stop stealing my stars? Izuku. I'll glare at him, I'll do it when you stop being a terrible boss and a terrible person. The demon of greed growls in annoyance before teleporting away in a green cloud. Soon after Glitz and Glam hugged Izuku at the same time which of course made him blush brightly. Glitz. Thank you, Izuku. You're truly a hero. Glam. Why yes I agree, you're not bad at all. Stolas watched the scene with a bittersweet smile, how he wished he could have something similar with Blitz. The scene opens with Izuku sitting on the couch in his house with the girls sleeping around him, and on the carpet in front of the couch was the leopard seal twice second sleeping soundly. Izuku. Pensando, this is my life, so, smiles, I could get used to this. Suddenly the boy's phone starts ringing and he answers it quickly so as not to wake the girls. Izuku. Hello, who is it? Beelzebub. On the phone, hey Izuku. It's me, B. Tex gave me your phone number. Izuku. Oh B, how's everything going? Is everything okay after that little incident? Beelzebub. You mean when a fish kaiju broke the ceiling in my house? Yeah, everything's fine. The repairs were expensive. Damn the day Mammon bought every repair company in hell, but I sure don't lack money, he. Izuku. I'm glad to hear that, but if I may ask, what is the reason for the call? Beelzebub. Oh right, I almost forgot. I called you because I'm having a party tonight and I'd love for you to come. I know last time wasn't ideal, but I assure you this time everything will be fine. I've doubled security around the perimeter. Izuku. Well, I have nothing to do tonight, so I guess a party wouldn't hurt. The last period has been very stressful. Beelzebub. Excited tone. Perfect. See you. He hangs up. Shortly after, we can see Izuku heading towards Beelzebub's palace house, and as she said, she was now surrounded by armed guards checking if the guests were armed. Once having been searched and made to pass by the guards, Izuku enters the building which, like the last time, was full of demons having fun and eating to their heart's content. In front of the green-haired boy appears Beelzebub wearing a black suit and red and black shorts. Beelzebub. Hey Izu. Nice to see you, buddy. Create from the hands of the Katsudon, here. Izuku. Oh thanks. Takes the Katsudon. Did you remember I liked it? Beelzebub. Of course I remembered. Pats himself on the head. I always remember my guests' favorite food, especially when they're my friends. Pats their back. Come on. I'll show you around. Shortly after a while, Beelzebub had given Izuku a tour of his villa and now the two were leaning together on the balcony upstairs. Izuku. Honestly, when you said you had a honey pool I thought you were joking. Beelzebub. Chuckles. Already. These are things you can do when you have the power to generate any kind of food in existence. Look from below the demons dancing. You probably didn't imagine that, did you? Izuku. Confused. I didn't imagine what? Beelzebub. That hell was like this. Think about it for a moment. Similar to the mortal world. Usually you humans imagine this place as a fiery, flame-filled asshole where those who screw up in life are tortured forever, and that I'm a gigantic, monstrous bee who thinks only and exclusively about eating. Look at the crowd below with a bit of sadness. Izuku. He looks at her with a little concern. Are you okay? Beelzebub. Oh yeah, I'm fine, and it's just, you know the reason why sinners never come to these parties, only those born in hell. The reason is because sinners are afraid of me. They think I'm the monster they describe in their stupid Bibles, and even those born in hell are too different. Sure, they come to my parties, but they don't because they really like me, but they do it because they're afraid I might resent them if they say no, which I don't do, by the way. No one bothers to at least try to get to know me better for the person I am and not for my figure of a deadly sin. In theory, I also have Lucifer and the other sins, but Lucifer has become distant since Lilith left, and the other sins except Ozzy are minding their own business and aren't exactly fans of my parties. The only one who's come close is Vortex, but even he sets some limits, not wanting to get too intimate with me. No one really wants to get to know me. Izuku. Well, I'd really like to meet you. Beelzebub. Look at him. Wait, what? Izuku. I've been here in hell for a long time now, and if there's one thing I've learned from this place, and that's that you should never take things for granted or judge immediately just by rumors or appearances. From the little I know of you, I'm sure you're a good person. Beelzebub. Blushes. Are you serious? Izuku. He smiles at her. Of course. I'd really love to get to know you better and be a good friend. Beelzebub remains silent, observing the human in front of her for a few seconds, before picking him up and wrapping him in a crushing embrace like that of a hungry anaconda. Beelzebub. Thanks, squeeze it. Thanks Izuku. Izuku. Try to breathe. Why, you're welcome, but see, could you let me go? Why, it's getting hard to breathe. Beelzebub. Oh, break the hug. Sorry, I'm just really excited about this. So, where do you want to start? The scene opens showing us Cletus and Mammon entering the latter's throne room where Victor Pazuzu is sitting blissfully surrounded by demon locusts. Mammon. Excited. Pause. You'll never believe what. He sees that Pazuzu is on his throne. Why are you sitting on my throne? Victor Pazuzu. Look at the throne. Oh. He quickly rises from the throne. I was keeping it warm for you. What did you want to tell me? Mammon. He looks at him suspiciously. Yeah. Anyway, he clears his throat. I just got a message from the Sin group chat and guess what? There's a trial in a few hours. Victor Pazuzu. A trial. Ah, he chuckles. I remember those, what beautiful memories. Mammon. Yeah, like that time you sat on Lucifer's throne when he was late and when he arrived he literally kicked you in the ass and sent you flying back to your seat. Victor Pazuzu. Look at Mammon badly. Mammon. Nervous smile. Why yes, good memories. Anyway, the defendant is the head of the association the human brat works for. Cletus. Evil smile. This means he too will be put on trial. Victor Pazuzu. Smiles, and this also means that all the deadly sins and the infernal nobility will be gathered in one place. This is perfect. Mammon. Confused, what do you mean? Victor Pazuzu. You see, when my physical body was destroyed, a total of 7 crystals were formed which Lucifer gave to the people he trusted most after his wife. That is, the deadly sins. Mammon. But I never received. Realize, oh that asshole. He didn't trust me enough to hold me responsible. Victor Pazuzu. Thinking, not that I can blame him. Stop thinking. The point is, for such an important occasion, sins will surely bring their crystals with them. And do you know what that means? Mammon. That I may ask them the reason why Lucifer did not give one to me. Victor Pazuzu. Bored? No you idiot, it means I can get the other crystals and finally, points to himself, get out of this weak, pathetic imp body and regain my true form. If the deadly sins are on trial, they're not in their domain defending the crystals. Then my locusts can take them and bring them to me. Then I can finally take what's mine. Cletus. Scared, you don't want to cause another war, do you? Victor Pazuzu. He keeps it. Oh no. Absolutely not. He. I've learned the hard way that that's not the right strategy against Lucifer. What I'm thinking is a quick coup. I'll forge a new army and conquer not only hell, but also earth, heaven, and every other universe in existence. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, we can see the entire I.M.P. Blitz inside the waiting room outside Blitz's office. Toga. So, how long do you think Blitz will be locked in his office with the interns? Chase it. I honestly think the boss is taking so long because he's screwing them. Izuku. No, Blitz is probably just checking whether these interns are trustworthy or not. I don't think Blitz would undertake one of those activities after what happened with Stolos. Millie. Yes, I agree with Izuku. Chase it. Oh, believe me, if the breakup with the little prince was that serious, then it's very likely that he's doing interns. Sex is often used as a stress reliever. He gives Izuku a lewd smile. If you want I can show it to you. Miss Mayberry. He looks at her the wrong way. You know, you really should wash those mouths out with soap, Missy. Chaz. Oh, don't worry, May, you can join me if you want. Look, Izuku, do you have a thing for schoolteachers? Izuku and Mayberry blush brightly and roll their eyes. Kini. Can we please stop talking about sex for a second? Suddenly, however, the wall of the room is broken by tall demonic figures wrapped in dark, red cloaks, and in the background you can see that the entire building is surrounded by demon policemen. Demon cop. Megaphone. You're surrounded. There's no point in resisting. Colin. Panicked and raised his hands. We are innocent. Blitz's office door comes out and Blitz himself shoots some of the hooded demons. Blitz. Look at his employees. What the hell are you still standing there, stuck there? Let's run. Immediately after, Izuku uses Black Whip to throw a piece of furniture at a hooded demon that was flying towards them and then follows the others in their escape. Moxie. Look, Blitz, sir, what have you done? Blitz. Nothing. Toga. You must have done something. Luna. Just about what you did. Izuku. Guys, this isn't the time. Blitz then fires a portal with the Asmodeus crystal that takes the group straight into the I.M.P. van. Blitz quickly gets behind the wheel and puts the keys in to start it. Blitz. Okay guys, grab the wheel, it's time for a nice chase like in those action movies. But as soon as the vehicle turns the corner of the building, it finds itself faced with dozens and dozens of demons pointing guns at them. Blitz. Or maybe not. Damn. Shortly after, now we can see the entire imp group with handcuffs on their wrists. Toga and Luna have muzzles on. Izuku tries to free himself, but the chains seem to block his powers. Large hooded demons escort the group into a huge, dark room where they are forced onto desks resembling those in a court. Blitz. Oh come on. I'm innocent. If it's about those orphans, they were already dead when I got there. Voce tuonant. Silence. Suddenly glowing yellow eyes appeared at the back of the room and the lights came on, revealing about 100 demons of various types. Izuku could also see Asmodeus, Beelzebub, Mammon, along with a small imp with glasses who looked very happy to be there, and 2 other large demons. One looked like a big sheep with lots of eyes that didn't seem to want to be there and was practically half asleep on its post. The other instead had a humanoid appearance with white and purple skin, the most evident detail being that it had 2 heads, one had a more human shape while the other was much more monstrous. But what most caught the green-haired boy's attention was the titanic, muscular draconic demon sitting on a stone throne. He has 2 pairs of warm yellow-orange eyes and 2 pairs of differently looking, striped horns. The outer horns are longer and 2 shades of mauve, while the inner ones are shorter and black and white. His skin appears to be various shades of red, with claw-like fingers, dark red spots, and hot yellow-orange lava-like streaks covering his wings, neck, and left arm, while on his right arm the streaks are dark red. He also has black spikes protruding from his back, leading to his large, demonic tail, which ends in a spear-shaped tip. Izuku whispers to Moxie, "Who is that?" Moxie. Terrified, that's Satan. Millie. Oh fuck. Kini. Terrified, God have mercy on us, and especially on Izuku. Colin. Terrified beyond belief, I think I'm going to faint. Chaz. We're screwed. Chase it. And not in a good way. Cleo. Genuinely scared, the supreme judge of hell. Miss Mayberry. Oh no. Toga and Luna. Incomprehensible noises due to muzzles. Satan. Rises from his throne. We are gathered here today to judge the imp Blitzo and his crew. Blitz. Nervous, to be picky my lord the OE. Satan. He looks at him badly. Blitz. Correct. You said it well, Satan. As I was saying, you are accused of stealing a sacred grimoire of the Godia to enter the world of the living without authorization. Sits on the throne, as you pled. Blitz. Innocent. Well, yes, I tried to steal the book at first, but then it was given to me by consent of Prince Stolos himself. Nonsense. Everyone turns towards the crowd of demons. Godia. From here comes out a peacock-like demon with white skin and blue feathers with a sort of ice crown on his forehead. Ice Peacock. Create ice ramps to slide around the room. Your Honor, speaking on behalf of my incredibly attractive sister, I must testify, indicates Blitz, that this brute of an imp forcefully took advantage of Stolos with the complicity of his employees with the goal of reaching the world of the living. Wait a second. Now Izuku's attention was caught by a parrot-looking demon approaching the peacock on an energy star. Parrot demon. Andrialphus, if everything you're saying is true, and I have no doubts, why isn't Stolos here to tell us these things himself? K. Karaho. Andrialphus. C. Visago. Stolos was not informed of the process to spare him the trauma of interacting, indica Blitz, with this pathetic disgusting being who embarrassed his entire species with such a cowardly act to gain control. Izuku. This isn't Satana. Guard Izuku. Silence. You have no right to speak, human. Izuku. I have every right to speak. I'm deeply involved in this matter and therefore I'm a witness. A good judge would understand that. The entire room is shocked that this human is openly challenging one of the most powerful beings in hell. Visago. In a half voice, El Chico has a point. Asmodeus. Whisper to Beelzebub. Wow, you weren't kidding when you said that kid had balls. Beelzebub. Whisper, already, it's incredible. Mammon. Damn, that kid just doesn't know when to stay in his place. Victor Pazuzu. Exactly, he looks around, where is Lucifer? Mammon. He doesn't come to the trials anymore after Lilith's separation and disappearance. Anyway, how do you plan to do what you have to do? Victor Pazuzu. Whisper, my locusts are already in the buildings, soon they will be here with crystals between their paws. Meanwhile Satan was really pissed off. How dare this human call him a bad judge? Satan. Pissed off, how dare you little. But in front of Satan's huge muzzle appeared a small red demon wearing a white robe. Demon therapist. Calm down, Satan, remember what we talked about at last week's meeting, take deep breaths. Satan. Take a deep breath, okay, deep breath. Beelzebub. Hey listen to the kid. I know him and he's a sincere guy. Satan. He looks up to the sky and sits on the train, and that's fine, human, speak freely. Izuku. He bows slightly. Thank you so much. It's true, Blitz used Prince Stolos's grimoire, but the prince agreed every time it happened. Prince Stolos even got Blitz an Asmodeus crystal so he wouldn't break any rules. The accusations of pointing at Andrialphus from that guy are wrong. Satan. He turns to Asmodeus. Is what he says true? Asmodeus. Yes, Satan. A few months ago Stoles came to me of his own accord to ask for a crystal for the accused, which to be honest is not bad at all. Satan. He slowly turns towards Andrialphus. You didn't say that, Andrialphus. Suda nervosamente. Visago. He's getting closer to Izuku. Nice shot, boy. Izuku. Thank you, Andrialphus. Clears his throat. I wasn't informed of this information, Your Honor, though. Even if this story about the crystal is true, it doesn't prove anything. Stolos must have been emotionally manipulated by the imp so he could do whatever he wanted. Blitz. Oh, for heaven's sake, this is a gag of ice appears on his mouth. Andrialphus. And as soon as Stolos was no longer of use to the imp, dramatic silence, he tried to kill him. Everyone on the Godia jury gasped. Izuku, Chaz, Chazit, Mayberry, Cletus, Kini Cleo, Kosa. Andrialphus. These vile beings hired a pair of assassins to kill Stolos, assassins who are now here to testify. At that moment a suspended pedestal appears from the pit in the room, on which Stryker and Streed stand. Satan. He's looking at them. You too, do you confirm this? Stryker. Reads written on his hand. Yes, your greatness. This pathetic imp has hired us to kill the poor Prince Stolos. Streed. The law is written on his hand. He paid us a lot of money to torture the prince before killing him. Blitz. He breaks the gag with his teeth. This is bullshit. I'm a murderer. If I wanted Stolos dead, which I never would, I would have killed him myself. All the Godia in the room startle again. Beelzebub. That's a good point, to be honest. Wait, take a closer look at Stryker and Streed. Those two are the ones who interrupted my party with a kaiju. Mammon. Oh, shut up, B. All imps look alike. Asmodeus. Don't talk bullshit, Mammon. Satan. Silence. Deep breath and watch Blitz. So you say these two demons didn't try to kill Stolos? Blitz. Actually, no, they tried. Twice. But me and my gang stopped them both times. Satan. Turns toward imp members. Moxie. It's the truth, Your Honor. These two assassins tried to kill Stolos using angelic weapons. Izuku. And by the way, turns towards the jury, can't you see that those two are clearly reading from their hands? And did you at least check their phones? Andrialphus. Bored. Oh, and what would change if we did that? Izuku. Very much, to be honest. Look, Visago. Mr. Visago, could you bring me their phones? Visago. Clearly he flies with his star, and with a quick move he takes his phone out of Stryker's pocket. Stryker. Hey, you fucking blue blood. Go fuck yourself and your whole brood. He sees the jury's looking at him the wrong way. I was kidding. Streed. I think this was a bad idea, bro. Stryker. Santa Zeta Streed. Visago then returns to Izuku and hands him the phone, and despite the handcuffs around his wrists, the green-haired boy manages to fiddle with the device and access private chats. Izuku. Here it is, show the phone to Satan. These conversations confirm that it was not Blitz who organized the attempted murder of Stolos, but looks at Andrialphus with a smirk. Dramatic pause, his own wife. Everyone jumps. Andrialphus. Panando, Stella, you idiot. How the fuck are you so stupid as to talk about murders in a simple chat room? Clears throat. Gee, that doesn't prove anything. As far as we know, the imp used a fake profile to trick whoever found this chat. Visago. Stop trying to get ahead of yourself, you arrogant idiot. Izuku. Well, if you want a smoking gun, play around with the chat a little more, there's also a voice message here. Stella's recorded voice. Okay, you idiots, listen up. Today my brother and I are going to take that fucking imp to the bar. You have to grab him, take him away, and tear him to pieces. Got it. Andrialphus, Satan, Visago, Blitz, Stryker and Street, members of the I.M.P. Entire jury, deadly sins. Izuku. Is that enough? At that moment Stolas burst into the room, clearly in a panic. Stolas. Stop, he's innocent. He notices that everyone is silent. Did I miss something? Satan. Clears his throat. On the contrary, Prince Stolas, you have arrived just in time for the start of a new trial. Look with pure fury Andrialphus, of the person responsible for your attempted murder and who dared to lie to me. Andrialphus. In panic, my lord. Satan. Shut up. Look at Blitz and the I.M.P. As for you, you are free to go, I declare. Victor Pazuzu. My return, snap your fingers. Satan. What? He sees locusts coming out of his big pocket with a Pazuzu crystal in their paws. No. At that moment, more locusts burst into the room with 5 more crystals in their paws. Victor Pazuzu immediately gets up from his seat and jumps into the air, and the locusts throw the crystals towards him. Satan tries to grab the locusts with his crystal, but it was too late. When all 6 crystals touched the imp's body, he was enveloped in a huge orange sphere of energy. After a few seconds, an unconscious Victor came out of this sphere of energy and ended up on the desk in front of Mammon, who, along with the other deadly sins, watched the scene in horror. Beelzebub. No. Impossible. Leviathan, both heads, he is. Asmodeus. Kazo. Belphegor. Half asleep. What's going on? Satana. Pazuzu. The energy sphere dissolved slightly, revealing a tall humanoid figure with 2 pairs of insect-like wings. Although you couldn't see it well, you could clearly see that it had large, glowing orange eyes. Pazuzu. Hello whores. I'm back. The energy sphere dissolved completely, revealing a large demon with a humanoid body. His legs are insect-like and he has large, sharp claws. His body is covered in beautiful bronze armor and a helmet with horns resembling those of a beetle. On his back he has 3 pairs of black angelic wings. His eyes are large and bright orange. This is Pazuzu. Izuku. What the hell is that? Millie. Terrified. Oh Satan, it can't be. Blitz. But that's Visago. Pazuzu. Satan. This can't be. I saw it. We all saw it. You were dead. Pazuzu. My death was very exaggerated. He looks around at the jury and the deadly sins, but look at all these beautiful people. I really missed you all. Satan roars and flies towards Pazuzu, but he quickly dodges a punch and grabs the dragon demon by the neck, squeezing him. Pazuzu. Oh Satan, always the type to jump down everyone's throat before that someone has finished speaking. Go back to look at the jury, people. I have an announcement to make. From now on, Hell will have new management. Mine, of course. Some demons try to call for help with their cell phones, but for some reason their phones don't work. Pazuzu. He chuckles. Don't even try it. As we speak, my beloved servants are cutting off all communication with the Circle of the Proud, every radio, every access to other circles and every telephone network. The camera shows us a swarm of locusts blowing up telephone poles and then a station between the circles of hell being turned upside down by infesting demons. Pazuzu. Simply put, Lucifer can't save you this time. Satan. We don't need Lucifer. Frees himself from Pazuzu's grip. I'm enough to kick your ass. Satan then begins to punch Pazuzu, who flies backwards and avoids being hit. Pazuzu. Mocking tone. I see that over time you have become rusty, you old scaly goat. How sad. You are already a pitiful judge, now you are also failing as a fighter. Satan. Pissed off beyond belief. Shut your fucking mouth. Open your mouth wide and spit a jet of fire. The flames completely envelop Pazuzu, who shields himself with his wings, which seem to be fireproof. In fact, when the flame is over, Pazuzu does not seem to have suffered any damage. Pazuzu. No, smiles. If you're done playing, punch Satan in the stomach, we can move on to serious things. At that moment the ceiling of the room explodes into 1,000 pieces, letting in an enormous swarm of demonic locusts. Immediately afterward, Pazuzu grabs Satan's jaws and forces them open. Immediately, a good portion of these insects enter the throat of the Sin of Wrath, who after a few seconds begins to writhe in pain. Immediately afterward, insect antennae sprout on his forehead between his horns. Everyone watches in horror as the once proud and intimidating Satan gradually becomes a sort of dragon-insect hybrid, complete with long antennae, insect-like arms protruding from his sides, and mandibles. The great monster that was once Satan lands on the ground and to everyone's horror bows to Pazuzu. Pazuzu smiles, magnificent. This, my dear jury, will be the general of my new army. An army from which all of you will have the honor of participating. Snap your fingers. Soon after the swarm of insects rushes towards the Godia demons who try to escape but the insects are too fast and jump on them. Anyone who is bitten by these insects becomes possessed and gains insect characteristics as happened with Satan. Another part of the swarm focuses on the deadly sins. The locusts completely ignore Mammon and immediately go to infect Belphegor and Leviathan. Mammon. Holding an unconscious Victor. Now, that's some shit I like. Asmodeus enters his full sin form roasting any locusts that try to get close while Beelzebub shoots sticky honey to block the locusts. Soon after, Asmodeus creates a portal identical to those produced by his crystals and passes through it, closely followed by Beelzebub, and the portal closes just before the locusts can follow them. At this point the swarm starts flying towards I.M.P, Stolos and Visago passing over Stryker and Street. Seeing this, Andrialphus screams in terror and runs away, closing the doors of the room behind him, locking everyone inside. Blitz. Damn, we have to get out of here. Stolos. Visago, help me create a portal. Visago. Brother, right away. The two bird demons lay down their hands at the same time and a spherical portal appears before them. Stolos. He turns to the others. Quick, let's get out of here. The locusts are approaching but Izuku finally manages to break the handcuffs and then grabs the desk in front of him and throws it at the swarm, slowing it down and giving everyone time to cross the portal which closes immediately after Izuku passes through. Pazuzu. Watch the portal close with a frown. Oh, they escaped. Shrugs. Patience, it won't be long before they too join my army. The locust demon then casts his gaze on the entire jury, who have now been completely transformed into hybrid demon insect monsters, each of them having a locust beside them that flies around them or rests on their shoulders. Mammon. Nervous laugh. So pause, now what do we do? Pazuzu. Now my dear Mammon, we prepare for the next phase of my plan. When your dear imp scientist wakes up, he will have to work tirelessly on that portal of yours. I want the portal stabilized and used to open the doors to the multiverse for me. At this point Pazuzu finally notices Stryker and Street who were trying to get off the platform they were on. Pazuzu. As for you, would you be interested in becoming my lieutenants? Stryker and Street. Confused, what? Pazuzu. Fly towards them, you two have so much potential and an obvious hatred for the nobility, a hatred equal to mine. It would be a waste to simply turn you into mindless insect zombies when you could elevate your race to the new nobility. So, what do you say? Stryker. Smiles evilly, hell yes. Street. What? Stryker, this isn't. Stryker. Shut the fuck up, Street. I finally have a chance to be better than those fucking blue bloods, and I'm not going to tell you to go fuck yourself because of some second thoughts about touching his gun in its holster. So are you with me? Or against me? Street looks at her brother with an expression of pure horror. Is he ready to kill her just because of her hatred for noble demons? Could it be that Izuku was right? The cowgirl demon shakes the thoughts from her head as she gives her brother an answer. Street. I'm with you, bro, as always. Stryker. Drop the gun. Good. Look, Pazuzu, we're here. Pazuzu. Smiles, splendid. Sits in Lucifer's seat. This starts a new era, ahahahahahaha. Meanwhile, we can see the I.M.P plus Visago and Stolos watching in horror as the whole imp city has fallen into chaos with the citizens all gradually being possessed by the bite of locusts or by an infesting demon. Izuku. Pensando, this is worse than any hero vs villain war I've ever seen. Moxie. Look, Blitz, sir, what do we do now? Blitz. Now what? Let's do what we do best, kick ass. It had been about 2 days since the Pazuzu apocalypse had begun. After the first few hours the streets had become silent except for the monstrous sounds of the possessed demons and the laughter of Crimson's henchmen, which were ignored by the locusts and the infesting demons. The imp had barricaded themselves in their office. Izuku's girls had also moved there after his house was overrun with too many demon infestations to fight. Visago had gone off to try to contact Lucifer or whatever the hell he was in, while Stolas had gone to his castle to protect his daughter Octavia. We can now see Izuku helping Momo and Miss Mayberry put some wooden bars, made by Momo, in front of a window, and he turns towards Blitz, who was looking at his phone with a worried and sad expression. Izuku. He's getting closer to Blitz. Hey Blitz, what's bothering you? Blitz. He looks at it briefly. Oh, nothing, just my sister Barbie. Izuku. Oh, have you heard from her? Blitz. Not exactly. A while back I asked Fizz if he could track down Barb and he sent me her location. I wanted to go talk to her, but after what she told me at summer camp, I thought maybe it was better if I stayed away from her life so as not to ruin it, but now a few tears are rolling down her face. Now she might have become one of those monsters. I don't know what to do. I just want to know what happened to her. Izuku. I can go look for her. Blitz. What the hell are you talking about? They'll tear you to pieces as soon as you leave the building. Izuku. You underestimate me, Blitz. I can handle this. You've done a lot for me, and I want to return the favor. I'll find your sister, I promise. Blitz. Sighs. Okay. Presses a few buttons on the phone. I'll send you the location of his house, but please, be careful. Izuku. Nods. I will. Shortly after, we can now see Izuku sneaking out of the building, and seeing that the streets were filled with possessed demons, he decided it would be safer to move to the rooftops. So the green-haired boy used Black Whip to climb onto a neighbor's roof. His theory proved correct, as there was no trace of a possessed demon on the roofs, thus allowing him to move freely with much less risk of being detected. But after about a minute of parkour from one roof to another, Izuku noticed that a small swarm of locusts was approaching and immediately hid under a water tank. Luckily no insects had seen him. Izuku. Pensando, right, there are still those bugs around. When the swarm was far enough away, the UA student emerged from his hiding place and continued his run across the rooftops of I.M.P City, following the coordinates on his phone. After a few more minutes, the green-haired boy finally reaches the building indicated by the coordinates. The human entered through a half-open window, which he closed immediately after entering. Izuku. Whisper, okay, now all I have to do is find Barbie Wire, if she's really here. The door to the room suddenly flew open, and into the room where Izuku was, Barbie Wire herself entered, with antennas, glowing eyes and a locust flying around her. Izuku. Oh no. As soon as she saw the human, the possessed demoness growled along with the insect and immediately lunged towards the human, who leapt into the air, causing the demoness's head to hit the window, which broke. Izuku. Damn, Blitz is going to be so upset when. But at that moment Izuku realizes something when he sees both the locust and Barbie rubbing their heads in pain from the blow. Izuku. Pensando, the locust and the infested are connected, so if I kill the locust, it may be that the infested will be freed. I must try, even if I risk killing it. So with the imposition of a hand, Izuku shot a Black Whip tentacle that grabbed the locust, then he pulled it towards him and grabbed it. The insect wriggled violently trying to free itself, but within moments its abdomen was reduced to pulp by the hero's hand, killing it instantly. As soon as the insect monster dies, Barbie lets out a shriek of pain and then falls to the ground unconscious with her antennae torn off from her forehead. Quickly the green-haired boy ran towards the imp girl and knelt down beside her and started trying to wake her up. Barbie Wire slowly opens her eyes. What the fuck? She sees Izuku. Who the fuck are you? Thinking, blushing. Damn, his face was close to mine. Izuku. Don't worry, it's all right, I'm a friend. Barbie Wire. Wait, I recognize you, you're that human who works with Blitzo. Let me guess. That asshole asked you to look for me, and Christ doesn't know better than to leave me alone. Izuku. Listen, I know you and your brother have some bad history, but he cares about you. Barbie Wire. Pissed off. Well, if she cared that much she wouldn't have set fire to our circus and killed our mother. Izuku. Look, Blitz told me what happened. He didn't mean for any of this to happen. It was an accident, and you have no idea how much he feels like crap. He cares about you. You're the last living biological family he has left. Barbie Wire. What does it matter? I treated him like shit when he just wanted to spend some time with me. When I took mommy, I took a part of me. Izuku. I'm sure Blitz lost a part of himself that night too, and he doesn't want to lose another one. He offers her his hand. The imp looks at the hand for a few seconds with a slight blush on her cheeks, then sighs and grabs the human's hand and uses it to stand up. Barbie Wire. Thank you. Izuku. He smiles at her. You're welcome. Barbie immediately blushed at the sight of that smile. Damn, if this human was cute. Shortly after, we can see Blitz next to the entrance door to the I.M.P base, worried about his employee. He was starting to regret having allowed him to leave. But a few moments later Izuku returned, and to Blitz's surprise and relief, the human was followed by Barbie Wire. Blitz. Barb. Oh, thanks Satan, you're okay. Sorry, maybe you don't want to yet. But Blitz was immediately interrupted when his sister wrapped him in a tight, almost suffocating hug. Blitz didn't say anything, and with a few tears of joy he returned his sister's hug, making Izuku smile. The scene opens with the same shot that Blitz had in the pilot episode, at the beginning of this crazy story. Blitz. Walk back and forth. So folks, I know the company's performance has been a bit slow lately. The camera pans to reveal Izuku, Millie, Moxie, Luna, Chazet, Barbie Wire, Chaz, Cleo, Heaney, Colin, Toga, Twice Two, Mirko, May, Dahlia, Courtney, Emberlyn, Hagakuri, Momo, Jiro, Abara, Kendo, Stolos, Visago, Miss Mayberry, Lyle, Lupta, Octavia, Fizzaroli, Asmodeus, Beelzebub, Vortex, Verosica's crew, Sally Mai, who was visiting Wally, Glitz, and Glam. They were all the survivors rescued from the invading Pazuzu forces and were all in the meeting room. Asmodeus. Why is he talking to us like we're his employees? Izuku, Millie, Moxie, Luna, Fizzaroli, Verosica and Barbie. Ignore him, he's just being himself. The camera returns to Blitz. Blitz. Clearly this situation is nobody's fault. Moxie. Blitz. But, I'm sure we can find a way to solve this. Look at the huge group situation. Any ideas? Beelzebub. Contact Lucifer. He's like the only one who can beat Pazuzu. Asmodeus. I've already tried B, but the phones don't work and the transportation is swarming with locusts, and I don't think he would have responded anyway. He still hasn't gotten over the breakup with Lilith. Blitz. Okay, any suggestions that don't involve calling someone else? Izuku. Go to my world. Everyone. Amber Lynn. Excited. Yes. The only possible option. Like in the best fanfiction. Jiro. Whisper to Momo, do you think he'll ever stop talking about fanfiction? Momo. Look at her, I've given up now. Blitz. Interesting idea, but there's still a little catch. We never figured out who brought you and the other humans here in the first place. Izuku. Mammon, that's the only sensible explanation. When Fizzaroli left work, he looked at me and said something about fixing his mistake. Fizzaroli. Yeah, now that I think about it, Mammon had been nervous for a while, and I once heard him talking about a special project that would make him rich. Stolos. And when I sent him a letter to question him about the appearance of humans in his circle, he sent me a letter telling me to mind my own business. Octavia. And you didn't get suspicious, Dad? Stolos. Well, you see, Via, Lord Mammon has never been the friendliest of the deadly sins. Asmodeus. Small correction, Mammon was never friendly. Blitz. Okay, this is a good start. Moxie. Yes, but we certainly don't know where exactly he created the portals. Visago. It's likely that he's at his castle, the bastard is too banal. Izuku. Gets up from his chair. So, we know where to go and who to hit. If we want any chance of saving our world, we have to act knowing what we know now. Izuku. We have all been deceived. The green-haired boy takes Blitz's place at the head of the table, looking at the audience. Izuku. Mammon was not the demon he claimed to be. The hero in training begins using Black Whip to create the figure of Mammon smiling evilly. Izuku. They are more vicious than I could have ever comprehended. Izuku also creates the figure of Pazuzu flying above Mammon. Izuku. When I was brought here, this is not what I expected or intended. A student looks at his girls and smiles at them. Izuku. But now that it happened, I don't regret it. The teenager uses Black Whip to show Mammon and Pazuzu tearing the globe apart. Izuku. But now we've seen them show their true colors in shades of green. The fake Mammon and Pazuzu crush what remains of the globe. Izuku. They'll saying that it's all happening because of me. The fake Mammon and Pazuzu duck down and glare at Izuku from behind. Izuku. But that's a lie. Izuku deactivates Black Whip and Mammon and Pazuzu disappear. Izuku. And I know I can't do this on my own. And the student offers his hand to the group. Izuku. If it's not us, then who in When? The teenager points to a window showing I.M.P City still in chaos and swarming with locusts. Izuku. If we don't fight, they knows they wins. Everyone looks like the city and almost all of hell is in ruins. Izuku. Not allowed. He clenches his fists, activating one for all. Izuku. Knowing what I know now. Izuku walks towards the window and looks out of it. Izuku. The lengths they'll go, there's no amount. The camera shows us the streets of the city full of possessed demons, and among them Street also appears looking around. Izuku, Fiori Campo, I won't sit back, watch this play out. Street looks at the I.M.P building. Izuku. That's my vow. Izuku puts a hand on his chest. Izuku. Knowing what I know now. Everyone remains silent for a few seconds until Toga gets up from her chair and stands next to her boyfriend. Toga. Get up, ya. The blonde takes out a knife and raises it in the air. Toga. No, I'm not the only one that's all. Ya. Toga. Fed up. All. Ya. Blitz also gets up and takes out his gun and raises it in the air. Blitz. Wait. Till they hear our feet go done. Done. Everyone. Ya. Dahlia raises her angelic spear in the air. Dahlia. I don't think they're prepared for what's coming. Street breaks into the building and starts climbing the stairs. Chudi and Koro. A revolution hit the ground running. Everyone raises their fist in the air. Izuku e Chudi. If there's one thing they can't keep down, Luna hugs Izuku from behind. Izuku e Luna. It's us and the strength we've found. Izuku e Luna. It's too loud. All. Loud. Izuku. Knowing what we know now. Tutu. Knowing what we know now. Street hears the song from the stairs and starts to pick up his pace. Chaz. And who knows if we'll succeed. The shark demon looks a little uncertainly out the window, seeing the chaos in the city. Millie. But we won't stop and we won't retreat. Or turn round. Millie puts a hand on his shoulder and smiles at her second boyfriend. Everyone. Round. Izuku. Knowing what we know now. The hero raises his fist in the air. Chudi. Knowing what we know now. Everyone raises their fist in the air and Asmodeus almost breaks the roof with his fist. Chudi. Who. Now the camera shows us all preparing for the upcoming battle by preparing weapons, ammo and manga in Emberlin's case. Sally May. Can they tell what we're becoming? Sally takes a shotgun out of her bag. Everyone. Oh. Blitz. Hear it in the way we're drumming. Blitz bangs baseball bats like drumsticks. Kini. I was sweet, but now I'm something else. The former cherub throws glasses in the air and hits them all with the crossbow. Chudi. Ya. Who. Chase it. Ain't it nice of us to drop in? She cleans her teeth with a military knife. Mirko. To take what's ours, to take it back in. Izuku e Blitz. He thinks we're nothing, but we're something else. Everyone. But suddenly the music stops as Street bursts into the room looking at everyone with a cold gaze. Everyone is looking at her with wide eyes and some are ready to fight her, but Izuku looks at her with an uncertain expression. Street. I've seen too many bad things that I can't keep count. Street slams the door behind her and throws her weapons on the table, making Izuku smile a lot. Izuku. Who. Street. He loves one thing more than himself. The cowgirl takes off her hat and sees Striker's name engraved on it. Streed. His crown. Streed throws the hat to the ground and crushes it with his boots. Everyone. Crown. Streed. Knowing what I know now. Tootie. Knowing what I know now. Streed takes a photo out of his pocket showing Streed and Striker as children. Streed. The good in him, I've watched it melt, I was fooled by the love I felt. With a single tear coming out of his eye, Streed tears up the photo. Streed. So profound, ah. Izuku puts a comforting hand on her shoulder making her smile and blush. Streed. Knowing what I know now. Streed raises his fist in the air. Izuku. I know. Izuku raises his fist in the air. Toga. I know. Toga raises his fist in the air. Moxie, Millie, Chaz, we know now. Moxie, Millie and Chaz raise their fists in the air. Tootie. Knowing what we know now. Everyone in the room raises their fists in the air ready for the upcoming battle. End of theme music. Streed. Look, Izuku, I know where Mammon hides the machine that creates portals, it's in one of his factories in the Circle of Greed. Izuku. Well, look at the group, then, what are we waiting for? We can now see a huge, dark factory in the Circle of Avarice, above it was a huge cloud of demonic locusts, and around the entrance were some demons possessed by insects. The resistance is hidden in a truck that sticks out to see the huge structure. Izuku. Streed, is this the factory? Streed. Yes, this is it. Moxie. So, we're just going to forget about the fact that you've been trying to kill us over and over again. Streed. Look at Moxie bored. Well, you kill people for a living. Moxie. Fair enough. Blitz. Smiles at Streed. Hey, cowgirl. When this is all over, would you be interested in working for us? Moxie. Sir, do you think this is the right time to make job offers? Blitz. Moxie, any time is a good time for job offers. Fizzeroli. Can we please do this? Izuku. Yes, look at Miss Mayberry, Colin, Kini, and Momo. Are you done? Miss Mayberry. Yes, she pulls out a bag full of fake locusts. Momo. She uses her quirk to create orange contact lenses. Me too. Izuku. Okay, remember the plan. Act like zombies and show no signs of brain activity. Verosika. Well, look at Blitz with a playful smile, for some of us it won't be a problem for sure. Barbie Wire. Giggles, hey, good one, V. Blitzo. Look up at the sky, very funny, let's focus on doing this thing. So after everyone put on their disguises, they exited the truck and began walking like zombies. The possessed demons observed them briefly, but seeing the orange eyes and the rather lifelike locusts on the Resistance's shoulders, they mistook them for other possessed people. The only one not wearing a disguise was Streed, which was because she was considered a willing ally of Pazuzu along with Mammon, Striker, and Crimson, so in the eyes of the locusts, there was no need to take possession of her body. So they looked away and continued wandering. Thus the group managed to enter the factory without any problems without being forced into dangerous battles. Streed. Susura ad Izuku. Well, it looks like they're buying it. Not a bad plan. Emberlin. Whisper, obviously it's a brilliant plan, Izuku-kun did it after all. Izuku. Blushes and whispers, thanks. Streed. Anyway, I wanted to, blushes slightly, apologize, for everything, it's just that, when our mother abandoned us to go after a noble Godia, Striker was the one who took care of me, but over time, his hatred and resentment for all nobles, corrupted him. And I was too close to him to notice. Octavia. Wow, bad stuff. I feel sorry for you. Streed. Take a quick look at it. Thanks. Thinking, it's strange to receive an apology from a blue blood. After a few minutes of wandering, Streed opens a huge door at the end of a corridor and the group finds themselves in a huge room where Mammon, Cletus, Victor, Striker, Crimson and a dozen of his henchmen are present, observing the enormous portal-producing machine which this time was much larger than the other versions, large enough to pass an army through. Mammon. Ha ha ha, now we're thinking, damn it. Pat Victor on the back. This time you did a really great job, Vic, but does it work? Victor. Why yes, this time I'm sure it will take us where we want it to take us, no surprises. Mammon. I hope so for you, Vic. Give Victor a death stare, otherwise I'll know what to feed Dentina for lunch today. Victor. Gulp C. Certo, Lord Mammon. Striker. Notice Streed and the group. Damn. Streed, you finally made yourself useful. Crimson. He's smoking a cigar. Great. These idiots will be a perfect first squadron to send on the attack. He sees Moxie's here. Almost perfect. Striker. He walks over and stands in front of Izuku. Now that you're possessed, you're not so much of a bully anymore, are you? He slaps him. Izuku. He's seething with rage but holds back and continues to pretend to be possessed. Mammon. He. Now we're talking about. He's getting close to Beelzebub. Hey Bells. Do you mind if I do this? He puts his hands on her tits. Beelzebub. Guardian of Mammon. Izuku. Guards it, thinking. No. Beelzebub. Erupts with rage, hands off the merchandise. He slaps him. You fucking pig. Mammon. Shocked. What the fuck? Crimson. Shocked. Shit. Cletus. Shocked. Huh. Victor. Shocked. Oh yes. Striker. Shocked. What? Izuku. Pensando. Goodbye to coverage, from a headbutt to Striker. Soon after, the UA student activates his smoke screen quirk, creating a blanket of purple fog that blinds everyone and prevents Crimson's henchmen from shooting in case they risk hitting someone they shouldn't. Mammon immediately goes into his full sin form and with a few blows in the air clears the fog, but when he turns towards the portal everyone had already passed through except Izuku, who was holding a grenade in his hand. The green-haired boy took off the safety catch on the grenade and dropped it in front of the portal, only to walk through it seconds before it exploded, destroying the portal. Mammon. No, fuck. Pazuzu will kill me when he finds out. Vic. Get to work and fix this piece of shit. Victor. Resigned sigh. Yes, Lord Mammon. Meanwhile, we can now see the USJ in the center of which the entire group appears looking around at the huge hero training area. Asmodeus. Looks around. Wow, this is a lot of stuff. What is this place? Izuku. This is the USJ. Fizzeroli. USJ. Izuku. Unforeseen simulation joint. It's a training ground for young heroes. I've been there before with my something class. Everyone turns to see what Izuku was looking at, which was Class 2A, looking at them in extreme shock and especially looking at Momo, Thoru, Mei, Kyoka and Izuku. Ochako. Go ahead, Deku. Shoto. Fuyumi. Ochako immediately runs to the green-haired boy and hugs him tightly, which makes almost all the girls in the group jealous. Ochako. Oh, Deku. You're here. You have no idea how worried we all were about you and everyone else. Where have you been? What happened? And, finally notice the demons. Who are those? Izuku. Well, it's a long. But Izuku doesn't have time to finish before a very familiar screaming voice shatters his eardrums. Bakugo. Deku. Izuku. Kachan. Bakugo. Runs towards Izuku creating explosions. Where the hell have you been, Deku? You've been doing secret training, right? You think you're S. But the blonde bombshell is interrupted when Emberlin runs towards him with a pissed off expression and punches him right in the balls. Izuku. Kachan. Stolas. Oh heaven. Blitz. Funny. Aha. Okay. The fanatic is earning points. Bakugo. Falls to his knees in pain. Arg. What the hell are you doing? Emberlin. Baku, shit. Don't you dare yell at my Izuku-kun. Especially after everything you put him through. Bakugo. What the hell are you talking about? You psychopath. Emberlin. She makes the sound of an angry cat. Izuku. Sighs, thinking. This is going to be a long day. We can see Izuku, Blitz, and Himiko sitting on a row of chairs near the principal's office. All three had uncertain and puzzled expressions on their faces. Blitz. How long were they in there? Izuku. I think, about half an hour. Himiko. Old. The three were referring to the fact that after the huge confusion and mess that had arisen when the group managed to reach the other world, more specifically in the USJ, in front of so many people. Obviously the presence of what were literally demons plus Toga caused general panic and violent reactions, but thankfully things didn't get too out of hand thanks to the intervention of Principal Nezu. Now the group representatives Stolas, Asmodeus, Mirko and Visago were locked in the principal's office to clarify and explain the whole situation. Blitz. So, where are the others? Izuku. I think they're in the next room. Blitz. It will be better if they put bad on Barbie or Luna. Izuku interrupts him. Calm down, Blitz. I know most of the UA staff and they are not perverts or anything like that. Thinking, I'd better not mention Mineta for now. Hamiko. Uncertain. Look at Izuku. Hey honey, do you think, now that we're back in our world, do you think I'll get arrested? Well, it would be fair, I guess. I've messed up a lot and I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't even give me a trial. Izuku immediately takes the blonde's hand and holds it in his. Izuku. Reassuring tone. Hamiko, I promise I'll do everything I can to keep you from going to prison. You're not the same as you used to be. There are many rehabilitation programs for young villains, and Principal Nezu is definitely not the type to let a teenager rot in Tartarus. I think. Hamiko doesn't respond. She simply gives a small smile and kisses her boyfriend on the lips. Blitz. If you start fucking, tell me so I can get the video camera. Izuku and Toga. At the same time, Blitz. Seriously. At that precise moment, the office doors opened. Stolas, Mirko, Asmodeus, and Visago emerged with rather calm expressions, which was a good sign. Blitz. He gets up from his chair. Stolas. So, how did it go? Stolas. The rat man asked us for a general version of everything that happened, now he wants to see you three. Asmodeus. Do you know where Fizz is? Izuku. Probably in the next room with everyone else. Visago. Well, better if we reach them then. The four of them started to leave but then Mirko stopped and turned to Izuku. Mirko. Hey, I told Nezu about our relationship situation. Izuku and Hamiko. Oh. With that, the rabbit woman turned again and walked away. Blitz. Izuku and Toga turned towards the half-open office door, from where Nezu's voice was suddenly heard. Nezu. Off-screen, you can go in. The teenage trio and demon stepped forward and saw Principal Nezu looking out of his office window. Nezu. You gave us quite a scare, young Midoriya, disappearing into thin air followed by civilians, heroes, and schoolgirls. Izuku. He takes a small bow. I deeply apologize for the concern I have caused. Nezu. Don't worry, it wasn't your fault, it wasn't something you or any of us could have controlled. Look, Blitz. You're Blitz, right, Blitz. Slightly nervous, exactly, the O is silent. Nezu. You were the one who put a roof over the heads of our missing, I am deeply grateful to you. Blitz. UKKKK, I expected some concern about me being a hitman. Nezu. Well, these kinds of affairs are complex, technically speaking, you haven't done anything here, so your criminal record is clean in this universe. Also, an ominous aura surrounds him. I'm quite convinced that there are certain individuals who deserve special treatment. Blitz. Nervous giggle. Hey. Already, thinking, holy shit, this rat is scary. After that, the UA principal looks at Hamiko, the blonde's body stiffens and her breath catches in her throat. Nezu. Signorina Hamiko Toga, Justo. Say, Toga. Voice shaking, why yes sir. Be before you see can say my sentence. I would like to say that I am terribly sorry for everything I have done. I will accept any punishment for my crimes and I will cooperate 100% with the authorities if given the chance. Nezu. I think I was misunderstood. I have no intention of having you arrested. Izuku, Blitz, Toga. Open their eyes wide. Huh. Nezu. While we were looking for you, we did some research into your past and your parents' disturbing actions came to light. I understand that the situation you were placed in did a lot of damage to your psyche and for this reason your parents were arrested for their behavior. Mirko informed us that he noticed how, under a stable situation and a frequent blood supply, you found a good mental balance. Furthermore, since you are still a teenager, you cannot legally be placed in Tartar. Toga. Breathless, so what will become of me now? Nezu. Raises a finger in the air, well, I've been working on a rehabilitation course for young villains here at UA for a while now. We need a first member and I think you would be a good fit. Toga. Breathless, I don't know what to say. Smiles, gee thank you, I'm grateful. Nezu. No need for thanks young Toga. Now, Cross your fingers, about the whole situation regarding the other universe in hell. Blitz, Toga, and Izuku's bodies stiffened again. Nezu. From what your representatives have told me, you escaped from an extremely serious and difficult situation. Do you think this Pazuzu will be able to reach this universe soon? Izuku. I don't think so. We blew up the portal machine, and even before that it was obvious they didn't know how to use it well, so we should still have time before they rebuild it. Nezu. Good. Now that everything that needs to be said has been said, it's best if you go get some rest. I've had some temporary accommodations prepared. Look, Izuku. You and a few classmates can go to your class's dormitory. Izuku. Oh, so you are. Nezu. Interrupts him. Okay with you having multiple romantic partners? Shrugs. Well, as long as it doesn't affect your school performance, I don't find it too much of a problem. Izuku. Okay, thank you very much for your time, sir. So the three of them walked out of the principal's office, all three of them feeling like some of the weight they were holding in their chests had been lifted. It was rather pleasant. Blitz. Well, I've had worse interviews. Izuku. Yeah, look, Toga, do you want to come with me to the dorm, Hamiko? Toga. She always looks at him and smiles at him. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.